Chapter 1738. The addition of the Spirit Mastery race had greatly increased the overall strength of the sect of all times. It had also given the core disciples the courage to challenge hell-level secret realms. Of course, there were too few secret realms now. Hence, Jun Changshao was thinking of finding a time to refresh the store and see if he could get more dungeons. Bah! The system said, "You're not looking for a time. You're waiting for the 3 values. This also means that I'm less reliant on the store," Jun Changshao said. He refreshed the store when he couldn't get over the hurdles in the past. He refreshed the store when he encountered dangers in the past. Leaving the upper realm to roam the universe was something that had never happened before. Self-improvement. Jun Changshao's pursuit. All right. The system said, "The fleet of the astral spirit realm that chased us earlier. Don't empty the 3 values if you can." "I just don't want to waste time," Jun Changshao explained. When the falling star continent was destroyed, he only wanted to wipe out all the enemies. Hence, he went to the extreme of emptying the 3 values. Under normal circumstances, there would be many ways to solve it. Jun Changshao did not want to get rid of the system's assistance. He just wanted to rely on himself as much as possible. If he could not, he could only cheat. After all, as a protagonist with good morals, he had to show the readers that he had been working hard and never slacking off. In the vast universe, Eternal flew at high speed, dragging a stream of light behind it. With the vast resources of the Eternal world as his backing, there was no need to go to other planes. He expected to reach the mountain and sea realm soon. Because it was in autopilot mode, Jun Changshao spent more time in the sect taking care of internal affairs. He often sat in front of Gu Zhaoxi's grave with a bowl of wine and a plate of peanuts and drank until he was drunk. "Brother, you and I have met to roam the universe." Every time he thought of Gu Zhaoxi sacrificing himself for him and the sect, Jun Changshao felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Hence, he went to the mountain and sea realm to find his brother and swear that he would not let him be the bomber again. Core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and 10 others choose Hell Mode. At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded from the back of the mountain. After resting for a couple of days, Li Qingyang and the others started to challenge the life and death secret realm again. This time, they had made ample preparations. Not only were there core disciples, but there was also eldest senior sister Lu Qianqian, last disciple He Wudi, and sword Dao genius Zhou Hong, who had not shown up for a long time. If they wanted to attack, they would attack. He had to be in control. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, there shouldn't be any problems. Shua. After entering the dungeon, Yi Xingchen grabbed Song Dehen's collar and said angrily, "No matter what danger we encounter, we must face it fearlessly. This is the first principle of the sect of all times. Do you understand?" Su Xiaoma muttered, "That's not the first principle." Ming, Song Dehen said in horror, understood. He had been trained by Yi Xingchen for the past few days, and his life was worse than death. As for whether it was effective, it would have to be seen in actual combat. Eldest senior sister. Can we start? Li Qingyang was always the second disciple in the sect, so he naturally had to ask the eldest senior sister before entering the hell-level dungeon. Xiao. At this moment, Lu Qianqian flew out of the safe zone and landed lightly in the monster area like a fairy. The ground under her feet quickly froze and spread out. Roar! Roar! The secret realm was instantly activated, and dozens of monsters appeared. All right. Li Qingyang was speechless. Junior brother Yi was already reckless enough, but the eldest senior sister was even more reckless. The second expedition was a bit dangerous. Ka. At this moment, wherever the layer of ice passed, the demonic beasts that had just appeared were all frozen, turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Even the gloomy atmosphere in the surroundings seemed to have been frozen. So cold. Su Xiaoma hugged her shoulders and shivered from the cold. Clang, beside him, Zhou Hong unsheathed his sword. He and the scabbard flew out at the same time. When the tip of the sword touched the ground, he used the force to rise into the air again and then hung above the frozen monsters. He said, "Jing Hong, return." Xiao. The sharp sword swept down from top to bottom, and the flickering light illuminated the dark environment. Swoosh! Zhou Hong landed behind Lu Qianqian and inserted his 3-foot-long sword into the scabbard that flew over and stood vertically at his feet. From unsheathing to sheathing, it was worthy of the heavenly fairy. Ka! Ka! At this moment, the ice layer broke. Poochie! Poochie! The heads of dozens of monsters were all broken. Their huge bodies collapsed and then turned into flowing light and disappeared. Li Qingyang was stunned. "That's it?" Roar! At the same time, another furious roar came from afar. A giant clad in battle armor appeared, holding a broken mountain-splitting axe in his hand. Regardless of the difficulty, there were a total of 3 stages in the life and death secret realm. In Hell mode, each stage had a boss, so to enter the second stage, they had to kill it. "Junior brother Yi!" Li Qingyang shouted, "Go!" Xiao Zuiji rushed over with large strides. He was fully armed as he moved, and the flowing light shield was already in front of him. Su Xiaoma and the others were not idle either. While the tank was pulling the boss's aggro, they went around in different directions, ready to attack at any time. Because of Song Dehen's support, although Yi Xingchen rushed over, he was afraid of being betrayed, so he was very cautious and even a little scared. Boom! Xiao Ziji took the lead and swung the flowing light shield at the giant's head. Then, he stood up and used shield dance, dealing a series of damage, firmly pulling the boss's aggro. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others acted according to the situation. They used all kinds of martial arts, and damage numbers filled the screen. Yi Xingchen also went up. However, he was just slacking the whole time. As the main damage dealer, he could deal 200% damage, but now he only dealt 50%. Unfortunately, there was no aggro table or damage table. Otherwise, Yi Xingchen would definitely be second to last. Who was last? Without a doubt, it was He Wudi. As the most cautious person in this situation, he would save as much energy as he could and slack as much as he could. Anyway, he looked very serious. Who knew if he could deal any damage? The first stage's boss was not difficult. As long as Xiao Ziji kept the boss's aggro and the core disciples kept attacking from the side, they could easily kill it. Roar! An hour later, with an unwilling roar, the armored giant knelt on the ground in pain and gradually turned into fluorescent light. At this point, the first kill of the first stage's boss in Hell mode was taken by the core disciples of the Sect of all times. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the dispersed fluorescent light merged into the bodies of every participant, bringing them extremely rich, profound meaning of heaven and earth, which was also known as experience points. So good. Su Xiaoma closed his eyes and quietly felt the harvest. These experience points could not help him peek into the peak of the truth-seeking realm, but he had a deeper understanding of martial arts. When the time came for a breakthrough, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck better. Buzz. After a while, everyone was sent to the second stage. Hell mode would definitely get harder as they progressed, so Lu Qianqian also acted cautiously and did not recklessly rush out of the safe zone. Chapter 1739. Next, Li Qingyang and the others entered the second level. Because of Lu Qianqian and Zhou Hong, the two control and output, clearing the small monsters was particularly easy. Soon, they fought the boss again. It was also a giant wearing armor, but it was riding a mount. When it fought, it would also help its master shootout skills. In a moment of carelessness, the whole team was wiped out. Damn it! Before the weakness came, Yi Xingchen angrily grabbed Song Dehen and roared, "How could I partner with you? Big brother, this time, it's not my fault." Indeed. He didn't blame him. However, since Yi Xingchen had entered the life and death secret realm, he had been too cautious and cautious. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yi Xingchen. In short, he needed someone to take the blame. It's okay. Li Qingyang comforted. Come again next time. The life and death secret realm wouldn't kill people. At most, they would be weak for a period of time. At most, they would come a few more times. As long as they were familiar with the boss and understood its attack mechanism, it would only be a matter of time before they defeated it. Sure enough, in the following month, everyone went to challenge it as soon as they recovered. Although they died several times in front of the second-level boss, their hard work paid off. They finally succeeded in finding the attack mechanism and defeated it in 2 hours. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Su Xiaoma, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was enveloped by the fluorescent light. Immediately, a majestic aura of advancement surged, and he excitedly said, "I'm going to break through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm." After defeating the first boss, he was still far from the breakthrough. After defeating the second boss, he directly broke through on the spot. This was the generous reward given by the Hell mode. "I'm almost there too," Li Fei said. He and Su Xiaoma were not as monstrous as Yi Xingchen and the others. Their realms were still stuck at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. Actually, the disciples who were able to reach the upper level were already ranked highly in the sect of all times. Even elders like Ryu Sinan were only at the peak of the seeker realm. It could be said that there was a huge gap between the truth-seeking realm and the heavenly secret realm. Currently, only Jun Changshao had managed to do so. Even the Rose of Flowers, who had inherited the thousand-walking sovereign spirit, was only at the peak of the heavenly secret realm. Plop. Plop. In the third stage's boss area, Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma fell to the ground. Both of them were heavily injured and in critical condition. Seeing this, Li Qingyang thought, "It's over again." After defeating the boss of the second stage, they had come to challenge the boss of the third stage 10 times. Every time they would be wiped out at this critical juncture. There was no way they could do anything about it. Roar! A furious roar rang out. A snake beast with 9 heads rushed out and spat out toxin-like energy at everyone present. Li Qingyang and the others shrugged their shoulders helplessly. They had experienced this familiar scene more than 10 times. Be careful! At this moment, Xiao Ziji rushed over with his shield, condensing his last defense in front of everyone. As the main tank of the team, even if he was left with his last drop of HP, he had to stand in front of his teammates fearlessly to shield them from the wind and rain. Boom! The toxic energy sputtered and quickly corroded the flowing light shield. Xiao Ziji's HP bar was also emptied, and then he turned into a stream of light under everyone's gaze. Bang! Bang! Without the tank's protection, Li Qingyang and the others were eliminated one after another. This time, the team was wiped out just like last time. They had no way to fight back. Even the prying mechanism could not be avoided. Outside the secret realm, Xiao Ziji said weakly, "We can't beat it." Sigh. Li Qingyang said, "Let's stop here for now. When everyone is stronger, we can challenge it again." Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and said, "How can I not be satisfied?" After spending so much time, they had finally reached the final boss. If they gave up and waited for the cooldown to reset, it would be unacceptable for these people who wanted to be strong. On the contrary, Night Emperor was very calm. Because of Song Dehen's existence, he didn't do much. Of course, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to beat it because the third stage was too difficult. "Let's go." Li Qingyang tried his best to stand up and said, "After the side effects disappear, everyone will cultivate diligently. Sooner or later, we will be able to pass this stage." Although Su Xiaoma and the others were unwilling, their strength did not allow them to repeatedly challenge it, so they could only leave dejectedly. "I think so." At this moment, a voice came from behind. You can challenge it again. Li Qingyang and the others stopped and turned their heads to look at He Wudi. Junior brother, Su Xiaoma said bitterly, we were completely crushed by the snake beast. Even if we go, we will be sending ourselves to death. Trust me. He Wudi said with a serious gaze, challenge it again. Junior brother Guanmeng, who had always been quiet and insignificant, suddenly had a serious expression. This made everyone a little uncomfortable. That's right. Yi Xingqian stood up and said, our sect of all times never gives up easily. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were silent. 7 days later, Lu Qianshan said, gather here. Okay. Since the great senior sister had spoken, even if they knew that they would fail, they still decided to challenge it again. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the mountain peak, took a bite of a cucumber and said to himself while chewing, I am proud of you all. Never give up easily. This was the spirit of the sect of all times. 7 days later, Li Qingyang and the others gathered in front of the life and death secret realm again. Let's go. Go in. Everyone merged into the whirlpool without hesitation. Because the bosses in the first 2 stages had been defeated, they were directly sent to the 3rd stage to face the Hydra that crawled out of the void. Formation. Li Qingyang shouted. 1, 1, 1. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others activated the text effect and entered the most serious battle state. Yi Xingqian, who had been slacking, also put on his armor and summoned his Fangtian halberd. Ta! Just as everyone was rubbing their palms, He Wudi walked out first and faced the Hydra. With his back facing everyone, he said, leave it to me. Whoosh whoosh. A sudden wind blew in the secret realm and blew away the messy hair on his forehead, revealing his sharp face. To slack off, Yi Xingqian could only be considered a younger brother in front of He Wudi. However, he decided to be serious about today's challenge. Not for anything else, but because before they were wiped out last time, Xiao Ziji still risked his life to take the damage for him even though he knew that they were going to lose. Slack. It was for the sake of living a better life. He Wudi couldn't choose to give up and ignore everything because he had joined the sect of all times for so long that his mentality had changed. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, his body was surrounded by an extremely majestic true spirit power. Lu Qianshan and Yi Xingqian were stunned. Both of them could clearly feel that the other party's martial Dao aura was gradually rising. His strength was probably not above theirs. It was above theirs. Step back. He Wudi raised one hand. These words were unnecessary because Li Qingyang and the others had already hidden in the distance and were silently cheering for him. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the Hydra locked onto He Wudi and opened its 9 bloody mouths to charge at him. Whoosh whoosh. A gloomy aura erupted, making people shudder. Swoosh. He Wudi assumed a posture similar to sect leader Qiao's 18 dragon subduing palms. He quickly formed some kind of hand seal and blasted it into the void, saying, 9 dragons splitting palm. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the surrounding majestic true spirit power turned into 9 roaring dragon beasts and pounced over with a momentum that shook the space. There was no need to describe the scene. Just from the wide eyes of Li Qingyang and the others, one could guess that it must be a spectacular scene with full special effects. Even if Jun Changshao was here, he would probably be stunned. If one had to describe it, every battle that they had experienced before, every martial art that they had used, was overshadowed by the appearance of the 9 dragons, including Gu Tianxing and Gu Xianyuan. Puchi! Puchi! The power of the 9 dragons wrapped around the Hydra and turned into blades that mercilessly tore it apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight. A moment later, everything returned to normal. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were still dumbstruck. As for the snake beast that had killed him 10 times, it had already been split into pieces and then gradually turned into fluorescent light that filled the sky. Instant kill. Phew! He Woody retracted his palm and spat out a mouthful of turbid air, secretly saying, I haven't used it for a long time, I'm a bit rusty. Outside. When the Hydra was erased, a heavy voice resounded throughout the sect. Congratulations to the core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma and the others for successfully passing the Hell Mode. Chapter 1740. The heavy voice resounded throughout the sect of all times, and all the disciples heard it clearly. Cleared. That's the Hell Mode, as expected of senior brother. Many disciples were generally stuck in the normal and hard modes, but the core disciples directly cleared the Hell Mode, which naturally caused a heated discussion in the sect. In the study, Jun Changshao put the mask on his face, then patted it a few times and said with relief, You didn't let me down. Because this is the first time you have cleared the Hell Mode of the high-grade life and death secret realm, all the members of the sect are rewarded with some experience points. The heavy voice sounded again. There's such a function? Jun Changshao was stunned. He released his spiritual sense to cover the entire sect and found that all the disciples were shrouded in holy light. Obviously, this was the so-called experience point. What's this? I feel like I can absorb it. The disciples sat cross-legged on the ground and absorbed the holy light around them. This power was very pure and contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth, so once absorbed, it instantly merged perfectly with the meridians and dantian. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a short time, the disciples who were stuck in a certain realm broke through to a higher level because of the absorption of the experience points, forming an extremely huge momentum of advancement. I broke through. I entered the truth-seeking realm. Excited voices sounded one after another in the sect. Li Qingyang and the others passed the Hell Mode and brought benefits to the entire sect, which was something that Jun Changshao never expected. However, there was one thing that was very strange. The holy light only covered the disciples, not the higher-up. Because it was the disciples who cleared it. The system explained. Jun Changshao said, If Elder Lu and the others go to the Hell Mode, they will also benefit after clearing it? It should be. The system was not sure, after all, it was just an auxiliary and complaining. If there's time, let them try it. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, Anyway, they have nothing to do. If Ryu Sinan and the others heard this, they would cry and shout, In order to prepare for the peak competition, we are so busy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the mountain, in front of the life and death secret realm, Li Qingyang and the others were sent out. After defeating the boss of the third stage, they had also gained a lot of experience points, especially Li Fei and the others, who had stepped into the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Before entering, everyone had different levels of strength. After clearing the stage, everyone's strength was at the peak of the seeker realm. Although people like Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen had not broken through, they had a deeper understanding of the martial way. In the future, if they had the opportunity, they might be able to step into the half-step heavenly fate stage. Of course, at this moment, they were not in the mood to care about the benefits of passing the level. They were still staring at Hiwudi, who had his back to them. This guy had just insta-killed the boss. Too strong. Yi Xingchen was extremely shocked. Among the disciples of the sect, he boasted that he was not inferior to others. But Hiwudi's powerful performance just now showed that the difference between the two was too great. Oh my God! Su Xiaoma walked over and said in disbelief, Junior brother, you hid your strength too well. Hiwudi had fought before. In terms of strength, he was neither the best nor the worst. But from today's performance, he was definitely the strongest disciple of the sect of all times. It was not just the disciples, just the one move he used in the dungeon. 9 dragons split palm. Not to mention Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho, even Jun Changshao would cry with envy. Plop! At this moment, Hiwudi, who had been standing proudly, suddenly collapsed to the ground like mud. Junior brother Su Xiaoma hurried over to help him. I'm fine, Hiwudi said. I'm just a little weak, everyone immediately understood. Although junior brother he had insta-killed the boss with one move, he had paid the price of his body being completely drained. This was normal. Otherwise, it would be too scary. Hurry! Li Qingyang said, send junior brother he to the medicine hall. No. No need. He Wudi said, carry me back to my residence. I'll recover after a few days of rest. Creak. The room door closed. As soon as Li Qingyang left, He Wudi immediately got up from the bed and said to himself, I've been exposed. His principle was to stay low, but he was influenced by Xiao Ziji and the others, so he finally decided to take action. As for lying on the ground just now, it was also intentional. He wanted to let his fellow disciples think that his strength was built on the huge price he had paid. In short, after being high-profile, he had to be low-key. However, no matter how low-key or low-key he was, it was useless, because the terrifying explosion had been deeply imprinted in the minds of Li Qingyang and the others, especially. Su Xiaoma was still at the scene. The next day, that guy placed a chair on the training ground, stepped on it with one foot, and began to talk about the situation when they fought the boss of the third stage yesterday. Damn! Is senior brother he that strong? The news of He Wudi killing the boss of the third stage quickly spread throughout the sect of all times, and the disciples began to discuss it. There's such a thing? Jun Changshao also knew about it, and said while holding his chin, My last disciple is good. Of course. Su Xiaoma said. Patriarch didn't see it, but junior brother he's martial arts skill was simply. I can't even describe it. In short, it was earth-shattering. I'll go and take a look. Jun Changshao set off for the Disciples' Mountain. On the way, the system said, This guy has taken a fancy to other people's martial arts again. Why again? Because the entire sect was cultivating the hidden cultivation technique, which was still not outdated, was obtained from He Wudi. Invincible. How lonely. He Wudi sat on the bed and hummed a song. Suddenly, he felt that someone was coming, and hurriedly laid on the bed with a weak appearance. Creak. Jun Changshao pushed the door open and said, I know you're very weak now, so I didn't knock. Sect. Patriarch. I'm fine. It had to be said that He Wudi was the real actor. Invincible. Jun Changshao moved a chair and sat on the bed. He looked at the weak-looking disciple and said, How long have you been in the sect? He Wudi said, More than 10 years. Are you used to it? Used to it. Are you still used to it? Used to it. He Wudi answered while muttering in his heart, Something's wrong. Sigh. Jun Changshao stood up and clasped his hands behind his back. Although my eternal sect has inherited the 7 profound Saint Venerable's legacy, but the martial arts he left behind are few and far between. Therefore, as your realms become stronger and stronger, it will become more and more difficult to cope with. He Wudi groaned inwardly, You're trying to trick me again. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, All these years have I been good to you? All these years have you received fewer resources? All these years. Patriarch, don't say any more. He Wudi took out a martial arts secret manual from his spatial ring and said with a sobbing tone, I'll hand it over. Just one? He Wudi took out another secret manual. Before Jun Changshao could speak, he said first, This time, there's no more. Actually, he still had many. However, even if he took them out, he couldn't cultivate them due to the environment and attribute. Invincible. Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, Recuperate well. I'll visit you when I'm free. Chapter 1741. He Wudi still gave the 2 martial arts to Jun Changshao. Of course, the reason why he gave them out was not because the other party was shameless, but because he had a sense of identity with the sect. In the previous world, He Wudi's way of survival was to always be a coward, and it was unlikely that he would fight for opportunities with others, so he was also a professional gambler. His level was reset and he came to the lower realm. After joining the Sect of all times, he still followed the principle of cowardice. But in reality, the resources for cultivation were provided by the Sect, and he was responsible for closing and opening the door. Occasionally, he would do Sect missions and his life was very comfortable. Since he had received so many benefits, what harm was there in contributing his own martial arts? He was human. He had to know how to be grateful. Moreover, his martial arts were completely unworthy of the Taishin seniors, and it was also an honor to hand it over to the Sect for them to cultivate. Woody thought about it and figured it out. His eyes gradually filled with pride, and he said, "Everyone for me, I for everyone." In the study room, Jun Changshao placed the 2 secret manuals on the table. One was 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and the other was Heaven and Earth into Nothing. Very historical, the system said. Not bad. Jun Changshao said, I feel it too. As he spoke, he had already flipped open the first page of 9 Dragons Splitting Palm and read it carefully. According to the settings of the book, unless it was a special tribe, most of the books were written in the Huaxia language, so the contents could be understood. Something's not right. Jun Changshao frowned. The cultivation route described in the book, and even the meridian circulation, was very different from the martial arts he had come into contact with. In fact, every plane had its own martial arts system, but no matter how many changes there were, it was still the same. However, there were too many changes in this 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and even some parts were completely unreasonable. Since his transmigration, Jun Changshao mostly relied on the Talisman of Insight to cultivate Nanshang City martial arts, but because of the advantages of various schools, he had a good understanding. There was no one else who could become a martial arts master by cheating. It's really strange. The system said, it's completely different from the martial arts system that the host has cultivated in the past. Jun Changshao flipped open Heaven and Earth into Nothing again, and after reading it carefully, he came to the conclusion that it was very similar to 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and also did not belong to the upper realm martial arts. No. I have to ask Invincible. Where did you get these secret manuals? Woody was lying on the bed, stammering. Of course, he had brought the secret manual back from his previous world. But if he told others about it, wouldn't it be the same as exposing himself? The former Knight Emperor had tried his best to conceal the fact that he had possessed someone else's body and was reborn. Why? Not to mention the trouble it would bring if others knew about it, just the fact that he was killed by his fiancée would be extremely embarrassing. Woody felt the same way. After all, being hunted down and forced to level up to 0 was not something to be proud of. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, all these years, have I treated you well? All these years. Patriarch. Woody stood up with a whoosh and said, I'll talk. Jun Changshao said in surprise, you can move? Woody walked to the table, put 2 teacups of different sizes on it, and said, Patriarch, this small one is the lower universe, and this big one is the upper universe. And then? Jun Changshao said. Woody put the teapot next to the 2 teacups and said, if there is a bigger universe, Patriarch, do you believe it? Yes. Jun Changshao didn't even think about it. Woody was a little dumbfounded. The Patriarch believed too decisively. If he had known, he wouldn't have used things as an analogy. Jun Changshao walked over, pointed to the teapot and said, your 2 secret manuals, did you get them from here? Yes. Woody said seriously. At this point, he intended to confess. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, the reason he came down was that he was hunted down by a group of experts who were not weaker than him. At least he wouldn't lose face if he compared himself with Yi Xingqian. Achoo! Knight Emperor, who was cultivating, sneezed and said coldly, who's talking bad about me? Jun Changshao looked at him and said, you also came from here? Yes. He Wudi, who had been in the sect for many years, finally confessed. As expected, Jun Changshao didn't show much surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. In fact, when he realized that the two martial arts were different from the upper universe system, he suspected that they might be from a higher plane. After all, the other party had been cultivating in the sect and couldn't have gone out to look for opportunities, so how could he have special secret manuals? In the beginning, He Wudi had confessed that he was hunted down because of the 7 mysterious sunglow break and could only escape to the lower realm helplessly. However, during this period he hid a very important thing, which was that he came from a higher plane. From the beginning to the end, Jun Changshao thought that He Wudi came from the upper realm until he saw clues from the two martial arts. Then he began to wonder if he was hiding something. Is this universe very strong? How should I put it? He Wudi thought for a moment and said, it can't be considered a universe, but an independent world that transcends the universe, called the Land of Eternal Life. Land of Eternal Life? Jun Changshao suddenly remembered the conversation he heard through the illusion when he inherited the Xianyuan realm, so he asked, what does it have to do with the road of eternal life? Only through the road of eternal life can you enter the land of eternal life. He Wudi explained. Where is the road of eternal life? He Wudi said, only when you enter the Tianji realm and comprehend a higher level will you be qualified to know the road of eternal life. Understood. Jun Changshao asked again, why did you come to the lower universe? He Wudi said, because of the 7 mysterious sunglow break. He had mentioned this before, and Jun Changshao also knew that he was the victim of the system's theft of the first scroll. Now that he heard him say it again, he realized that he was still in the land of eternal life when it was stolen. Now there was a new problem. The 7 mysterious sunglow breaks remnant scroll actually existed in a higher realm. Did it mean that the 7 mysterious sage was more powerful than he thought? What was your strength in the past? Sage. Was it very strong? It was SOSO. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, looking at the situation, it shouldn't be very high. Are there other realms? Below is the sage, above is the sage. The sage of the 7 mysterious sage, so it represented a realm. Jun Changshao thought it was a name or a Dao name. Jun Changshao said, you have been hiding it from me. Could it be that you have enemies in the land of eternal life? Not in the past. He Wudi clenched his fists and said, but because the 7 mysterious sunglow breaks remnant scroll was suddenly stolen, I had countless enemies, and in the end, I was forced to come to the lower realm. Jun Changshao was speechless. If this guy knew that the remnant scroll was stolen by the system, would he go berserk on the spot? No. He couldn't tell him about this. It's okay. He Wudi's anger weakened a little, and said, I am very fortunate to be able to enter the sect of all times, very fortunate to be a disciple of the sect established by Senior 7 Mysterious. Jun Changshao said, it can be considered a blessing in disguise, no need to take it to heart that the remnant scroll was stolen. One must look forward, not back. Let the past be the past, we still have to look at the future. The item was stolen by the system, and he didn't know at that time. He was innocent because he didn't know. The only thing he could do now was to comfort him, not to think about who the thief was, not to hold grudges because it was meaningless. Chapter 1742. From He Wudi, Jun Changshao learned about the land of immortality. However, he did not feel anything because he had yet to reach a higher level. There was no need for him to know more about it. In short, one had to take one step at a time and experience it step by step. When he reached the peak in the upper universe, he would naturally understand what he needed to understand. Right now, he still had to cultivate these two martial arts. After returning to his residence, Jun Changshao took out the 9 dragons' split palm and an insight talisman from the space ring. He said seriously, cultivate. He crushed it skillfully. However, when Jun Changshao obtained the power of insight and began to read the secret manual, he found that it was still unfathomable. It was completely different from the feeling of being enlightened just by reading the chant. Although I don't want to discourage the host, there is something I have to say. The system said, "How long has it been since you upgraded the Insight Talisman?" Jun Changshao was silent. The Insight Talisman was still in the Upper Realm version. Now, he had left the Upper Realm and started the era of space travel. Naturally, it was outdated. Moreover, the two martial arts came from the land of immortality. It was no exaggeration to say that there were not many powerhouses in the upper universe who knew about the land of immortality. Jun Changshao already had the martial arts secret manual there. This was a lead. All right. I can only rely on the store. Jun Changshao opened the system store with great familiarity. It was not a problem for him to comprehend the 9 dragons' split palm. After all, he had cheated and had a very high understanding of martial arts. However, as the master of a sect, he was busy with development. If there was a shortcut, he would naturally take it. The system said, "I like the host's attitude of 'I am cheating, I am right.'" It was very happy. Jun Changshao had not opened the system store for a long time. Recently, he had obtained the Xianyuan boundary. He did not lack martial arts resources at all. If he continued to improve himself, there would be an unemployment crisis in the future. In fact, it was not that Jun Changshao did not want to use the store. It was just that after upgrading to the Upper Realm version, even if he was a VIP user, there was a refresh limit. This made him feel too restrained. That was right. There were heaven-defying items in the store that could strengthen the sect. However, as the master of a sect, how could he squat at home every day waiting for the cooldown to refresh? If he had the time, he could go out and earn more resources. The Eternal Sect was placed in the Eternal World, and the disciples were doing tasks as usual, so their contribution points were increasing every day. Jun Changshao didn't hesitate to activate the annual contract. After all, it gave him more chances to refresh. Frequent refresh sounds rang in his ears. From this, it could be seen that nothing good had come out. Because if there was something good, this fellow would definitely squat on the chair and cover his face while laughing strangely. Right now, he was in a serious mood. Even the word dog's leftovers had never appeared. 2. Item: Heavenly Might's Secret Realm. Introduction: A supreme secret realm that exists in the upper universe system. Effect: The Sky Secret Realm was transformed from the Sky Secret Realm. It experienced 100,000 years of fierce battles. Countless experts fell here and turned into dead souls to guard it. If defeated, one can obtain various martial arts resources. Advantage: It contains treasures, equipment, martial arts, and elixir recipes. Disadvantage: Only disciples can enter. Price: 10,000 reputation points. Grade: Supreme. Supreme. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "Higher than the Life and Death Secret Realm." The system said, "The introduction did not mention experience points. It should be a place focused on getting equipment. I don't have that many reputation points. Otherwise, I would have bought it." During this period of time, the disciples did missions and accumulated a lot of contribution points for Jun Changshao. However, the system had long collapsed. Except for the annual card and the refresh times, it was almost the same number. So if he wanted to buy good things, he had to rely on reputation points. Unfortunately, during this period of time, he only had 5,000 reputation points. Keep it. The system said, "Buy it when you have it." Then won't it be stuck? Jun Changshao still wanted to refresh the Talisman of Insight. The system said, "The refresh rate of the secret realm is not high. Moreover, it is a supreme item. The host is advised to save it to avoid any regret." Okay. Jun Changshao returned to the store page and continued to look at the follow-up items. At this time, he found another item called Independent Battlefield. He clicked on the introduction. That's right. It was the former Xianyuan domain. Good lord. Jun Changshao said, the store really steals everything. He took a glance and said in surprise, 100,000 reputation points? After coming to the upper realm, Jun Changshao also bought reputation points. Most of them were around a few thousand. The Sky Secret Realm that had just appeared was the most expensive. He did not expect the price to be 10 times higher in the Xianyuan domain. What did this mean? That's right. He inherited it without spending a single cent. It was a huge profit. Mountain. Jun Chang smiled and said, You've saved me a lot of money. When the Independent Battlefield appeared in the store, it really showed the importance of the Koirin Mountain. There were no more good items below, so Jun Changshao took back the store and went to the space-time secret realm with the 9 dragons split palm. Since it could not be refreshed, he could only rely on himself. After entering the space-time secret realm, Jun Changshao turned his back to the camera and said, If I don't understand this martial art, I won't step out of the back mountain. The system said, You can finish sprinkling flowers in advance. Time flew by and time passed quickly. Senior brother. Su Xiaomo asked, Patriarch hasn't come out yet? No. Li Qingyang shook his head. We've been going back and forth for 2 months. What exactly is the sect master trying to comprehend? Su Xiaomo was very puzzled. Li Qingyang said, It should be a profound martial art. Sigh. Xiao Ziji came out from the back mountain, holding a pile of hair in his hand and said, Patriarch is bald again. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomo were not surprised. In their view, as long as Patriarch was focused on something, it was like a wildfire that could not be burned. The hair that grew again in the spring wind would definitely fall off. He Wudi, who was standing in the distance and listening to their conversation, thought, although these 2 martial arts are not the best, it would take at least a few hundred years to master them. Patriarch, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter came from the back mountain. He's out. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others hurried over. As soon as they entered the back mountain, they saw Patriarch standing outside the space-time secret realm with his hands on his waist, laughing. Because of the sunlight, his head was shining brightly. Could it be, he Wudi, who heard the news, was shocked? He comprehended it. Shua. At this moment, Jun Changshao opened his legs and put his hands in front of his chest, quickly forming a seal. The surrounding heaven and earth attributes were immediately mobilized, forming a spectacular scene. This is Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's hair was messed up by the wind. Their eyes flashed with shock. Junior brother He's martial art. Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu. Roar! Roar! As Jun Changshao shouted the name of the martial art, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes gathered and turned into 9 dragon beasts, rushing toward the 9 mountains in the distance. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The mountains cracked, and heaven and earth lost their color. He Wudi roared, What the hell is Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu? Chapter 1743. In just 2 months, Jun Changshao had comprehended the 9 dragons split palm with his own efforts. Although he was only at the beginning, it was undeniable that without the help of props, his talent and comprehension were still very strong, worthy of the title of martial arts master. How long has it been? He Wudi was shocked. Unbelievable! Thinking back to the time when he cultivated the 9 dragons split palm, he had spent hundreds of years. Sigh. As expected of the successor of the sect founded by Senior Qishuan. At that moment, as the leader of the trio, He Wudi's admiration for Jun Changshao was like a torrential river. Patriarch. Su Xiaomo rubbed his hands and said, Can we cultivate such a powerful martial art? Of course. Jun Changshao said, Everyone has a copy. Hearing that his secret manual was defined as a public martial art, He Wudi puffed out his chest and showed a proud expression. On the same day, Jun Changshao made more than 100,000 copies of the 9 Dragons Split Palm and sent them to the disciples one by one. This kind of high-level martial art from the land of eternal life was a bit crazy for everyone in the sect of all times to have a copy. However, whether they could cultivate it or not depended on themselves. Creak. Yi Xingchen leaned against the door and looked down at the 9 Dragons Split Palm in his hand. He looked more and more excited. He had seen He Wudi use it with his own eyes and saw him kill a powerful boss in seconds, so he was naturally fascinated by this kind of martial art. Knight Emperor was very proud. He never thought that his talent was weaker than He Wudi's. The reason why the other party could be so strong must be because of the martial art. Indeed, in their current realm, both of them were at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. If they had to compete, they could only start with martial arts and equipment. No. Yi Xingchen began to comprehend the 9 Dragons Split Palm and soon found that this martial art was completely different from the ones he had come into contact with before. It was even extremely mysterious and unpredictable. It was difficult. It was also challenging. Knight Emperor's eyes burned. He liked challenges. He liked excitement. However, when he walked out of his room at dawn, he looked up at the sky and roared helplessly in his heart, "It's too difficult." The fact that Jun Changshao had spent more than 2 months comprehending the 9 Dragons Split Palm was enough to show how difficult it was to cultivate. Furthermore, the disciples had never used the Insight Talisman before, so, in the next few days, one after another, he saw Li Qingyang and the others pass by listlessly, as if they had lost their souls. They had been trying to comprehend the 9 Dragons Splitting Palm all this time. They had been trying to comprehend it until they had a splitting headache, but they still hadn't gained anything. That was how they ended up like this. In short, it was too taxing on the mind and body. Patriarch, He Wudi said, although the nature of heaven and earth in the eternal world can drive the 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, it can't be perfectly matched. It's extremely difficult to cultivate. I hope you can remind your fellow disciples to act according to their ability and not waste too much time on things that are impossible. Invincible, Jun Changshao said meaningfully. The more impossible something is, the more we have to overcome it. This is the spirit of the sect of all times. That's right. The 9 Dragons Splitting Palm was difficult. But if one chose to give up because of this reason, it would only lead to laziness. Martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Jun Changshao said. He Wudi said, Patriarch is right. He also began to reflect on himself. Because he had joined the sect of all times, he had a variety of resources and gradually developed the mentality of stretching out his hand and opening his mouth. This was absolutely not desirable. It was very difficult for the disciples to cultivate the 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, but no one chose to give up. They were still working hard to the point that they even forgot to eat and sleep. Of course, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, so they had plenty of time to comprehend. Most of the inner and outer disciples did not forget to cultivate other martial arts to improve their realm while comprehending the 9 Dragons Splitting Palm. To be exact, He Wudi's worries were unnecessary. The self-discipline of his fellow disciples was far stronger than he imagined. Jun Changshao would also teach Wu Tang when he was free. He would use his own cultivation experience to explain their doubt. It could be said that this was the first time a sect master taught his disciples without relying on the talisman of insight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, O tireless teaching. The reward is 50 contribution points. After a few days of teaching Wu Tang, a notification sounded in his ears. Only 50 contribution points? Jun Changshao was speechless. The system sharply complained. This is obviously the early stage of the mission. It's almost the end of the mission. Shouldn't the host reflect on it? Under Jun Changshao's guidance, many disciples benefited a lot. Although they could not immediately comprehend the 9 dragons splitting palm, at least they could avoid many detours and pave the way for the whole nation to have success in cultivation in the future. Of course, there was another martial art, heaven and earth transformation. Jun Changshao sat in the study and flipped to the first page of the secret manual. Seeing the description, if one mastered this skill, heaven and earth could be transformed into nothing, he said in shock. So terrifying? After all, it comes from a higher level of martial arts. The system said, take the host's heaven crossing palm for example. In the lower realm, it would be a godly skill that could destroy heaven and earth. That makes sense. Jun Changshao said, I really hope to enter the land of eternal life and see how strong the martial artists there are. He was the patriarch of the sect of all times and also a martial artist. Naturally, he yearned for a higher level of enlightenment. Work hard. Good luck. It's too difficult. A few days later, Jun Changshao lay on his bed, despair appearing on his face. 9 dragons splitting palm was already very difficult, but heaven and earth transformation was even more difficult. He had not comprehended a single bit of it until now. It was as if he was reading a wordless heavenly book. Forget it, forget it. Jun Changshao kept the secret manual and said, let's hurry on our way. The system was speechless. The path of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. That was said for the disciples to hear. When it comes to him, he gives up as soon as he encounters a setback. Jun Changshao did not share heaven and earth transformation with the disciples because they were currently focused on studying the 9 dragons splitting palm. There was no time to cultivate another profound martial art. Only 2 days away from the mountain and sea realm. Jun Changshao's face lit up with a smile when he heard the system notification. Brother is coming for you. After meeting, we won't go home until we're drunk. Whoosh! Eternal shuttled through the universe. In the area it was heading towards, a large plane gradually appeared in their field of vision. According to the map, this was the mountain and sea realm. Jun Changshao stood in the cockpit and put his hand to his ear. After listening for a while, he said, I hear my brother calling me. The system said, the explosive man is about to arrive. Whoosh! Eternal suddenly accelerated and dragged the scorching light into the mountain and sea realm. Finally, it floated in the sky. Brother! I'm coming! Whoosh! At that moment, a saber light suddenly shot out from below and pierced through the hull at an extremely fast speed. Crack! Jun Changshao hurriedly looked down and found that a small crack had appeared on the floor. Then, it spread endlessly to the left and right and began to crack. He held his head and collapsed. My ship! Crack, crack, crack! Eternal was split into two and started to fall freely. Humph! Gu Tianxing floated in the air, the wood-cutting axe in his right hand glowing. He said with a cold gaze, You people from the star spirit world actually dare to harass us. Chapter 1744. Mountain Sea Realm. The wreckage of Eternal was scattered in the wilderness, and occasionally, green smoke would float up. After spending so much time and effort to come to the world of his brother's reincarnation, it was cut down by his father right away. This made Jun Changshao kneel on the ground, holding his chest and crying, My ship, why did you die so miserably? Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing, who was sitting beside him, said awkwardly, Why didn't you tell me in advance? Eternal was actually a repaired Star Spirit World battleship, so its appearance didn't change much, making him think that it was an invasion. Uncle, I wanted to say that too. But your axe was too fast, not giving me a chance at all. It's not a big problem. At this time, the Taishan old man standing in front of the wreckage transmitted his voice. It can still be repaired, but it needs time. Uncle Gu was amazing. His axe went down in a clean and swift manner. Although the battleship was broken in half, it wasn't heavily damaged internally, which meant that Eternal could still be saved. Shangguan Xinyao walked to the broken part of the battleship and said, "What's this?" In between the iron plates, there was a very unassuming crystal. It occasionally trembled like a small heart. Strange. The Taishan old man walked over and studied it. Why is there such a thing? The crystal didn't belong to the battleship formation system and was completely independent. If not for the naked eye, even spiritual sense wouldn't be able to find it. Could it be, the Taishan old man guessed, some device that reveals the location of the battleship? That's right. Gu Tianxing appeared in front of him and dug out the crystal. This thing is called space shaking stone. It can produce a kind of energy wave that will return to the mother stone no matter how far away it is. So, you are being monitored. When Jun Changshao heard this, he immediately laughed. He was still guessing whether or not the star spirit world found them because of a tracking device. Today the case was finally solved. Damn. The system said, it was originally a bad thing, but it suddenly became a good thing. Little Shirbai and I are happy. The tracker that had been hidden in Eternal's metal plate was immediately exposed after Gu Tianxing cut it open. It was such a coincidence. Jun Changshao gently crushed the void-quaking stone and sneered, "How are you going to find him?" Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing asked, "What brings you here to the mountain and sea realm?" Jun Changshao hurriedly said with a straight face, "Senior Gu, you saved my upper realm from disaster. After much consideration, I've decided to pay you a visit to express my gratitude and respect." He would not say that he was looking for Gu Zhaoxi, for fear of exposing his brother's reincarnation. But in reality, Gu Tianxing already knew about it. He and his wife wouldn't care that Gu Zhaoxi had the spirit of reincarnation and that reincarnation was like cheating, because all of this was predestined, because he was their son. Ai. Gu Tianxing sighed and said, "If my son didn't run away from home, I would definitely receive Jun Patriarch well." "What?" Jun Changshao said in shock. "My brother ran away from home? Your brother?" Realizing that he had said too much, Jun Changshao hurriedly explained, "I see Senior as my uncle, so your son is my brother." What a beautiful way to put it! Ai. Gu Tianxing didn't think too much and sighed again, saying, "Unfortunately, your brother is too insensible. He ran away from home before he even grew up." "Why?" Jun Changshao asked. With his understanding of Gu Zhaoxi, with such strong parents, why would he run away from home? Could it be that he went to find him? "Brother, you've moved me," Gu Tianxing said. "I don't like my fiancé." Jun Changshao fell silent. At this time, if Gu Zhaoxi was here, he would definitely reprimand him as a brother. "You don't even like the daughter of the Realm Lord? Why don't you go to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" Speaking of his son, Gu Tianxing seemed to have turned into a bitter old man. He grumbled, "His parents are the most handsome man and the most beautiful woman in the mountain and sea realm. How are they not good enough for him?" "Uncle Gu, please calm down." Jun Changshao consoled. "After all, your brother is still young." Although he didn't approve of Gu Zhaoxi running away from home, he was still his brother, so he had to speak up for him. Ai. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "Poor parents." "Uncle," Jun Changshao said, "then hurry up and find your brother." From Senior Gu to Uncle Gu, their relationship was getting closer. "That little brat stole an energy-concealing pill that I refined. It's not easy to find it in the mountain and sea realm," Gu Tianxing said. Jun Changshao was stunned. To be able to render Senior Gu helpless with just a single pill, this was definitely very impressive. If the medicine hall could refine it, ding! Side quest activated. A quest. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the quest panel and clicked on the description. The content was, "Help Gu Tianxing find his son who ran away from home, incomplete." This was a quest. It was definitely a freebie quest. Jun Changshao had traveled thousands of miles to the mountain and sea realm to reunite with his brother, so finding Gu Tianxing was only natural. "HM? There's a note." Unlike the previous side quests, there was a note at the end of the description. The content was: upon completion, the reward was the energy-concealing pill formula X1. Jun Changshao was stunned for a second, then quickly covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. This was really what he wanted to get. Uncle. Jun Changshao said solemnly, I'm here to help you find your brother. This, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he said that, 100,000 disciples of the sect of all times, 1,000,000 devil army, and tens of thousands of Diablo appeared. Swoosh. Jun Changshao stood up and said, No matter how big the mountain and sea realm is, I will definitely find my brother. If it were anyone else, they might be surprised by the sudden appearance of so many martial artists, but Gu Tianxing was different. After all, he was one of the strongest in the upper universe, and he was in a hurry to find his son, so he cupped his hands and said, Sorry to trouble you, Jun Patriarch. The energy-concealing pill could hide all auras. Finding it by himself was like finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, more people became more important. Disciples, listen up. Jun Changshao said loudly, Search every inch of the way. We must find Senior Gu's son. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, except for the old man Taishian and his formation team, the other disciples of the sect of all times quickly flew in different directions. Uncle. Jun Changshao said weakly, What's the energy-concealing pill? Speaking of the pill, Gu Tianxing said proudly, This is a magical formula that I have spent thousands of years researching. Anyone who takes it will not reveal any aura. It can be said to be deceiving everyone. Jun Changshao was silent. So the energy-concealing pill formula was developed by him. If I complete the mission, wouldn't it be the same as stealing from my brother's father? No. How could I, Jun Changshao, do something that goes against justice? Chapter 1745. Shua! Shua! In the depths of the forest, a figure darted out, dodging all kinds of fierce beasts, and landed in front of a lake. It was a pink and tender boy, about 5 or 6 years old. That's right. It was Gu Zhaoxi, who had run away from home. Logically speaking, he should have retained most of his memories from his previous life, so how could he do such a childish thing? You guys don't know. Gu Zhaoxi looked at the camera and said painfully, My fiancé looks so scary. Every time he thought of the first time he met the Realm Lord's daughter, every time he thought of her appearance, his scalp felt like it was about to explode, and his spine was drenched in cold sweat. For his future happiness, he had to reject this marriage. However, his father would definitely not agree because of their friendship, so he could only slip away early. Running away from home was what Gu Tianxing defined. In fact, Gu Zhaoxi's behavior was completely considered running away from marriage, although he was still underage and running away a little early. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a bowl of spring water, he sat cross-legged on a rock and began to breathe. Although he was at the stage of running away from home, he naturally could not relax in his cultivation. Gu Zhaoxi was now mainly cultivating martial arts, such as the Major Thousand Shadows art and the Heaven Crossing palm print. Because he had studied them in the sect in his previous life, he was already familiar with them at a young age. Voila! At this moment, the sound of water could be heard. Gu Zhaoxi opened his eyes and looked back. He saw someone jumping into the lake to take a bath. It was summer in the mountain and sea realm, so it was normal to take a shower, but the person taking a bath was actually a woman. Although she was wearing clothes after entering the water, it was really this woman was about 17 or 18 years old, and her golden hair floated on the water. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and bright eyes. There was a hint of enchantment. Gu Zhaoxi, who had reincarnated countless times, could remain absolutely calm. After all, it was not like he had never seen a beauty before. However, he could not help but think to himself, She's dozens of times prettier than my fiancé. No, tens of thousands of times. How ugly was this? That was why there was such a big difference. The blonde beauty seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the bushes in the distance. Her gaze met with Gu Zhaoxi's. Look at me. I'm looking at you. The scene seemed to freeze. You. The golden-haired woman frowned and said, Are you peeking at me bathing? What a joke. Am I Gu Zhaoxi, that kind of person? Although she thought so in her heart, she still tried to put on a harmless smile and said innocently, Sister, I'm just passing by. It had to be said that Gu Zhaoxi's childlike appearance could help him resolve a lot of problems. At least at this time, people wouldn't think that he was a voyeur. After all, who could look like a child? Hua! The blonde woman flew out of the lake. The towel on the shore came to her uninvited and quickly wrapped around her body. Barefoot and wet hair, she landed in front of Gua. She put a small dagger on his neck and said coldly, You're so young and you've already learned bad things. What will happen when you grow up? Sister, Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, I came first. You came later. That's not important. What's important is that you saw something you shouldn't see. As a punishment the blonde woman's killing intent appeared and she said, Must die. What can I see when you're bathing and wearing clothes? Although Gu Zhaoxi wanted to roar, he still calmed down and said, Can you be reasonable? I am reasonable. The blonde woman put the dagger closer and said, Remember, after reincarnation, don't peek at women bathing. Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. In all honesty, I just came out to drink water. It was you who jumped into the lake to take a bath. How can you blame me? Alas! This woman was unreasonable. Swish! Suddenly, Gu Zhaoxi hit the dagger away with his right hand and ran out like a rabbit. When he was hundreds of feet away, he turned back and shouted, Who would peek at an ugly woman bathing? The blonde woman said angrily, Little bastard, you're courting death. Ugly woman, ugly woman. Gu Zhaoxi shouted as he ran. In fact, he could easily avoid the blonde woman from the beginning. However, in order to avoid alerting the nearby beasts, he planned to use the identity of a child to fool around. Since it didn't work, he could only rely on his strength. Roar! Roar! Sure enough, the nearby beasts noticed and roared. Xiao! At this moment, the blonde woman chased from behind. Before she arrived, her killing intent arrived first. This was exactly what Gu Zhaoxi wanted. After all, there were so many beasts. They would definitely surround her, which would be beneficial for him to escape. Wait a minute. Why were the beasts all staring at him and not at her? Swish! Swish! At this time, dozens of huge beasts came from the left and right. They were like small mountains blocking the way. Jie! Helplessly, he braked. Little bastard! The blonde woman flew over and landed on a snow-white lion. She smiled, revealing 2 sharp teeth, and said, Why aren't you running? Gu Zhaoxi frowned and said, You're not human. The blonde woman was amused by him and said, In a world dominated by beasts, humans are rare. Since you're not human, why do you care about being peeped at bathing? As Gu Zhaoxi spoke, he scanned his surroundings and realized that he was surrounded by demon beasts. There was no way out for him. The blonde woman said coldly, You human women value reputation. Why can't I value it? These words made Gu Zhaoxi speechless. Today, the blonde woman said, No one can save you. You must prove my innocence with your death. Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched. What did I do to you? I have to prove my innocence. Fine. Gu Zhaoxi sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a small wooden token, saying, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. You forced me. Heavenly Star token? The blonde woman said with a serious look, Who are you to Gu Tianxing? Gu Zhaoxi said proudly, His son. With such an awesome father, it was natural for him to be firm in his words. After hearing the word son, the blonde woman's eyes had a trace of resentment and anger and said, So you're Gu Tianxing's son. Gu Zhaoxi caught the slightly complicated emotions in her eyes and said in his heart, It's over. This woman may have an unclear relationship with father. If I take the initiative to reveal my identity, I'm afraid it will backfire. Go ahead. The blonde woman said, let the Gu couple come. Gu Zhaoxi hesitated. If he just called his father, it wouldn't be a big problem. But if he called his mother, it would definitely make his father cry. No. I can't let my mother know about my father's emotional problems outside, or the problem will be serious. Gu Zhaoxi put the heavenly star token into the space ring and said, You're not my wife. Why should I do as you say? You won't? The blonde woman flew up from the lion beast, the dagger in her hand flashing with cold light, and said, Then die. Gu Zhaoxi wouldn't wait for death. Just as he was about to turn and run, he suddenly found a stream of light flashing from the distant sky, and then landed in front of him with a boom. An emotional voice came from the dusty area, Brother, I'm here. A lifetime. What was there to cherish? A vagrant, no extravagant love. In this life, we'll be brothers in this life. No afterlife, I'll think of you in the afterlife. Drifting river, every night, it's raining, I think of you. The song Ren Xianqi's brother, echoed in the sky, and the brotherly feelings after a long separation instantly burned to the peak. Chapter 1746. Accompanied by the sound of BMG, Jun Changshao appeared in front of Gu Zhaoxi. As for the blonde woman who rushed over, she was also sent flying and looked at him with a fearful gaze. This person. His strength was extraordinary. Seeing the appearance of the person through the layers of dust, Gu Zhaoxi said in surprise, Jun Patriarch? When Jun Changshao heard this, his heart ached. The two of them had met before, and it was no problem to call him Jun Patriarch. But now that they knew that he was reincarnated, they seemed a little distant. It's my fault. I didn't protect my brother well and let him die in the line of duty. This kind of thing. It would never happen again in the future. Clang! Jun Changshao took out the immortal sword and said with a cold gaze, Who dares to touch my brother? In just 6 words, the emotions were exaggerated to the extreme. At this moment, not to mention a woman, even if the gods and demons dared to touch Gu Zhaoxi, Jun Changshao would kill gods and demons. Brother. It was not just words. So strange. Gu Zhaoxi thought to himself, Why am I so excited? When Jun Changshao appeared and called him brother, his blood boiled and his emotions soared, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. Your brother peeked at me bathing. The blonde woman said coldly, As his brother, what do you say? When Jun Changshao, who was quite serious, heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. My brother actually has this hobby? Bullshit. Gu Zhaoxi roared, I didn't peek at you bathing. I believe in my brother. Jun Chang smiled and said, He'll only look openly, he won't peek. That's right. Gu Zhaoxi proudly puffed out his chest and said, I, Gu Zhaoxi, am upright and do not do sneaky things. Wait, what did he mean by openly looking? Gu Zhaoxi finally came around and roared, I didn't look at her at all, she jumped down herself. You finally admit it? The golden-haired woman sneered. Gu Tianxing is also a famous expert. I didn't expect him to give birth to such a shameless son. Gu Zhaoxi said angrily, You can humiliate my father, but you can't humiliate me. Jun Changshao felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Cut the crap. The golden-haired woman raised her hand and said, Both of you must die. Roar. Roar! The hundreds of demon beasts in the vicinity seemed to have received an order. They instantly pounced towards Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi. The air was filled with a baleful aura. Brother, don't be afraid. Jun Changshao stood in front of Gu Zhaoxi and said, Big brother is here. To him, these demonic beasts were not worth mentioning and could be easily killed. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, another roar came from afar. Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi subconsciously looked back, and their expressions froze. In their field of vision, huge birds swarmed over from the sky. There were eagles, condors, dragons, and pigs. There were so many of them. It was just that there were so many of them, but they were all extremely powerful. With a slight spread of his spiritual senses, he could clearly sense that there were more than 5,000 of them that were comparable to the upper-level truth-seeking realm, and there was no lack of half-step heavenly secrets realm experts. Not good. Jun Changshao frowned. Humph. The golden-haired woman crossed her arms and sneered. No one in the world can save you now. From the other party's calm expression, Jun Changshao understood that the demonic beasts that suddenly attacked must be on her side. Brother, how did he get into so much trouble at such a young age? Let's go. Jun Changshao hugged Gu Zhaoxi and rushed through the demonic beasts that pounced on them. Roar! At this moment, a giant eagle that was larger than a mountain flew over from the sky, its sharp claws seemingly shattering the void. Boom! Jun Changshao repelled it with his true spirit power and immediately chose to take a detour. However, just as he was about to turn around, a pig beast that was flying with its ears opened its mouth and sneezed. Smelly saliva splashed over like a fairy scattering flowers. So disgusting! Buzz! Jun Changshao hurriedly formed a defensive barrier in front of him. Bang! 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 The saliva was like a cannonball, causing a huge impact. This also forced Go Xing to land with Gu Zhaoxi in his arms and choose another direction. He stopped where he was. It was impossible to run anymore, because at this moment, all kinds of strange giant demonic beasts gathered in the surroundings and even the sky. Just the powerful evil aura that erupted was enough to make people feel pressured. Mississippi, Jun Changshao put Gu Zhaoxi down and said amiably, "There must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive." From the bottom of his heart. Talk? Sure. The golden-haired woman said, "You peeked at me bathing. Destroy your eyes first." Jun Changshao frowned. Damn it! Gu Zhaoxi took out the heavenly star token and said angrily, "Don't push me too far." He thought that Jun Patriarch could save him, but it seemed that it was useless. He could only call his father. "What's this? After you crush it, you can summon my father. Then what are you waiting for? Crush it and call for reinforcements." The demonic beasts of the mountain and sea realm were powerful, especially with so many of them gathered. Jun Changshao was confident that he could escape, but he would have to pay a heavy price. If Senior Gu came, there would be no problem. Gu Zhaoxi also wanted to crush it. However, if this woman had something to do with his father, and his mother found out, wouldn't he be in trouble? Roar! Roar! At this time, a huge ape beast as white as snow walked over with earth-shattering steps. It grabbed a floating corpse koan and swallowed it. Then, it pounded its chest and evolved into a level 999 ancient bloodthirsty demon ape. Whoosh! The golden-haired woman landed on its head and said, "I'll give you to the count of 3. Either destroy your eyes or become the ape's food." Jun Changshao's eyes were solemn. This huge ape beast that was taller than a mountain was as strong as the 9 combined Dharma phases. The mountain and sea realm. Its level was very high. 1, 2. Just as the golden-haired woman was about to count to 3, Gu Zhaoxi raised the token high and shouted, "Father, I'm sorry." But the heavenly star token was instantly crushed. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a gust of wind erupted on the spot, and billowing airwaves spread out like turbulent waves. Jun Changshao's eyes widened because Gu Tianxing stood in the airwave area with his hands behind his back like an otherworldly expert. Damn! Reinforcements came too fast. My son. Gu Tianxing's eyes were cold. What's the matter? The heavenly star token was the life-saving trump card he gave to his son. Now that he suddenly crushed it to summon him, he must be in big trouble. Father. Gu Zhaoxi pointed at the golden-haired woman and said angrily, "She wants to kill me." "Kill my son? You're courting death." Gu Tianxing, who looked like an honest man, was instantly enraged. Then, he looked in the direction he was pointing and saw the golden-haired woman. His expression froze. Sure enough, father knows her. Swish. The sound of wind breaking came from the sky, and Mother Gu rushed over. She could also sense that her son had crushed the heavenly star token. It's over. Damn it. Just as Gu Zhaoxi was about to collapse, the golden-haired woman jumped down from the ape beast and bowed like a lady from a noble family. Greetings, uncle and auntie. As she spoke, she secretly glared at Gu Zhaoxi. That resentful look seemed to be saying, "You really crushed the heavenly star token, child." Mother Gu smiled. "Why are you here?" Gu Zhaoxi was stunned. The plot that appeared at this moment was completely different from what he had imagined. "Father," Gu Zhaoxi whispered, "you and mother know her." "Nonsense," Gu Tianxing said. "How can I not know my future daughter-in-law?" "Huh!" Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened and his mouth opened. The one who collapsed the most was Jun Changshao. After all this fuss, it turned out that she was his brother's fiancée. Was it fun to play love and hate here? Or were they deliberately teasing him? "Uncle. Auntie. Brother." Goxing cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Swish. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1747. Gu Zhaoxi did not expect the blonde woman to be his fiancée. No, she was not like this. She was not that beautiful. Gu Zhaoxi did not care about a woman's appearance, but he still had his basic aesthetic standards. Compared to his fiancée, the blonde beauty was a devastatingly beautiful angel, while the other was a broken-winged angel with her face on the ground. "What?" Gu Tianxing said. "You don't know her?" "I've seen her before. How can I not know her?" Mrs. Gu rolled her eyes at her husband. Gu Zhaoxi howled in his heart. This is definitely not what I saw. Wait. She was a demon. Could it be that her original body was an ugly monster, and she transformed into a human to make herself beautiful? Thinking of this, Gu Zhaoxi looked at the blonde woman. It was as if he saw a threatening look through her beautiful appearance, and he could not help but shudder. If his father insisted on arranging a wife for him, as long as her appearance was passable, he would reluctantly accept it. However, he would rather die alone for a plastic surgery freak like her. Tsk tisk. Jun Changshao squatted in the distance and said, "My brother is blessed. Powerful parents. Beautiful wife. He was a winner in life." Wait. Jun Changshao suddenly thought of something and said, "Brother, aren't you blessed today because of me, your big brother?" The system was speechless. The host is starting to flatter himself again. Brother sacrificed himself for righteousness. Not only did he get the title of Great Hero in the upper realm, but he also reincarnated with parents' love and a beautiful fiancée. "Don't tell me it has nothing to do with me?" Jun Changshao said. The system was speechless. It could only ask the readers outside for help. Readers, flame him. Gu Zhaoxi's encounter with good parents was indeed related to Jun Changshao. However, the reason was that he sacrificed himself for righteousness and saved the upper realm from disaster, or he received merit from the dark, so he was reincarnated into a good family. In layman's terms, good people will be rewarded. More seriously, those who were cheated by Goxing would be too miserable if they did not receive some compensation. Ding. Side quest completed. Reward, 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 6,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. The reward is the Qi Concealing Pill Formula X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Jun Changshao didn't care that the task was completed so easily. What he cared about was that the formula for the concealing Qi pill was stolen by the system. What to do? Should I return it to its rightful owner? No. If she suddenly took it out, Uncle Gu would definitely be suspicious. Should he find an opportunity to pretend that he had accidentally picked it up while walking? Ding. It has been detected that the host has obtained the qi concealing pill formula, automatically matched to the elixir pavilion. Jun Changxiao's expression stiffened. After a while, he howled in his heart, I can't forcefully cancel the mission, and the recipe is automatically matched. It's really not my fault. Schwa. He opened the medicine pavilion and browsed through the new formula. This is too miraculous. In front of the lake, the golden-haired woman held a leaf in her hand and said, I know you're confused. Gu Zhaoxi, who was standing behind her, said, Actually, this kind of thing is about mutual affection. I have never met this girl before. If we insist on being together, I'm afraid it will lead to an irreparable mistake. He would never be confused by the beautiful woman in front of him, because his body was so ugly that he couldn't bear to look at her directly. The golden-haired woman turned around, crushed the leaf in her hand, and said hatefully, Are you despising me? No, no, no. Gu Zhaoxi said, I, Schwa. The golden-haired woman suddenly rushed over, grabbed his collar and said, If you weren't Gu Tianxing's son, just by peeping at me bathing, you would have already died without a burial place. Very fierce. Just like a hag. Hey hey. Gu Zhaoxi collapsed and said, Don't be unreasonable, you obviously jumped down yourself. Humph. The golden-haired woman let go of him and said proudly, For the sake of my fiancé, I'll spare you today. Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. There are no feelings between us. Do you really plan to marry me? Don't you humans talk about the orders of your parents and the words of the matchmaker? The golden-haired woman said, The marriage contract was arranged by them, of course I have to abide by it. But, no buts. Your husband, my wife, no one can change it. Gu Zhaoxi was silent. Although his father lived in seclusion in the mountains, he still cared about his fate. Since he had made an agreement with the realm master, if his son didn't comply, he would probably be punished by the family law. This could be considered an arranged marriage. However, the wife was as beautiful as a flower, and the father-in-law was the realm master. If it was Xiao Duo, he would be more than happy. Of course. The golden-haired woman said, I don't like you either. Then why don't we break up? Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly said. Break up? The golden-haired woman said, My father won't agree, and neither will your father. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. So, the golden-haired woman walked over and said in a low voice, Why don't we escape from the mountain and see realm together and live in a place where no one can find us? Then we can get married and have children and live a peaceful life. Good idea. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes lit up. However, when he carefully considered the woman's words, he immediately roared, This is not running away from marriage, this is elopement. Shh. The golden-haired woman said, Don't let uncle and auntie hear this. Gu Zhaoxi almost fell. In the distance, Mrs. Gu looked at her son and said with a smile, Husband, look at how happy they are chatting. In my opinion, why don't we discuss it with the in-laws and quickly settle the marriage? Gu Tianxing was a little proud because this marriage was his decision. Now that his wife was satisfied, he could finally raise his head at home. Okay. Mrs. Gu had no objections. At first, she was quite opposed. After all, the two of them had never met before. Now that they were in love and chatting happily, she naturally agreed. Uncle, auntie. The golden-haired woman walked over and bowed. Father said that I can only go out for 4 hours a day. I have to go back now so that they won't be worried. This was a stark contrast to the image of a hag just now. Gu Zhaoxi muttered in his heart, Her acting is better than mine. I have to admit defeat. Go back, Mrs. Gu said with a smile. The more she looked at her future daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. It's over. Gu Zhaoxi thought. Mother has been deceived by her. Uncle, auntie. Goodbye. The golden-haired woman looked back at Gu Zhaoxi and transmitted her voice. The me you saw just now was just a random substitute. Gu Zhaoxi cursed in his heart. Crazy! After you've made up your mind, come find me at Calm Heart Lake. The golden-haired woman jumped onto a dazzling eagle beast and flew away. Before she left, she didn't forget to wave at the Gu couple, acting very polite. Gu Zhaoxi really did consider it. Of course, he wouldn't consider escaping the mountain and sea realm with this woman, getting married, having children, and living a peaceful life. Instead, he considered using this opportunity to get rid of her. He couldn't change his fate here, but it would be different if he left. The problem was, how could he leave? Suddenly, Gu Zhaoxi turned his head and looked at Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the distance. His eyes flashed with joy. At the same time, Guo Xing also looked over. Because he didn't know what was going on, a silly smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1748. The place where the Gu couple lived in seclusion. Jun Changshao sat in a small pavilion and sipped tea. Occasionally, he would look at the beautiful scenery in the distance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "How comfortable this is." In order to develop the sect, he was busy all day and dared not relax at all. He really hoped that one day, he could say goodbye to the martial arts world and live a carefree life. "Don't worry," the system said, "wait for the finale." F***ck. Jun Changshao cursed and continued to taste the tea. At the same time, he opened the elixir pavilion and carefully read the materials needed to refine the qi-concealing pill. There weren't many of them, only 5 of them. However, the jade cloud sacred fruit and the rippling water flower were obviously not low-level. If he wanted to find them, Jun Changshao's vision stopped at a medicinal field in the distance. There were many medicinal herbs planted in it, and they were of different type. Gu Tianxing sat down and smiled. "Jun Patriarch also knows about medicinal herbs?" Jun Changshao said, "I know a little about ordinary medicinal herbs, but I don't know anything about those planted by Senior." "Ha!" Gu Tianxing laughed and said, "These medicinal herbs that I planted, let alone Jun Patriarch, probably not many people in the entire upper universe know about them." Jun Changshao asked in surprise, "Could it be a heavenly treasure that can only be found by chance?" Gu Tianxing seemed to be interested and deliberately showed off. He pointed to a medicinal herb and said, "This is the jade cloud sacred fruit. It takes 10,000 years to germinate, 10,000 years to bloom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit." F***ck. Jun Changshao's eyes widened. He was shocked not because the jade cloud sacred fruit's growth cycle was too slow, but because it happened to be the missing medicinal herb. And this rippling water flower. Gu Tianxing pointed to another medicinal herb and said proudly, "This thing grows in an extremely harsh environment. I spent a lot of effort to transplant it here." Next, he introduced the other medicinal herbs. Without exception, they were all materials for refining the qi-concealing pill. Just a moment ago, he was still fretting over the medicinal herbs. Who would have thought that they would be right in front of him? Of course, this was a medicinal herb that Senior Gu had painstakingly cultivated, so he definitely wouldn't take it away. "Uncle," Jun Changshao asked, "do you have any seeds?" "What is it?" Gu Tianxing smiled and said, "Are you interested in my herbs? I want to get some seeds to plant in the sect." Jun Changshao said. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "The conditions for these herbs to grow are too harsh. Even if I gave you the seeds, you wouldn't be able to grow them." "All right." Jun Changshao gave up on planting. Actually, the entire sect had the hidden cultivation technique, so there was no point in refining the qi-concealing pill. Gu Tianxing said, "When Jun Patriarch first arrived in the mountain and sea realm, he summoned so many disciples out of thin air. I'm guessing he must have some sort of magical item that can contain living beings." Don't worry, I won't snatch it." Jun Changshao agreed, because with his strength, it would be easy for him to snatch it. "To tell you the truth, Senior, the ancestors of the sect left behind a treasure called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It can contain living beings." He wouldn't say that he had inherited the eternal world. After all, it would be too shocking. No wonder. Gu Tianxing said. June Patriarch, magical items that can contain living beings are rare in the entire upper universe. Don't tell anyone, or else, swish. His right hand suddenly reached out and grabbed June Changshao. His movement wasn't too fast, but at least it was noticeable. However, June Changshao sat in place and didn't move. He only stopped when the hand was 0.1 centimeters away from his throat. Why didn't you dodge? Because I'm not that kind of person. Ah. Gu Tianxing withdrew his hand and said with a smile, June Patriarch is really courageous. Your future is limitless. I'm flattered to be praised by Uncle. Although June Changshao looked calm, in fact, he almost went into the eternal world just now. Dad. At this time, Gu Zhaoxi ran over and said, Mom wants to talk to you. Okay. Gu Tianxing stood up and said, I'll excuse myself. Uncle, take care. After watching his father leave, Gu Zhaoxi sat down on the stool, holding his little chin and blinking his eyes. June Patriarch, how did you come here? If it were someone else, they might praise him for being cute, but June Changshao knew that he was reincarnated and might remember some memories of his previous life. So he said in his heart, It's not strange to pretend to be a child at all. I came here on a battleship. What about it? It was cut in two by your father. It's being repaired. How long will it take? Just, June Changshao said. Why do you ask this? Gu Zhaoxi propped himself up, leaned his head over, and said in a low voice, I want to go out with June Patriarch. June Changshao was delighted. Why did he come to the eternal world? Wasn't it just to reunite with his brothers and travel the universe hand in hand? At first, he was worried that the Gu couple would not let him go. Now that he offered to go with him, it was very wrong of Ruigud. But, Gu Zhaoxi said again, Don't let my parents know. June Changshao came to his senses and said in surprise, Are you going to run away from home again? No. Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, My fiancé wants to go out and see the world. As her future husband, I have to fulfill her wish. I didn't see it. My brother loves his wife very much. Okay. For his brother and sister-in-law. No matter what, he had to take them away and explore the wider universe. The host is courting death, the system said. Aren't you afraid that Gu Tianxing and the Mountain and Sea Realm Master will hunt you down? That's true. June Changshao fell silent. From what the blonde woman said, he could see that the Mountain and Sea Realm Master was very strict with his daughter. It should be no problem for him to take his brother away, but it might be troublesome to take her away. June Patriarch. Gu Zhaoxi seemed to understand his dilemma and said in a low voice, This is our decision. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry and take us away. It's decided. I'll tell my fiancé. Whoosh. He jumped down from the chair and left. June Changshao shook his head, then took a sip of tea and said to himself, I owed you too much in my previous life. Since I have the chance in this life, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I will help you fulfill your wish. Brother and sister-in-law. I, June Changshao, must take them away. Boom. At that moment, the thatched cottage in front of them suddenly collapsed, and Gu Tianxing flew out and landed on the ground. What's going on? June Changshao was stunned. Ta. Mrs. Gu strode out of the room and shouted, Tell me, did you exchange the qi-concealing pill formula for wine again? No, how could it be gone? I don't know, boom. Boom. Mrs. Gu rushed over and grabbed Gu Tianxing by the collar. She slammed him from left to right and then from right to left. The ground caved in, and the scene of domestic violence was extremely tragic. June Changshao was shocked. Wait, where did he go? Boom. Boom. June Changshao, who was hiding in front of the damaged battleship, heard the explosions and screams from afar. He said with shame, Uncle, I'm sorry. Chapter 1749. Uncle, are you okay? In the pagoda, June Changshao asked weakly. He felt very guilty. He stole the formula for the concealing chi pill because of the mission and caused Uncle Gu to suffer domestic violence. I'm fine. Although Gu Tianxing's head was swollen and his eyes were narrowed into slits, the aura of an otherworldly expert was still there. He said, I'm used to it. How desolate, how sad. Jun Changshao said to himself, I'll find a chance to secretly return the formula. The concealing chi pill had been automatically matched to the elixir pavilion. Of course, he had to return the formula to Uncle Gu. Otherwise, how could he raise his head at home in the future? Sigh. Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, During this time, whenever something is missing, it's my fault. Why am I so unlucky? What's missing? Jun Changshao asked. The heaven-crossing palm print, the Heart Illumination Sutra, the Thousand Shadows formula, these martial arts secret manuals are all gone. Gu Tianxing said as tears flowed down his cheeks. That's right. He liked to exchange martial arts for wine, but they were all unimportant or he got them from others. High-level martial arts were like family heirlooms. How could he be so foolish as to exchange them? Uncle's martial arts sound very strong. Jun Changshao took a sip of tea and looked calm on the surface. However, he exclaimed in his heart, the heaven-crossing palm print and the Thousand Shadows formula were stolen from Uncle? It can't be such a coincidence, right? The system said. It was such a coincidence. The few martial arts that the sect of all times mainly cultivated were all stolen from Gu Tianguo. It could be said that they only caught one to take advantage of the situation. But Gu Tianxing clenched his fists and said angrily, Catch the thief. I'll break his tendons and dislocate his bones, skin him and pull out his tendons. Gulp. Jun Changshao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cold sweat broke out on his back. Jun Patriarch? Gu Tianxing said, What's wrong with you? Jun Changshao put down the teacup and said, My stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. I'll take my leave first. After that, he got up and left. Stop! At this moment, Gu Tianxing suddenly shouted. Jun Changshao's scalp instantly exploded and his heartbeat quickened. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, Uncle, what's the matter? Pa. Gu Tianxing walked over, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, I heard about what happened yesterday from Goa. If Jun Patriarch hadn't come in advance, I'm afraid something would have happened. So, I'm very grateful. Jun Changshao almost cried. Uncle, if you want to thank me, then thank me. Why do you have to be so serious? Do you know that my little heart almost jumped out of my throat? Go. Gu Tianxing waved his hand. Jun Changshao hurriedly slipped away. Only when he reached the front of the battleship did he heave a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that scared me to death. The host didn't steal it, so why do you feel guilty? You still have the nerve to say that. The case was solved. The heaven-crossing palm print, illuminating heart sutra, and major kiliacosm shadow art were all stolen from Gu Tianxing. Jun Changshao himself couldn't stand this kind of behavior of catching a sheep and pulling its wool off it. He scolded the system for a few hours until his mouth was dry. Sigh. Li Qingyang and the others shook their heads. The patriarch's situation of scolding the heir was really a little confusing. Fine, fine. The system said, I was wrong. It was your fault to begin with. Jun Changshao roared, It has nothing to do with me. Completion of the Upper Realm Epic Mission 1 rewarded with Illuminating Heart Sutra and Heaven Crossing Palm Print. Completion of the side mission rewarded with Major Kiliacosm Shadow Art. Even the pill formula that he had just obtained was also due to the side mission. Looking at these 4 types, none of them were bought by Jun Changshao on his own initiative using contribution points or reputation points. So, logically speaking, he was indeed innocent. Could it be that the mission came and he didn't do it? He must have stolen it, that was undeniable. However, Jun Changshao didn't steal it on purpose. It was all the system's fault. I can't let Uncle Gu know that the sect of all times cultivates these martial arts, or else something big will happen. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard. Jun Changshao looked back and saw Yi Xingqian and He Wudi flying above the mountains, fighting fiercely. They're fighting again? Junior brother Yi really doesn't get tired of it. The disciples discussed. He Wudi's performance was very strong previously, causing Yi Xingqian to suffer a lot, so he often took the initiative to challenge him. Of course, it wasn't to determine who was better, but to learn from each other. The path of martial arts was to slowly grow through the constant exchange of blows with the strong. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing flew over from afar and looked at the two fighting in midair. He nodded and praised, "These disciples of yours are all good seedlings." He wasn't deliberately flattering them, but telling the truth. In fact, whether it was Yi Xingqian or He Wudi, their aptitudes and talents were very good. In the entire upper universe, they were top-notch. "They're far from your son," Jun Changshao said humbly. "Not true, not true," Gu Tianxing said. "Gua has been nurtured by all kinds of treasures since he was young, that's why he has his current aptitude. Your disciples don't have such a good foundation. It's really commendable that they can achieve what they have today." "Uncle, you flatter me." Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing asked, "Have you heard of the Universe Holy War?" "Universe Holy War?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Never heard of it. This is the highest standard martial arts competition in the upper universe. It's held once every 1,000 years. At that time, top geniuses from all the major dimensions will gather and compete for the title of the universe's #1 genius," Gu Tianxing said. Jun Changshao muttered, "Isn't it just the universe's version of dragon and tiger battle for hegemony?" Go Xing didn't care about this kind of competition between geniuses because his identity was patriarch, not a rising superstar who had to prove himself with strength. If it was a competition related to sex, then it was still worth serious consideration. "Your disciples' cultivation and aptitudes are not bad," Gu Tianxing said. "They can participate in the upcoming Universe Holy War. Maybe they can achieve good results and show the might of Art Song High faction." "I'll listen to you," Jun Changshao said. "Every galaxy will send geniuses?" "That's right," Gu Tianxing recalled and said. "Take the previous Universe Holy War. All the galaxies in the upper universe sent geniuses, and there were as many as 1,000,000 of them." "A million?" Jun Changshao's eyes widened. This number was terrifying. Every galaxy has tens of thousands of dimensions. Just sending a few people can form a huge scale. Gu Tianxing said, "I heard that the number of geniuses participating in the first Universe Holy War almost broke 10 million. Jun Changshao was a little dizzy. The number of geniuses was more than the sand of the Ganges. "That's not true," Gu Tianxing said. "I have plans to let my son participate in the Universe Holy War. Although he can't achieve good results, at least he can train. If he's lucky enough to enter the top 100, he can even receive the blessing of the universe's origin, which will help him break through to the Fate Realm." Origin of the universe? Jun Changshao was shocked again. If the origin of a plane was the energy of an entire plane, then wouldn't the origin of the universe be the energy of the entire universe? Heaven crossing palm print. At this moment, Yi Xingqian and He Wudi's fight reached its climax. Both of them used their martial arts, and dense palm prints gathered in the sky, forming a spectacular scene. Jun Changshao, who was still thinking about the origin of the universe, heard this and his hair fell off his head. He howled in his heart, "It's over." P.S. Selling melon seeds, cola, and popcorn in the front row. Chapter 1750. There was a type of pit called Father Pit. There was a type of pit called Dog Pit. Today, under Gu Tianxing's eyes, Yi Xingqian and He Wudi had pitted Go Xing. In fact, Jun Changshao had intended to stop them from fighting, but he had forgotten about it because they were talking about the universe sacred war. "That's right." Gu Tianxing nodded and said, Your two disciples' comprehension of the heaven-crossing palm print has already reached the point of perfection. They are indeed the younger generation." As he spoke, he stopped. As he spoke, he turned around. They. How could they know the heaven-crossing palm print? Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing waved his hand and caught Jun Changshao, who was bending over and trying to slip away. He said coldly, "What's the situation?" Good." Gu Tianxing pulled him in front of him and said angrily, "So you were the one who stole the secret manual." "Uncle." Jun Changshao hurriedly straightened his tongue and said, "I didn't steal it. How could your disciples?" Seeing his hesitation, Gu Tianxing lifted him up. Especially when he thought of the countless times he had suffered domestic violence because of the theft of the secret manual, anger rushed out of his head and he roared, "Brat, I'm going to crush you! Uncle, listen to me!" Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Jun Changshao was like a broken leaf, crashing from the east to the west, from the north to the south, and the sound of a dog barking could be heard. Yi Xingchen and He Wudi stopped and looked at Gu Tianxing, who was madly trampling Jun Changshao in the distance. They couldn't help but admire him. Patriarch is still the best, daring to find such a strong person to spar with. The case was solved. The heaven-crossing palm print was stolen by this brat. Speak. Gu Tianxing had beaten Jun Changshao for at least 2 hours, but his anger still hadn't subsided. He grabbed his collar and roared loudly. Sigh. It wasn't easy for him either. After being the scapegoat for so many years, he finally caught the real culprit. As for Jun Changshao, forget it. Although it was not his intention to steal the secret manual, stealing was stealing. He deserved to be beaten up. Uncle, Jun Changshao's face was bruised and swollen. Martial arts are passed down from the sect. At this time, even if he was beaten to death, he could not say that he stole it. Who? 7 profound sage. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Gu Tianxing once again pressed Jun Changshao to the ground and beat him up as he roared, "Are you trying to trick a fool?" The 7 profound sage was a legend of the universe, an indestructible legend. He agreed with this point, but he definitely wouldn't believe that he was related to the sect of all times. It was normal. He Wudi didn't believe it at first. However, after coming into contact with it, especially after comprehending the 7 profound sunglow break, he had no choice but to believe it. After all, which force in the world could take out 7 incomplete volumes? In short, Gu Tianxing had not joined the sect of all times and had not come into contact with it. If he and He Wudi were to switch places, they would definitely be the head of the trio. Father! At this time, Gu Zhaoxi ran over from afar. When he saw Jun Patriarch being beaten up, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop beating him, stop beating him." The other meaning was that if he crippled him, how could he leave the mountain and sea realm? In order to maintain his image as an amiable father, Gu Tianxing casually threw Jun Changshao to the ground and resumed his immortal appearance. He said, "Jun Patriarch, you have to give me a clear explanation." Ouch, Jun Changshao howled, "My waist." The reader commented, "Why didn't you beat this guy to death?" Wife. "He stole the secret manual. It has nothing to do with me." Gu Tianxing swore that this was definitely the toughest he had ever been in his life. This feeling was simply too good. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing's mother said with a straight face, "What's the matter, Auntie?" Jun Changshao covered his swollen face and said, "The heaven-crossing palm print is a martial art passed down in the sect of all times. Uncle insisted that I stole it. I'm innocent. Pass down my ass." Gu Tianxing roared, "The heaven-crossing palm print was created by me." If he had only obtained a high-level martial art from outside, he might have guessed that there might have been multiple copies of it, and that it would have coincidentally ended up in the sect of all times. However, this martial art was unique, and there was no other copy. Since he had learned it, he must have stolen it. Child. Gu Tianxing's mother said, "Speak slowly." Gu Tianxing almost vomited blood. Back when he could not find the secret manual, he did not ask for the reason and gave him multiple combos. Why was this kid so patient when it came to his turn? Was that just an excuse for domestic violence? Uncle, Jun Changshao said, since you said that this secret manual was created by you, how many years would it take to comprehend it to the point of perfection? At least 100 years. How long has it been since the secret manual was lost? Gu Tianxing was silent. A few years. Gu Tianxing's mother helped him say. Isn't that right? Jun Changshao said. A martial art that requires at least 100 years to comprehend, but the disciples of the sect of all times have already cultivated it to the point of perfection. May I ask how many years it would take for them to comprehend it? Impossible. Gu Tianxing's mother was also a powerhouse. Naturally, she knew how difficult it was to cultivate the heaven-crossing palm print that her husband had created. Even if one was exceptionally talented, it would take at least a few decades to comprehend it. A few decades was for others. The space-time secret realm. The name and the moves are the same. Gu Tianxing said angrily, how do you explain this? Uncle, as you said earlier, there are millions and millions of geniuses participating in the universal sacred war. Among them, there are bound to be martial artists with the same name. All the martial arts in the world lead to the same destination. No matter how many changes there are, they will still remain the same. It's normal for someone to create a martial art with the same principle and the same name. Jun Changshao said seriously. In terms of Bulsh *T, the system sighed. I admire the host. Jun Patriarch's words make sense. Gu Tianxing's mother agreed. Bulsh *T. Gu Tianxing said, it's all Bulsh *T. Gu Tianxing was still the one who saw things clearly. However, his wife was not on his side. She even turned around and looked at him suspiciously. You want to use Jun Patriarch as a scapegoat? No! Absolutely not. Seeing this, Jun Changshao said with a sobbing tone, I'm innocent, child. Gu Tianxing's mother said, don't worry, Auntie will uphold justice for you. Then, she pulled Gu Tianxing's ear and said, come, follow me back to the house. No. Wife, this kid is the culprit who stole the secret manual. Why are you blaming me instead of him? Although Gu Tianxing was very powerful, he was very timid in front of his wife. Boom! Boom! Ah! Hearing that Uncle Gu was being beaten again, Jun Changshao hurriedly covered his face and ran out. He said in his heart, so close, so close. Patriarch. At this time, Zhen Dijuan transmitted his voice. Eternal is fixed. Jun Changshao was delighted. He looked at Gu Zhaoxi, who was watering the herbs in the herb garden, and said, Brother, we can go now. Really? Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly threw away the water bottle and said, Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Your mother is beating your father. This is a good opportunity. Hurry. Right away. Gu Zhaoxi ran toward Calm Heart Lake. 10 minutes later, the repaired Eternal flew into the sky. Its tail spewed out light and disappeared from the mountain and sea realm. Gu Tianxing's mother dragged Gu Tianxing out of the room and frowned. Why did that kid leave without saying goodbye? Leave. Leave my ass. That kid has a guilty conscience. He ran. Wait. Gu Tianxing suddenly jumped up and looked at the bare herb garden. He immediately let out a roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Bastard, how dare you steal my herbs? Chapter 1751. Jun Changshao had successfully escaped with his brother and sister-in-law. However, the natural treasures that Gu Tianxing had painstakingly cultivated were all gone. Many people instinctively assumed that the culprit was Gou Xing. After all, he had a criminal record, especially after being beaten up, so there was a motive. But in reality, the one who had stolen the natural treasures was Gu Zhaoxi. In the past few years, he had been responsible for watering and cultivating the herbs that his father had planted, and he had gradually developed feelings for them. He was worried that his mother would abuse him, so he had put them all into his spatial ring. It was hard to guard against a thief in the family. As for Jun Changshao, he had been abused by Gu Tianxing for a full 2 hours. Unless he had been kicked in the head by a donkey, he would not dare to steal again. Father! I will take good care of them. Gu Zhaoxi stood in front of the window, looking at the mountain and sea realm that was getting farther and farther away. Tears welled up in his eyes. In this life, he had deeply experienced the love of his parent. Parting was naturally very sad. Brother. Jun Changshao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. A young eagle will eventually leave its nest and fly alone in the sky. Gu Zhaoxi wiped away his tears and smiled brightly. Thank you, Jun Patriarch. Remove the Jun part. Don't pretend, Elder Gu. Mountain and Sea Realm. Gu Tianxing recovered from the theft of the herbs and said in shock, Where did our son go? He left with Jun Patriarch, Gu Shijiu's mother said. Gu Tianxing said angrily, Very well. He stole my natural treasures and kidnapped my son. Is he tired of living? And why didn't you stop him? Our son was an elder of the sect of all times in his past life. Now that the patriarch is looking for him, why should I stop him? Yes. Gu Tianxing slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot about that. Actually, the two of them already knew about Gu Zhaoxi's past life. To be exact, it was their son who had confessed. After all, the reincarnation spirit had already been exposed. The mountain and sea realm is very far from the upper realm, Gu Qing said. Even with the astral spirit realm battleship, it would still consume a lot of energy. For Jun Patriarch to come all the way here personally shows how much he cares about our son. Right. Gu Tianxing thought of something and said, No wonder my son could cultivate the heaven-crossing palm print so quickly. It turns out that he had comprehended it in the sect of all times in his previous life. As he spoke, he fell silent. That kid not only learned the heaven-crossing palm print, but also the magnificent Reflection Sutra and the Big Thousand Shadows formula. Did that mean bastard? Gu Tianxing roared at the sky, How many martial arts did you steal from me? Swish. Suddenly, the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm flew over and landed in front of the Gu clan couple. He pulled out a letter and angrily said, Your son eloped with my daughter. What? Gu Tianxing was dumbfounded. They were engaged, and their parents didn't object. Was there a need to elope? What are you waiting for? The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm roared, Go after them. Don't worry, in-law. Gu Qing, Er's mother said, Goa and Lin Er's departure this time is also a kind of experience. Perhaps they can slowly develop feelings for each other in the future. Gu Tianxing didn't notice Jun Changshao's escape because he was in the middle of domestic violence. Gu Qing, Er's mother had been paying attention and didn't stop him because she hoped that her son and daughter-in-law could develop feelings for each other through the storm and grow old together. To put it bluntly, Gu Qing, Er's mother wanted to see the two of them leave together. She didn't want them to wait in the mountain and sea realm to get married without any feelings for each other. All right. The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm gave up on the idea of pursuing his daughter. Since she wanted to elope with her fiancé, then let her be. After all, a married woman was like water that had been poured out. Son. Gu Tianxing looked at the sky and said, I'll give you 10 years. In 10 years, I'll take you to the universal sacred war. Have you thought it through? The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm asked. Although I don't care about fame and fortune and don't care about worldly affairs, my son needs experience. The universal sacred war is a good opportunity. Gu Tianxing said. As far as I know, the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm said, many top geniuses of the first-class planes have signed up. It's very difficult to compete for a spot in the Gray Sea system. It's difficult for others. Gu Tianxing said, For my son, it's like taking something out of his pocket. Ah! The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm laughed. Since you're so confident, I'll wait for 10 years to see how my son-in-law suppresses all the heroes on the spectator platform. Me. How did you die? On the eternal Gu Zhaoxi's face was stiff. The innocence in his eyes was replaced by the vicissitudes of life. As expected, Jun Changshao said, "You've lost part of your memory." He knew that as long as his brother relied on the reincarnation spirit to reincarnate, he would lose part of his important memories. For example, he wouldn't remember who he was when they met in the upper realm. "Relax your mind," Jun Changshao said. "I'll take you to a place." He had a complete treatment plan for this kind of amnesia dog blood disease. "Where?" "You'll know when you get there." Gu Zhaoxi relaxed his mind and felt his vision blur. He appeared in a prison-like environment. Swoosh, swoosh. The light was dazzling. After Gu Zhaoxi got used to it, he subconsciously looked up and saw that after the Black Cat Sheriff fired 5 shots, a few words appeared in the sky. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. "Brother." Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "Next, I'll give you a comprehensive treatment. Although the process is painful, it can definitely help you regain your lost memories." Gu Zhaoxi shivered. "Clap." Jun Changshao clapped and said, "Arya, your old friend is here again." "Arya?" Gu Zhaoxi muttered, "She's a bit familiar." For some reason, his heart suddenly sped up. Every hair on his body stood up. The soles of his feet and palms were sweating. His legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. He almost couldn't stand stably. He did a careful calculation. Gu Zhaoxi had been to the palace 3 times. "Hi." Suddenly, there was a clear voice in his ear. Gu Zhaoxi turned his head stiffly and saw a girl standing in front of him. She was holding a candle in her hand. Because she put it in front of her chin, her whole face was extremely gloomy and terrifying under the light. There were 2 people standing next to the girl, one in white and the other in black. White impermanence and black impermanence were written on their forehead. Their bright red tongues were almost hanging to the ground. Ghost. Gu Zhaoxi entered Tianyuan Prison Pagoda for the 2nd time to receive treatment from Arya. Because the process was too detailed, it was greatly modified and deleted. In order to avoid similar situations, it would be omitted later. "There's no need to omit," Gu Zhaoxi roared. "I remember now." The moment he was hung up by Arya, the memories sealed in the depths of his soul gushed out like a flood. "My name is Gu Zhaoxi. I'm the brother of the patriarch. I'm an elder of the Sect of all times. I carried the bomb for the people of the upper realm and rushed to the 9 warships of the astral soul world." "Brother! Brother!" Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi hugged each other with tears and snot running down their faces. The scene was as sad as it could be. Arya, who had prepared all kinds of treatment props, saw her master and brother reunited again and said, "It's not easy to get a shot, but it ended before I could do anything." Sigh. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu sighed and said, "Can you give us a line?" Chapter 1752. Because the fear of Arya was buried deep in his soul, Gu Zhaoxi's amnesia was immediately cured. The scene of life and death brothers meeting again made people cry. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, "I'm still willing to sacrifice myself for the sect. Be a bomber." "Willing? No. In this life, I won't let you die again." Jun Changxiao's expression and tone were very serious, although it was destined to be overanalyzed by little Dodo. "Brother," Gu Zhaoxi said, "I brought all of my father's medicinal herbs. If the sect needs them, I'm willing to give them to you for free." If Gu Tianqing heard his son's words, he would definitely take off his shoes silently. "Does Uncle Gu know?" "No, I took them secretly." Jun Changxiao howled in his heart, "It's over, Uncle Gu might think that I stole them. Be more confident." The system said, "Remove the might." Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "In Uncle Gu's eyes, I've become a complete thief." "Brother, these medicinal herbs belong to your family. The sect of all times can't take them." Go Xing also felt guilty, so he wouldn't take Gu Tianxing's medicinal herbs. Moreover, with the hidden cultivation technique, the qi-concealing pill wouldn't be of any use. Brother, you don't know. Gu Zhaoxi took out a secret manual and said, "These medicinal herbs my father planted can be used to refine many miraculous pills. Here. This is the encyclopedia of pills written by my father." You stole it again? My father's things are my things. How can it be considered stealing? Gu Zhaoxi looked at him seriously. Jun Changshao gave him a thumbs up and said, "Uncle Gu has a good son. Gu Tianxing." Back in the mountain and sea realm, Matriarch Gu's roar could be heard. Where did the encyclopedia of medicinal pills go? Jun Changshao, you little bastard, don't let me catch you. Boom. Boom. The culprit who stole the heavenly treasures was not Jun Changshao. It was destined to disappoint some people. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that from this moment on, as long as Gu Tianxing lost something, Go Xing would definitely be the scapegoat. As an expert who made others take the blame for him, today he officially became the new generation's scapegoat. Just thinking about it made him quite happy. Brother. Sitting in the cafeteria, Gu Zhaoxi ate Lu Wansher's food and asked, "Are we going on an interstellar trip?" Jun Changshao put down his chopsticks and said with a cold gaze, "To the star spirit world." Feeling the strong killing intent, Gu Zhaoxi immediately understood that his brother was preparing to do something big. If they hadn't come to invade, I wouldn't have sacrificed myself. Jun Changshao picked up his chopsticks, broke them, and said, "So, no matter how strong this plane is, I will make it completely disappear." Although the main mission was to dominate the upper universe, his only motivation was to destroy the star spirit world and avenge the destruction of the falling star continent. For this, even if he had to resort to unscrupulous means. I heard my father mention it before. Gu Zhaoxi said, "Star spirit world is one of the few top planes in the upper universe. If you want to destroy it, I'm afraid, no hope?" "No," Gu Zhaoxi said solemnly. "I need brother to provide a more powerful bomb, and I will personally send it in." Preparing to be a bomber in advance, this was a true brother. "I said before, I won't let you sacrifice yourself again. Every time I die, I will become stronger. Brother, you don't have to worry." "Are you worthy of Uncle Gu, worthy of Aunt Gu?" Gu Zhaoxi was silent. "Brother." Jun Changshao stood up, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Although you have the spirit of reincarnation and can be resurrected infinitely, it is not easy to find a good family and parents who love you. No matter what difficulties you encounter in this life, you must work hard to survive." Very serious, very serious. It was as if he had returned to the state after the destruction of the falling star continent. Understood. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes were firm. "I will try my best to live, not for myself, but for my parents." Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't forget, you still have a fiancé." Elder Wei, who was eavesdropping, spat out a mouthful of tea. It was unbelievable for a patriarch to say such words. However, at the mention of his fiancée, Gu Zhaoxi's face showed displeasure and said, "Brother, can you not mention this plastic surgery monster in the future?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Huali flew from the dining table, his face slamming into the wall. Qing Qilin walked over in her high heels, then grabbed Gua's collar and raised him high, as if she was enveloped in anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "I did not have plastic surgery. Sister-in-law is so scary, I have to run away." Jun Changshao hurriedly turned around. "Stop." Qing Qilin turned her head and said, "Find a suitable world to live in. I want to live in the mountains with my fiancé. Live in seclusion, my ass." Gu Zhaoxi roared, "I want to build a career with my brother." Boom. Boom. Qing Qilin grabbed him and slammed him to the ground until his head was full of bumps. Then she picked him up and said, "Say that again?" Gu Zhaoxi said, "A real man never says twice." Boom. Boom. Jun Changshao slipped out of the dining hall, shook his head and said, "This is probably a good tradition of the Gu family. What are you doing?" At this time, Rose of Flowers walked over. Just as she was about to enter the dining hall, Jun Changshao hurriedly stopped her and said, "It's nothing. The scene of domestic violence, I can't let her see. If she gets infected, how am I going to live in the future? Brother, give me a cigarette." In the corner of the cabin, Gu Zhaoxi said with a head full of bump. Because his eyes were squinted into a line, he looked extremely miserable. "You're still young." Jun Changshao said, "You can't smoke." Sigh. Gu Zhaoxi squatted down and said, "When we pass by a plane, throw that woman down, I don't want to see her for a second." Jun Changshao expressed sympathy, but advised, "Such a beautiful fiancée, and the daughter of the sector lord, why are you so against it? The relationship between a man and a woman is an obstacle on the path of martial art." Makes sense. The two brothers looked at each other with a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. Elder Wei, who was eavesdropping from afar, shook his head. These two brothers are hopeless. No. Why did he keep eavesdropping? The next day, in the training field of the sect of all times, the upper echelon disciples gathered. This was to welcome Elder Gu, who had sacrificed himself for the sect and returned again. Everything is here. After the ceremony, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and took out the pill encyclopedia that Gu Zhaoxi gave him, saying, "Next, we'll develop the sect while heading to the star spirit world." His gaze stopped on a page that recorded a pill called Instant Spirit Pill. He said in surprise, "Isn't this a pill formed in one rotation?" Indeed. From the introduction, it was also highly toxic, and had the effect of increasing the core transformation realm. Could it be that Uncle Gu obtained it from the demon clan and then kept it? Jun Changshao continued to flip through, and the more he read, the more shocked he became because there were many magical pill formulas recorded in it, and even there were pill formulas for breaking through to the truth-seeking realm. "Brother, you've brought me a treasure." Chapter 1753. The Encyclopedia of Pills contained many strange and precious pill formulas, which was undoubtedly a huge treasure for Jun Changshao. For example, the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill that he was looking at now could allow a cultivator to smoothly enter the truth-seeking realm from the peak of the revolving core realm without any side effect. However, the more magical the pill, the rarer the herbs. Fortunately, not only did Gu Zhaoxi bring the Encyclopedia of Pills, he also brought all the treasures that his father had planted. Although there weren't many of them, they had all been cultivated for a long time and could be used for refining at any time. Inside the pill hall, the 8 hall masters, led by Feng Gui-chen, gathered together, each with a complicated and constipated expression on their faces. "What's wrong?" Jun Changshao put down his teacup and said, "Is there any difficulty?" Although the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill couldn't help the core disciples, it could be used by the outer disciples. Now that he had the pill formula and herbs, he naturally had to refine it immediately. Then, the pill hall came in handy, and there were 8 hall masters, all of whom were experts in alchemy. Therefore, Jun Changshao was only responsible for developing the sect and showing off when he had nothing to do. If he encountered any problems, he could just hand it over to the corresponding hall. "Patriarch," Feng Gui-chen said solemnly, "the level of the pill formula is high, I don't have much confidence." They were not at the same level as Gu Tianxing at all. They were complete novices when it came to refining the pills listed in the Encyclopedia of Pills. "That's your problem, not mine." Half a year. Jun Changshao stood up and said seriously, "You must refine the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill for this king, otherwise, all of you will follow Mao Xiao Dao to clean the toilet." Watching the patriarch leave, Feng Gui-chen, Du Hongchen, and the others hurriedly gathered in front of the Encyclopedia of Pills and began to discuss it. "I think we can do it this way." "No, it's risky. We have to change to a safer way. because Jun Changshao had given a strict order and because they didn't want to clean the toilet, the 8 hall masters united and each contributed ideas and methods. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, at least they could expand their thinking. Just as they were deep in discussion, Yuan Gongzi smiled from the corner of the hall. The 8 hall masters who would occasionally refine some pills, while the rest of them were freeloaders, finally had a job. This filled his heart with gratification. Eternal was like a rainbow, shuttling through the vast universe. Because it was on autopilot, Jun Changshao spent most of his time in seclusion in the sect. Occasionally, he would train Lin Yifeng and the others in martial arts. Gu Zhaoxi also focused on cultivation, especially spending his days in the creation room, the Tower of Trials, and various secret realms. Of course, most of them kept their distance from Qing Chulin to avoid being bullied again. At this moment, the foundation that Gu Tianxing had laid down for Gu Zhaoxi was on display. His realm and cultivation base could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Jun Changshao was so envious that he nearly hid in a corner and cried. Having a good father really made a difference. Although he hadn't met one yet, when he had a son, he had to make him a strong second generation. Hee. The system laughed dryly as a sign of respect. Boom! Boom! On the training ground, 2 figures crisscrossed. All sorts of light rays shot out. It was truly a dazzling scene. Heaven crossing palm imprint. Gu Zhaoxi leaped into the air and executed a martial art from above. Pung pung pung. Sun Muching slid to the edge and poured his true spirit force into his fists, shattering all the palm imprints. Thump thump thump. After Gu Zhaoxi landed on the ground, he retreated in a sorry state. At this moment, Sun Muching charged over and executed a combo, sending Gu Zhaoxi flying. He then cupped his hands. Elder Gu, thank you for letting me win. Gu Zhaoxi stabilized his body with difficulty. His expression was extremely interesting. It had only been a few years since they last met and this kid was so strong? Luckily, he didn't foolishly challenge a core disciple. Otherwise, he would have been tortured even more badly. Haze. Jun Changshao shook his head. My brother probably thinks that he has a powerful father and has a good foundation in martial arts. That's why he dares to challenge Sun Muching, who is not inferior to a core disciple. Humph. Gu Zhaoxi waved his sleeves and said, let me cultivate for 2 or 3 years, then we'll fight again. His aptitude and talent were extremely high, but he was only 5 or 6 years old. As long as he had enough time to develop, he should have no problem beating Sun Muching or any other disciple in the sect. Of course, there was a prerequisite. They must not step into the divine secret realm while he was catching up. To put it bluntly, the Gu couple took great care of their son and helped him shape his body since he was young. However, compared to the disciples of the sect of all times, there wasn't much difference. Moreover, they were in the eternal world. The boundless heaven and earth attributes could be absorbed at will. Gu Zhaoxi was reincarnated into a good family, while the disciples of the sect of all times were collectively cheating. 1 month later, Jun Changshao had just walked out of the courtyard where the rows of flowers lived when he heard Feng Guichen shout, "The pills are refined." So fast? Sure enough, only strict orders can improve efficiency. Jun Changshao set off for the pill hall, while the rows of flowers walked out of her room. Seeing that the roses in the courtyard had been trimmed, she muttered in her heart, when did he come? Pill hall. Feng Guichen and the others put their hands on their hips and raised their heads. Their noses were almost pointing to the sky. The patriarch had ordered them to refine the 6-flavor earth restoration pills in half a year, but they had finished in a month. One word, pride. Is it effective? Jun Changshao asked as he pinched a sparkling and translucent pill. Patriarch, please rest assured. Du Hongchen said, it was refined strictly according to the ingredients and steps of the recipe. Unless there is a problem with the recipe itself, there will be no accident. Lin Yi. Disciple is here. Try it. Yes. Lin Yi took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Since joining the sect of all times and becoming Jun Changxiao's disciple, his strength had improved significantly. Now that he had reached the peak of the revolving core realm, he could use it to test the effect of the pill. Whoosh whoosh. The 6-flavor earth restoration pills melted in his mouth. When the medicinal effect completely took effect, majestic heaven and earth attributes and heaven and earth mysteries gathered in his body, forcing Lin Yi to hurriedly sit cross-legged on the ground and run the illuminating Heart Sutra to refine them one by one. Although Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen were confident, they were still very nervous. After all, if they failed, they would have to take up the post and Mao Xiaodao would lose his job. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong airwave burst out from Lin Yi's body. The momentum of his advancement gathered above the pill peak and even formed a huge vortex. I'm going to advance. The recipe written by Uncle Gu is really effective. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. He even began to imagine the 6-flavor earth restoration pills being mass-produced and the second-generation disciples all entering the truth-seeking realm. Of course, this kind of pill could not only benefit the disciples, but also the entire eternal world. At that time, City Lord Xie, Patriarch Ai, and the others could also enter the truth-seeking realm. In the upper world, they would at least be considered first-class masters. The momentum of the advancement lasted for an hour. When it gradually converged, Lin Yi opened his eyes. His eyes were shining as he entered the truth-seeking realm from the revolving core realm. It's a success. Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen hugged each other excitedly. The burden of cleaning the toilet was completely put down. Not bad. Jun Changxiao praised. You have to refine more of this kind of pill. Feng Guichen scratched his head and said, There are not enough ingredients. I will be responsible for finding the ingredient. Jun Changxiao said, You just need to ensure the success rate of refining pills in the future. No problem. Chapter 1754. The refinement of the 6-flavor earth essence pill meant that as long as there were enough herbs, disciples who were stuck at the peak of the core transformation realm could instantly break through to the truth-seeking realm. It was a pity. The Encyclopedia of Alchemy did not record any higher-level formulas. If only there were pills to enter the divine secret realm. Jun Changxiao muttered to himself. Don't be discontent. The system said, It's already very strong. That's true. Jun Changxiao joked. Uncle Gu's Encyclopedia of Pills, I guess that it might be refreshed from the shop in the future. The system was silent. Combined with the independent battlefield that appeared earlier, this situation was not impossible. At the end of the day, apart from some special equipment and supreme treasures, most of the items that Jun Chang Xiaofan bought in the mall came from thousands of dimensions, and he could find the owners of those items. The most important thing now is. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, I still have to think of a way to plant Uncle Gu's herbs in large quantities. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Ding. Disciple Mao Xiaodao has tirelessly cleaned the toilet for 1,000 days and completed the sect mission. Obtained 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Disciple Jingjiu has tirelessly cleaned the toilet for 1,000 days and completed the sect mission. Obtained 1,000 reputation points. Ding. Sect reputation points, 10,000. Finally enough. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system shop. After hesitating for a moment, he still bought the Sky Might secret realm that had not been refreshed. Ding. Sect reputation points, 0. Heartache. Gouxing clutched his chest. He did not look at the new secret realm that he had just bought. Instead, he continued to use his contribution points to refresh it. At present, the level of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Gu Tianxing planted were too high. It was difficult to find them even if he passed by some plains, so he could only place his hopes on the shop. Ding, ding, ding. The refresh rate was very fast. It could be seen that nothing good came out. We can't let Go Xing have to give him whatever he wants. Otherwise, where will the author's face go? So, even with the refresh rate of the Lightyear's VIP, he did not get anything. Alright. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said, "We can only wait until next month." At this moment, he finally had the mood to enter his spatial ring. He took out the instruction manual of the Heavenly Might Secret Realm and read it in detail. "I'll go." Good stuff. After reading it, Jun Changshao stood up from his chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. According to the detailed introduction of the manual, if the disciples successfully passed the level, they would be rewarded with weapons and treasures, and the lowest grade of equipment here was immortal grade. The immortal level belonged to the upper realms hierarchy. It might not be rare in higher level planes, but at least it was not considered weak. Furthermore, and this was just the beginning, above that was the Zenith realm. That was right. This was the pinnacle of the pinnacle immortal sword. From the perspective of a martial artist from the upper realm, it would be categorized as a divine artifact. If Qingyang and the others can each obtain an ultimate weapon, wouldn't they be as awesome as the heavens? Jun Changshao's gaze became even more fervent. Most of the core disciples were stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. If they wanted to advance to the next level, they could only wait for an opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, the only way to increase their combat strength to the greatest extent was to rely on equipment. I'm at the half-step Fecta stage. I have a 6-piece set. I'm at the Fecta stage. I have a 9981 set. Excuse me. Although the Sky Might's secret realm was not bad, its shortcomings were also obvious. Only disciples were allowed to enter. The Patriarch and the higher-ups were out of the question. This is F***KED. It's okay. As long as the host is brave enough to refresh the store, sooner or later, there will be a suitable secret realm for himself and the higher-ups. At that time, the Zenith realm will be armed to the teeth. If one comes, one will be destroyed. The system was a good salesman, but unfortunately, Go Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Scram as far as the world is." He believed that there were secret realms suitable for the Patriarch and the higher-ups in the store, but whether it could be refreshed or not depended entirely on luck. Therefore, everything was up to fate. Whoosh whoosh. Behind the mountain, another huge whirlpool gradually emerged, and then lined up with the Life and Death Secret Realm, Spacetime Secret Realm, and Empyrean Secret Realm. Other sects went out to train, but the Sect of all times could enjoy the same treatment without leaving the house, and even give experience and equipment. How could the disciples not level up quickly? Patriarch. Su Xiama grinned and said, "What is this? Sky Might's secret realm. What does it do? You want to know? Go in and take a look." Su Xiama immediately shrank back. In this kind of unknown secret realm, who knew if there was a big trap waiting for him when no one went in? "I'll go," Yi Xingchen said. Therefore, Knight Emperor was manly enough. He deserved to be the second disciple of the book. "I'll go too." Xiao Ziji walked out. He might be late to attack and defend, but he would never be absent. "Go." Jun Changshao gestured. Go Xing was quite assured to let these two disciples go in. Because they often trained together in the lower realm, there was no need to talk about their tacit understanding. "Let's go." Yi Xingchen stepped into the Sky Might's secret realm first, and Xiao Ziji followed closely behind. Jun Changshao didn't know what kind of test there was in the secret realm, so he could only pray for his two disciples in his heart. At least, they could escape unscathed. Ta. In the Sky Might's secret realm, Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji appeared out of thin air. The environment here was very oppressive, and there was a thick fog nearby. It was like the beginning of the universe, and nothing could be seen clearly. Ka. Suddenly there was movement. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji looked over warily and saw a martial artist in strange armor walking out from a place in the distance where they could barely see clearly. If Jun Changshao was here, he would immediately realize that this was a Japanese samurai. In particular, there were 2 long swords hanging from his waist. Shua! The samurai stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji didn't relax at all. They became even more cautious. Although this strange man didn't release any energy, his sharp eyes were enough to show that he was extraordinary. Clang! The samurai used his thumb to pick out the 2 swords from the scabbard and then put them on both sides. He said, "These are my weapons, Tai Yin and Tai Kuei. Whoever wins will be their new master." Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji's eyes lit up. The 2 swords were exactly the same size. They were 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. The surface of the swords was as smooth as a mirror, and the blade shone with a cold light. It was obvious that they were divine weapons. One-on-one? That's right. I will fight him one-on-one, Yi Xingqian said as he raised his hand and the word attack appeared on his forehead. The Chinese-style armor and the sky halberd appeared out of thin air. Xiao Ziji hurriedly retreated far away. Come, let's fight. Yi Xingqian raised the sky halberd and pointed it at the samurai sitting on the ground. The samurai stood up and then raised his sword with his right hand and his left hand holding the opposite direction. He said, "Please." Ta. At this moment, Yi Xingqian swung the sky halberd and flew into the air. The majestic power of true spirit pressed down on the samurai with a domineering aura. Clang! Clang! The samurai put his swords together and caught the heavy halberd. Then, he took more than 10 steps back and made a strange attacking posture. He said, "Two-sword style, ghost cut." Whoosh! In front of Yi Xingqian, a cross-shaped sword mark appeared out of thin air. Child's play. He took a big step forward and waved the sky halberd, directly breaking the sword mark that appeared and then attacked with a sweeping momentum. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Under the camera, the 2 fought from left to right, front to back. The sparks and the vast energy created by the collision of weapons created a spectacular scene. Li Tiantian just needed to find an angle to take a picture. Chapter 1755. Ding! Ding! Inside the Heaven's Might secret realm, Yi Xingqian and the samurai's weapons clashed crazily. It could be said that there were lightning and sparks all the way, so dazzling that Xiao Ziji could barely open his eyes. This dual-blade man was not weak. He was actually able to fight evenly with junior brother Yi. Dual-blade style, falling rain. Total annihilation. Dual-blade style, god-slaying slash. Total annihilation. Dual-blade style, total annihilation. Dual-blade style sweep. Realizing that he had almost been led into a trap, the samurai hurriedly placed his dual blades in front of him and roared, "You only know one move? Total annihilation." Who? Yi Xingqian jumped over as usual. The halberd's entire body was shining with special effects, and the pressure seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Ding! The samurai held his blade in front of him. The blade was violently bombarded, and he staggered back more than 10 feet before stabilizing his body. His hands were slightly numb from the shock. Yi Xingqian stood up from his half-squatting position. The halberd was still covered by special effects, and his entire person was extremely powerful. He said, "Fancy useless." Indeed. No matter how gorgeous the move was, it could not cause any damage. It could only be considered fancy moves. Even if he casually poked with his finger, his strength would be enough to destroy the world. Yi Xingqian was such a person. If he could instantly kill his opponent, he would definitely be straightforward. Unlike Jun Changshao, who used a special martial art and danced shamelessly. But, alright. The samurai stood up straight and placed his dual blades on the ground. He said, "You're not weak. I'm going to get serious." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a red light, and his eagle-like sharp eyes gradually turned as red as blood, as if he had been possessed by a demon from hell. "You've become stronger?" Xiao Ziji said in shock. Tisk, although Yi Xingqian's face was full of disdain, he still became vigilant. Ka. At this moment, the samurai crossed his dual blades in front of him and said coldly, "Bankai 8-armed Azura." Buzz buzz buzz. Tai Yan and Tai Kuei suddenly trembled, and a strange energy quickly surged out and enveloped their masters. Hoo-hoo! Strong winds blew, and it was extremely gloomy. Yi Xingqian frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. From within the strange energy came the strange roar of a warrior. Then, he took a step forward, and the armor on his upper body fell off, revealing his strong muscles. If Hall Master Z was here, he would definitely look down on Zhang Xian. This was because Zhang Xian only had his clothes torn apart during the battle. He had no soul at all. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji had serious looks in their eyes. They didn't care that his armor had exploded, nor did they care that there were lines on his body. What they cared about was that 7 blood-red arms had appeared out of thin air behind this person's back. Including the 2 that were holding the saber, it was just enough. Wait, did he shout 8 arms just now? I have already comprehended the highest profoundness and condensed the 9th arm. Are you all not surprised? The warrior said proudly. Xiao Ziji roared, "We don't even know who you are. What's there to be surprised about?" Ooh. Learned martial arts at the age of 6. Learned 2 saber techniques at the age of 18. Defeated all the opponents in the world at the age of 39. Bang. While the warrior was talking about his glorious history, Yi Xingqian kicked him away and said, "Noisy. Young man." The warrior floated down and threw his dual blades into the air. He grinned and said, "You are the first strong opponent I have met in my life, so you are qualified to make me use." Buzz 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 buzz. The dual blades spun in the air, and quickly divided into 7 blades. Pa! Pa! The warrior caught the falling blades with his 9 arms, then crossed them in front of him and said, "Ultimate profoundness, 9 saber force." After he said those words, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Because Xiao Ziji pointed to the arm that was cut when he didn't catch the blade and said, "Do you need to bandage it? Do you have a bandage?" "Yes. Thank you." The warrior bandaged the few scratches on his arm, and his face quickly became serious again. He said, "Today I will compete with you with my will. 9 saber force, 8-armed mantis." He took a step forward and the 9 blades exploded with special effects. Gradually, the shadow of a huge mantis gathered behind him. Its 9 forelimbs were like 9 huge, sharp blades. Xiao Ziji was speechless. There were clearly 9 of them, but he insisted on calling 8. He was as ignorant as the patriarch. The huge mantis waved its 9 forelimbs, and a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the secret realm. Even the air was filled with a sharp and austere aura. The warrior exploded with the ultimate profoundness he had learned. Although it looked a bit chunibu, it was undeniable that the aura was very strong. "I told you!" At this moment, Yi Xingqian flew into the air and put his hands on the sky piercer. He said, "Fancy useless!" Whoosh! Whoosh! A powerful force whistled and mercilessly tore the space. "Junior brother Yi," Xiao Ziji said, "you are serious." Yes. Yi Xingqian was serious. Because this strange warrior, whether it was attacking, was always so fancy and long-winded. It made him very irritated, so he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. As for the dual blades, he was not interested at all. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian pressed down from the sky. Under the cover of power, it was as if he had turned into a fierce tiger jumping down from a mountain peak. His sharp claws and teeth mercilessly tore at the 8-armed mantis. Roar! The fierce tiger came down the mountain with irresistible force. The warrior's eyes were filled with astonishment. He blurted out, "Ha ha ha!" Boom! The violent power boiled on the ground, forming visible ripples that spread in all directions. The space was also shaken to the point of distortion. Xiao Ziji hurriedly put the flowing light shield in front of him. He could only hear the crazy impact of the remaining power, producing bang 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 sounds. He could not help but be shocked. Junior brother Yi is stronger than before. Of course. He Wudi instantly killed the boss. Not only was it a blow to Night Emperor, but it also greatly stimulated his desire to become stronger. Therefore, during this period of time, he was more strict and tortured himself. Although his realm did not increase, his combat power increased. Men should be more ruthless. The flood-like energy waves gradually subsided. Xiao Ziji retracted the flowing light shield and hurriedly looked at the battlefield. He saw Yi Xingqian standing proudly with his halberd in front of him, like an undefeatable war god. As for the giant mantis, it had completely disappeared into nothingness. Even the warrior was in a half-kneeling position. His 2 katanas were scattered on the ground. The blades were dim and lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. The outcome has been decided, Xiao Ziji said. Wah! The warrior spat out a mouthful of blood, and then sat on the ground with difficulty. He lowered his head and said, "Thou has won, whoosh, whoosh." Yi Xingqian waved his hand. The 2 katanas and the scabbard flew out and landed in front of Xiao Ziji. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly put them into the space ring. The warrior raised his head and said, "I am Yagyu Jubii. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to fight with you again." After that, he turned into smoke and dissipated. Ding! Because the challenger failed to defeat Yagyu Jubii within the stipulated time, he will be forcefully teleported out. Swoosh, swoosh. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji disappeared into thin air. When they came back to their senses, they were already standing outside the Heaven's Might secret realm. How was it? Jun Changxiao, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly asked, "What did you get?" Xiao Ziji took out the 2 katanas and said, "I only got the 2 katanas of a strange warrior called something Tai." Jun Changxiao took it and said in surprise, "Japanese katana?" Clang! He pulled out the katana. The system roared, "No, this is the weapon I got in the secret realm. As the master of a sect, how can he use it?" Chapter 1756. Only disciples could enter the Heavenly Might's secret realm. Logically speaking, the equipment obtained should only be used by disciples. In the end, Goxing pulled out the katana easily. "That's right." Jun Changxiao was stunned. "It's not bound." Then, he took another katana from Xiao Ziji and pulled it out easily as well. There was no resistance at all. "Elder Lu." Jun Changxiao closed the katana and threw it over. "Try it." Ryu Sinan took the katana and pulled it out of the scabbard. Looking at the sharp blade, he praised, "Good katana." The system was speechless. Both the patriarch and the elder could use it. This meant that although there were restrictions in the Heavenly Might's secret realm, equipment could be shared. "Let me see." At this time, Fan Yezi walked over and took the katana from Ryu Sinan. After studying it carefully, he exclaimed, "It's at least immortal grade." Jun Changxiao was not surprised. In fact, he was a little disappointed. The introduction said that as long as the equipment obtained in the secret realm was at least immortal grade. Unfortunately, it was not perfected grade. He could remain calm, but Ryu Sinan and the others were stunned. Immortal grade was a divine weapon in the upper realm. The owners were also famous people. Now that 2 disciples had entered the secret realm and casually brought out 2 of them, this was a little exaggerated. "What a pity," Xiao Ziji said. "The challenge failed." "Failed?" Jun Changxiao was surprised. "Then why did you return the weapon?" Xiao Ziji immediately told him about Yi Xingqian's battle with Yagyu Jubii. "No wonder it's a Japanese katana." After understanding the reason, Jun Changxiao said, "The user is a Japanese." "Wait, how could there be a Japanese in the Heavenly Might's secret realm?" After all, this was not the Milky Way, and it was not Earth. Why do you care so much? The system said, since you're giving out immortal-grade equipment, let the disciples challenge it. That's true. Jun Changshao stopped his wild thoughts and said, perhaps defeating that fellow requires a specific time. Although Xing Chen won in the end, he was deemed to have failed because he exceeded the time limit. Humph! Yi Xingchen snorted coldly and said, the next time we go in, we must kill them cleanly. We cannot waste any time. He didn't think that there was only one Yagyu Jubii in the secret realm. There should be other strong people. It didn't matter if he gave him the equipment or not. At least it was a good place to train. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, go in and try your luck. Yes. He Woody walked over and howled in his heart, it's all my fault for being too high profile last time. That's why the Patriarch thinks so highly of me. Swish. He merged into the whirlpool and entered the secret realm. Kaka. Suddenly, a sound was heard. He Woody turned around and saw a strange martial artist walking over. Who? Yagyu Jubii. Since this guy appeared again, it meant that he hadn't been killed just now. Instead, he disappeared after his defeat and waited for another challenger to come. Then, it should be an illusion automatically generated by the secret realm. Smack! Yagyu Jubii sat cross-legged on the ground and flicked the scabbard with his thumb. As a result, he flicked nothing. He looked down and found that his waist was empty. He said blankly, where's my sword? He Woody's mouth twitched. Although it was the first time he saw this guy, he could roughly guess from Xiao Ziji's explanation that this should be the warrior that senior brother Yi had defeated. As for the sword, it was naturally the two that senior brother Yi had taken out. Forget it, forget it. Yagyu Jubii stood up and said, I can still fight without my sword. Come. Please enlighten me. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, He Woody rushed over and punched him in the abdomen with his right fist. A powerful force exploded and energy ripples visible to the naked eye rose behind him. What? Yagyu Jubii spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged and his mouth opened. In slow motion, his feet left the ground and he flew out with a bow before turning into smoke. KO. Ding. Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Yagyu Jubii in the allotted time. Ding. As the challenger defeated a heroic soul in an instant, you have obtained a perfect evaluation. In the next round, you will directly challenge an S-class heroic soul. Whoosh, the scene in front of him changed. He Woody was in a place similar to a hall. There was a wall in front of him. There were many lifelike human figures drawn on the wall. There were so many of them that they were densely packed, especially the symbol on the back of each hand. What does this mean? He Woody couldn't understand it at all. If it were Jun Changshao, combined with the symbol and the symbol on the back of Yagyu Jubii's hand, he would definitely immediately understand that this should be a common division of strength in the game. The strongest sect of all times, the strongest sect of all times. The first 10 draws only cost 998 yuan. An S-class core disciple can bring it home for 7 consecutive days, and an SSS Plus Patriarch can receive it for free. Pick up your phone and download it quickly. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the wall seemed to be activated by some kind of energy. The portraits outlined by lines flickered with a bright light as if they had become flesh and blood. Challenger, please choose your opponent. A deep voice sounded in his ears. He Woody understood. This was to let him choose an opponent from the portraits on the wall. Who should he choose? He Woody looked at them carefully. As a Goshing, if a battle was inevitable, he would definitely choose the weakest. At least he could preserve his strength. I choose him. He Woody chose a target. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the selected portrait turned into a stream of light and flew out. At the same time, the scene in front of him changed from a dark hall to a garden full of peach blossoms. He Woody became vigilant because under the thickest peach tree in front of him, A burly man was sitting on his back and reading a bamboo scroll. He wore a grassland-colored hat on his head, and beside him was a long and wide wooden box. There should be some kind of weapon inside. Who are you? Tell me your name. The voice was deep and dignified, and the aura was very strong. The last disciple of the sect of all times, Hiwudi. Hiwudi cupped his hands and said, "Who are you?" Swish. The burly man gently put the bamboo scroll aside, then slowly turned around and said in a loud voice, "Marquis of Han Shou Ting, Guan Yunchang." Red phoenix eyes, crouching silkworm eyebrows. His face was like a heavy date, and his lips were painted. That's right. It was Master Guan Yu. Hiwudi's eyes widened. The difference between this majestic and burly guy and the bearded old elder in the portrait who looked like a drunk old man was too big. If I had known, I would have chosen the short old man with the bow next to him. Swish. Guan Yunchang raised his hand and the wooden box on the ground flew up. He strode over and said, "Let's fight." Although Hiwudi was very depressed to have chosen such a fierce guy, since he wanted to pass the test, he could only fight. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, "Please." Pung. Guan Yunchang placed a palm on the wooden box. The wooden board suddenly flew out and flew away from Hiwudi. The rolling energy messed up his hair. An expert. Hiwudi frowned. "It's been a long time since I fought." Guan Yunchang indifferently put his hand into the opened wooden box and said, "I hope you won't disappoint me." Swish. The first grab caught loneliness. Swish. The second time, he caught loneliness again. Master Guan Yu turned around and found that the wooden box was empty. He said in shock, "Where's my blade?" Chapter 1757. These two swords are good, but judging from the material, they don't seem to be as good as the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Outside the arcane realm, Jun Changshao took out the god-modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade and compared it with Tai Yen and Tai Kuei of Yagyu-ten soldiers. "Not bad." Fan Yezi agreed. "There's a big difference in material and workmanship." "What a pity," Jun Changshao said. "I bought it too early. I can't keep up with the level." Although he would occasionally take out the Green Dragon Crescent Blade to kill people, he mostly relied on his own strength. As far as weapons were concerned, they were already obsolete. There was no other way. The early equipment would definitely not be as good as the later equipment. This was an unchangeable law, unless it could be upgraded continuously like the hard-to-keep blade. When the host bought it, there were only 157 chapters. Now there are more than 1,700 chapters. "It's already good that you can use it until now," the system said. "Yeah. If it weren't for this god-modified weapon, how could I have defeated Qin Haoren? Now that I think about it, it's full of memories and emotions." The god-modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade couldn't keep up with the times, but it was undeniable that it helped Go Xing resolve a lot of problems in the early stages. It could be considered as a witness to his growth. "If it's possible," Jun Changshao said, "I hope to upgrade this blade and let the soul of Huaxia's Wu Xing stand proudly at the top of the mountain." Go Xing was a nostalgic person. He hoped that even if the weapons and equipment that had already been eliminated, they would still have a chance to shine again. They would follow him everywhere and look down on the world. "Wash up and sleep," the system said. "Thank you," Jun Changshao said. "You're a reverse healer." "Where's my blade?" Inside the secret realm, Lord Guan Yu missed his target twice. He frowned and his face turned even redder due to his anger. As the famous Wu Xing of Huaxia, the first thing people thought of was not the hat, but the Green Dragon Crescent Blade that accompanied him on his expeditions. Slaying Hua Xiong with warm wine. Overcoming 5 obstacles and killing 6 generals. This was all related to the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. P.S. The above allusions are all taken from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Don't take it seriously. The system roared. "Readers who have read all these silly articles, who the F***ck would take you seriously? Don't think too highly of yourself. He Woody was speechless. Where was that strange warrior who asked about the blade? Why was this person also asking about the blade? Forget it, Master Guan Yu said. Without a suitable weapon, I have no desire to continue fighting. Thou may go back. After saying that, he turned around and left. It seemed that because he had lost the green dragon crescent blade, his back seemed desolate. If Ma Yongning were here, he would definitely be able to understand Second Master's pain. That was because a true saber user was someone who lived when the saber was around. You admit defeat? He Woody was overjoyed. As long as they could avoid fighting as much as possible and avoid consumption as much as possible, it was undoubtedly excellent. At this moment, He Woody noticed that the empty wooden chest suddenly flickered with a faint light and gradually condensed into a bright crystal. He hurriedly walked over and said, "Is this the reward for clearing the dungeon? Forget it. I'll keep it in my ring first." Swish! He Woody had just put away the palm-sized crystal when a voice came from the secret realm. As the S-class heroic soul has no desire to fight, the challenger has failed and will be forcibly teleported out. Swish! Before He Woody could come back to his senses, he had already appeared outside the Heavenly Might's secret realm. No way! That guy didn't want to fight and ran away by himself. Why did he put the blame on me in the end? What's the situation? Jun Changshao asked. He Woody told him the situation he encountered, especially the strange person who had no desire to fight. Jun Changshao fell into deep thought after hearing this. That person was wearing a grassland hat, with eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and a red date face. He looked mighty and extraordinary. Why did it sound like he was describing Guan Yu? Pa Go-shing pressed the special effect button of the green dragon crescent blade. Wu Xing's soul suddenly appeared behind him and said, "Is it him?" Yes. He Woody said, "Yes, it's him." Although Wu Xing's soul looked both real and fake, his appearance and behavior were exactly the same as Guan Yu's in the Heavenly Might's secret realm. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to tell. Jun Changshao removed the special effect and said, "And then?" His blade was gone, so he left by himself. The blade was gone. Jun Changshao looked at the divine modified green dragon crescent blade in shock and muttered in his heart, "Could it be? This divine modified green dragon crescent blade came from Guan Yu?" The system said, "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Right. He Woody took out the bright crystal and said, "This is what I got. It seems to be a special ore." Jun Changshao looked over and immediately showed a look of ecstasy. The bright crystal in front of him, in terms of shape and size, was actually very similar to the modified soul stone used to upgrade hard-to-keep blade. Could it be impossible? The system poured cold water on him. There are still differences. Indeed. Strictly speaking, some of the edges and even the color were very different, especially the small green dragon pattern inside, which was not found in the modified soul stone. Wait a minute. Green dragon pattern? Jun Changshao hurriedly looked at the green dragon carved on the surface of the green dragon crescent blade. After careful comparison, he concluded that the two were exactly the same. "Could it be," he said happily, "this thing is used to upgrade the green dragon crescent blade? It's even more impossible. It can't be that coincidental." Ding! While the system was working, Jun Changshao picked up the crystal and touched it on the surface of the green dragon crescent blade. The crystal instantly turned into a green light and merged into the blade. The two sides seemed to have a strong chemical reaction. Sure enough. I guessed it right. Whoosh! At this moment, the green dragon crescent blade flew out of his hand and hung over the eternal world. It was shrouded in bright flowing light and gradually gathered into a huge green dragon, hovering proudly in the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Led by Long Outyin, the higher-ups in the city of the dragon tribe flew out one after another and looked at the roaring green dragon in the sky with astonishment in their eyes. What a powerful dragon she! But it's different from our dragon tribe. What kind of power is this? The dragon tribe and all the creatures in the eternal world were confused. Only Jun Changshao gradually raised the corner of his mouth when he felt the mighty aura. Then he put his hand on his chest and said proudly, "This is the power from the east." Whoosh! Whoosh! The green dragon roared with great momentum. After a while, the green dragon crescent blade flew out from the mysterious power and landed in front of Jun Changshao with a bang. The green dragon pattern engraved on the surface of the blade flickered, as if it had come alive. This! He Wudi and Li Qingyang were dumbfounded. Swish! Jun Changshao held the green dragon crescent blade and strode forward. The pattern on the blade shone brightly and an illusory green dragon instantly wrapped around his body. He shouted, "Dragon in the sky!" Roar! The saber light and the azure dragon soared into the sky. The special effects were powerful, and the aura was so strong that He Wudi and the others were forced to retreat. They stared at the sky, dumbfounded, at the void that was gradually being torn in half. Patriarch! Is he using a big move? Chapter 1758. It was extremely shocking that the sky was torn apart. One had to know that this was the former first-class Xianyuan realm. The space barrier was extremely strong, but it was cut open so easily. It was enough to show that the green dragon crescent blade that was fused with the crystal had been upgraded in all aspects. Thud! Jun Changshao landed gracefully, and the blade hit the ground. A mysterious force from the east instantly rippled. Li Qingyang and the others were in awe. At that moment, Jun Changshao's back was incomparably majestic and powerful. They almost couldn't help but shout, "Patriarch, awesome!" Of course, the system was the saddest. Not only did it successfully poison him, but it was also slapped in the face. "Thank you." Jun Changshao put away the blade and thanked the system gratefully. The system roared, "I shouldn't have said so much in the first place." Plop! At this moment, Jun Changshao, who looked extraordinarily mighty, suddenly collapsed on the ground like mud. White foam kept coming out of his mouth, as if he had an epileptic seizure. That bright crystal was indeed used to upgrade the green dragon crescent blade, so after it was successfully fused, the weapon was greatly improved, and even the special effects were strengthened. Back then, Go Xing used Wu Xing's soul for the first time. Although he defeated Qin Haoren, the result was that he was completely exhausted. He had to be carried away by the disciples when he left Hao Qi Sect. That's right. The upgraded version of the god-modified green dragon crescent blade also inherited the glorious tradition of fainting immediately after showing off. Jun Changshao, who was lying on the ground, said, "It's been a long time. Patriarch, are you okay? Help me up and send me back to my room." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurriedly helped Jun Changshao up. However, before they left, they didn't forget to remind them, You guys continue." Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji went in and gave them 2 katanas. He Wudi went in and gave them a god-modified crystal to upgrade weapons. This heavenly might secret realm was really a big treasure. Yes. The disciples received the order. After watching the patriarch leave, Su Xiamo rubbed his fists and said, "I'll go in." Now that Yi Xingchen and the others had come out safely, he was no longer worried that there might be a trap inside. Of course, caution was needed. Su Xiamo looked at He Wudi and said, "Junior brother, is there anything we need to pay attention to?" "Yes." He Wudi said solemnly, "If you enter a hall and have to choose an opponent, I suggest you choose the weakest one. For example." He paused for a moment and said, "A short old man with a bow." "The short old man with the bow?" Su Xiamo made a mental note of this. Then, he tidied up his school uniform, waved at his fellow disciples, and stepped into the arcane realm. Ka. Shrouded in thick fog, Yagyu Jubii appeared once again. From this, it could be seen that this fellow should be the gatekeeper of the heavenly might secret realm. As long as the disciples entered the secret realm, they would be able to meet him. As usual, Yagyu Jubii first sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to use his fingers to flick out his dual blades. When he realized that there was nothing at his waist, he said in shock, "Where are my blades?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoma kicked him out of sight with a beautiful side kick. He said, "So weak." Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Yagyu Jubii in the stipulated time. Ding! As the challenger defeated a heroic soul in an instant, he received a perfect evaluation. In the next round, he will directly challenge an S-rank heroic soul. The scene in front of him changed, and he was now in the main hall. The main hall? The place that junior brother he mentioned just now? Buzz, buzz. When the image on the wall became lifelike, Su Xiaoma immediately understood what it meant. I choose. He stared at the heroic souls and finally locked his eyes on the short old man with the bow. Combined with his junior brother's previous reminder, he said without hesitation, "Him." Swish. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. He Wudi appeared on top of a mountain. The stone wall next to him was engraved with the words, Dingjun Mountain. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. A murderous aura that only appeared when two armies faced each other filled the air, causing Su Xiaoma to instantly become serious. Clang clang clang. The sound of a knife being sharpened could be heard. Su Xiaoma looked up and saw an old man wearing battle armor on a huge rock in front of him. He was sharpening a rusty broadsword with a bow and a quiver beside him. It's him. The person I chose. Compared to the extraordinary heroic souls in the portraits, this person was simply too old. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to fight with him. Young man. The old man stopped and flicked the surface of the broadsword with his finger. Have you heard of a treasured broadsword that is still young? His voice and eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, but there was an indescribable deterrence. This made Su Xiaoma feel deep veneration. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please." Clang. The old man sheathed the broadsword and picked up the bow with difficulty. He carried the quiver on his back and jumped down from the huge rock, almost falling on his butt. Su Xiaoma felt even more ashamed in his heart. He was in the prime of his life, yet he found an old man to fight. Was he worthy of the patriarch's repeated emphasis on being unyielding? If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a young man who held a spear and seemed to be full of courage. Ashamed was ashamed, but after all, he was in a secret realm challenge. Whoosh! Su Xiaoma activated his qi, the power of the true spirit filled the air, and said, "Sorry for the offense." Shwa. He took a step forward and moved at full speed. However, just as he was about to rush over, the armored old man quickly took out an arrow, knocked it, and pulled the bow. The entire process could be said to be done in one breath, as smooth as flowing water. Damn! Su Xiaoma was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was still extremely old. How did he suddenly become so agile? Young man, the old man said, treating me as an old, weak, and disabled person is a form of contempt. It is also irresponsible to yourself. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the longbow in his hand shone with a bright light, and the arrowhead continued to gather energy. Su Xiaoma hurriedly stopped, his scalp gradually numb. Not good. After realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly turned around, poured the power of the true spirit into his legs, and instantly dragged the afterimage away. However, the old man's eyes were like a self-aiming cheat. No matter how the target moved, the arrow was always locked on the butt. Until he seized the opportunity, he released two fingers and shouted, "One sword to decide the universe." Whoosh! The sharp arrow burst out like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Su Xiaoma, who was frantically escaping, suddenly stopped, looked at the camera in 0.1 second and howled, "I'm finished, Poochie!" In the outside world, Li Tiantian stabbed a dagger into the watermelon, and then quickly cut it into pieces, and laughed. Senior brother, eat the melon. Junior brother Su, will it be okay to go in? Li Qingyang took a piece of melon and was quite worried. Xiao Ziji said while eating, it should be okay. But he woody spat out the watermelon seed and said, as long as we choose the old man with the bow, it will be easy to win. Just as everyone was talking, Su Xiaoma appeared outside the vortex of the secret realm with a bang. So fast? He woody was stunned. Junior brother Su. Li Qingyang walked over with a piece of melon, and found that the other side was still facing away from him, so he asked, what's wrong with you? Oh. Suddenly, Su Xiaoma covered his butt and jumped up and down the back mountain like a monkey, and there were strange sounds from time to time. Oh. Chapter 1759. Su Xiaoma failed the challenge, and the result was very tragic. This was good proof that he would always be the boss, and he could not look down on him just because he was old. Of course, Su Xiaoma did not look down on him. He lost because of his archery skills. If it were he woody, he would probably jump up and down. I'll give it a try. Li Fei rubbed his hands and walked into the sky might secret land. Fly, choose the old man with the bow to avenge me, no problem. After half a chapter, Li Fei was sent out of the secret land. He covered his butt and jumped up and down. I'll do it. Long Xiang could not stand it anymore. In the end, he jumped up in front of his fellow disciples in the same way. The core disciples were defeated again and again, but it did not affect the others. The inner and outer disciples began to line up to enter the sky might secret land. Although some of them could kill Yagyu Jubai, who had lost his weapon in seconds, most of them could barely complete the task within the time limit. Therefore, they could not trigger the condition to enter the main hall, so the opponents in the second round were different. Ha! I got a sword. Li Tiantian was sent out of the secret land. He held a sharp sword, and his face was filled with ecstasy. This sword came from a heroic soul with the word engraved on the back of his hand. It looked simple and unadorned, but in fact it was not weaker than Yagyu Jubai's katana. Patriarch. The next day Li Qingyang came to report. There were a total of 100 disciples who challenged the sky might secret land yesterday. Those who passed the first round are, after listening to the disciples' report, Jun Changshao concluded that those who passed the first round in seconds would be sent to the main hall to choose their opponents, and those who were defeated in a regular way would enter the ordinary second round, which was much less difficult. Especially when he Woody's opponent and the old man with the bow. He could basically confirm that it should be Guan Yu and Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals. Interesting. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. There were people from the 3 kingdoms in the secret land, and there were also Japanese. Did it mean that the paintings on the wall were from the ancient famous people or generals of the former world? No. How could these ancient figures be so strong in the world of martial arts? It was undeniable that Guan Yu and Huang Zhong were considered top-notch fighters in their time. However, it was still considered a low-level martial artist. In the world of martial arts, where every movement could shake the heavens and earth, he would definitely be crushed. There was also the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. This was a weapon that he had bought in the early stages. After the upgrade, its power had been greatly increased. Could it be that it had been upgraded to a perfected weapon? If that is the case, Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion. The weapons and equipment of those S-rank heroic souls might be of the highest grade. Xingyang. If you have time, get Xing Chun and the others to go to the Heavenly Might secret realm, especially to challenge S-rank heroic souls. This, Li Qingyang said weakly, I can't. He had also entered the Sky's Might mystery realm yesterday, but he did not choose Huang Zhong. Instead, he chose the martial artist with a spear next to him. In the end, he was defeated miserably by his opponent. Try more. Jun Changshao said, find a mechanism. The strength of the core disciples was not weak. If they wanted to be stronger, they would have to be at the half-step celestial secret realm. Therefore, Go Xing did not think that there was a suppression of strength in the secret realm. He might need to explore slowly. To put it bluntly, after being destroyed many times, he would naturally have experience. Yes. Li Qingyang returned to the peak where the disciples lived and called Su Xiaoma and the others over to discuss countermeasures. Simple. Su Xiaoma covered his butt and said, "Let's fight together." Good idea. Li Fei agreed. Isn't it unfair to fight with more people? Li Qingyang said. He Wudi said, the secret realm is not a competition. We don't have to care about numbers. That's true. Where's junior brother Yi? He went to the back of the mountain in advance. Boom! In the heavens might secret realm, Yi Xingqian's fist, which gathered the powerful force of true spirit, directly killed the gatekeeper, Yagyu Jubii. Then, he turned his face to the camera and said, "Trash." Because he killed an A-class heroic soul instantly, he was sent to the main hall to choose an S-class heroic soul. Who should he choose? Knight Emperor looked and finally chose a burly man. Swoosh! The scene in front of him changed. He was in a burning barrack. Kill! Kill! Yi Xingqian ignored the shouts that disturbed his mind. His eyes were fixed on the distance. There stood a burly man, dragging two corpses with both hands. He grinned and said, "You want to challenge me?" Who? Ancient Heir Lai Dianwei. Jun Changxiao's guess was right. Many of the characters carved on the walls of the main hall came from the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. Of course, there were also portraits on another wall, but they were dark gray, which seemed to mean that they hadn't been activated yet. From the blurry style of the portraits, it could be seen that there was a three-headed and six-armed child on wheels, a birdman with two wings on his back holding a sledgehammer, a handsome warrior with three eyes leading a wolf dog, and a macaque in armor carrying a stick. All in all, there were all kinds of characters and all kinds of equipment. Based on the current situation, if the disciples wanted to obtain the equipment, they would have to defeat them, and the equipment would still be there. They wouldn't be like Guan Yu, who had come out but lost his saber. Shua! Yi Xingqian was miserably teleported out because he didn't defeat his opponent on time yesterday. So, he didn't waste any time and simply charged over. Boom! Boom! Dian Wei threw out the two corpses in his hands, which exploded in midair, filling the air with flesh and blood. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian dashed out and made a gesture of the sky crossing palm. He instantly slapped the air several times, unleashing a terrifying power. Great! Dian Wei roared and charged forward with his tough body. Not only did he break the palm, he also pressed a Knight Emperor's face and slapped down with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled and the space collapsed. Dian Wei frowned. Although his palm hit the target, it was blocked by the hard armor. He asked in shock, "Isn't this Lu Bu's beast face chain armor?" Who? At this moment, Yi Xingqian, who was fully armed, extended his right hand and waved the halberd that appeared out of nowhere. Bam! Dum! 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 Dian Wei stepped back quickly. After he regained his balance, he saw the weapon in the guy's hand and exclaimed, "A halberd? Die!" Yi Xingqian leaped into the air and used total annihilation to press down. Boom! Boom! The violent power swept across the secret realm. Stunned, Dian Wei was forced to step back again and again, but his eyes were still full of confusion. Why did he have all Lu Bu's equipment? Or has he already defeated the guy? That can't be right. As one of the strongest S-level hero souls, why did the guy challenge me when he had already defeated me and inherited my equipment? Damn it! Is he bullying me? Shua! Yi Xingqian jumped up again. In order to finish the battle quickly and save time, he poured all his strength into the halberd. The energy waves generated when he waved it disturbed the space around and created a crack that seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. Boom! The halberd with terrifying power hit Dian Wei brutally, but the latter seemed to have chosen to give up. He immediately dispersed into smoke, and a large wooden box gradually appeared where he was. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Dian Wei of the Ancient. Chapter 1760. Yi Xingqian 1. Even he himself was at a loss. Logically speaking, that guy should be very strong. Why was he suddenly eliminated? Forget it. Let's look at the equipment first. Yi Xingqian came to the wooden box and kicked it open. There were 2 short halberds inside. Judging from the material and luster, they didn't seem to be weaker than his halberd. It's useless. He waved his hand and kept it in his spatial ring. Since the challenger defeated an S-class heroic soul, you can continue to choose the same level in the next round. At the same time, Yi Xingqian was sent into the main hall again. Then, he looked at the portrait on the wall and said, "This time I have to choose a fiercer one. Otherwise, it will be boring." Knight Emperor came to the Heavenly Might's secret realm not for weapons, but to find an opponent to spar with. Therefore, he hoped to meet an evenly matched expert. Boom! In another area of the secret realm, the team led by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji successfully defeated the gatekeeper, Yagyu Jubi. Because of the instant kill, they entered the main hall as expected. Who should we choose? Of course, Su Xiaoma originally wanted to choose Huang Zhong, but when he thought of the pain from yesterday, he quickly shifted his gaze to a heroic soul shrouded in black light and said, "Let's choose him." Okay. Li Qingyang agreed. Whoosh! The scene in front of them suddenly changed. Everyone was instantly out of the main hall and outside the towering city gate with the words Hulao Pass engraved on it. Damn! Su Xiaoma shivered and said, "The atmosphere is a bit strange." Trouble. He Wudi frowned and said, "We seem to have chosen a guy with decent strength." Stomp, stomp. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the city gate. A moment later, a scarlet horse slowly trotted out, dragging a figure shrouded in monstrous demonic aura. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, his aura was very strong. "It's over." He Wudi thought to himself, "I'm afraid we're going to fail." The scarlet horse stopped outside the city gate. The figure shrouded in demonic aura said, "Who are you?" The voice was very domineering. Li Qingyang and the others looked extremely serious. Although the person riding on the horse didn't reveal his face, his aura and voice were both filled with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. He was probably stronger than the bow-wielding old man he met yesterday. The strength of the generals of the 3 kingdoms was determined according to the author's preferences. There was no need to argue. Otherwise, the strongest S-rank heroic soul, Doraemon, would appear in the next second and be abused. Disciple of the sect of all times. Just a bunch of trash. Everyone fell silent. If someone else had said this, they might have thought that it was arrogant. But when it came from the mysterious black shadow, it seemed to be a matter of course. Don't waste time. Come at me together. Li Qingyang, who was originally thinking that it would be unfair to win with numbers, hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Excuse me." Shua. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others entered battle mode and communicated with each other through eye contact. They had great teamwork when it came to fighting bosses. Forget it. He Wudi muttered in his heart, "I can't be too high profile. I have to keep a low profile." Because of his explosive performance in the life and death secret realm, he had to keep a low profile this time. At this moment, the red horse raised its head and neighed, then rushed over. Competing in speed? Su Xiaoma touched his nose and said, "I'm not bad either." Shwa. Shwa. Form shift. Wave-like subtle steps. Heaven and earth great shift. Su Xiaoma fully displayed his speed, but in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being kicked away by the horse's hooves. In Yi Xingqian's words, it was useless to be flashy. "Junior brother!" Li Qingyang exclaimed. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Ziji stood in front of him with his shield, and caught the red horse's forelegs. His knees kept sinking, and his face was extremely ferocious. Heaven-crossing palm print. Woody seized the opportunity and rushed over from the side. In the end, the palm print that he condensed was all swept away by the horse's tail, so he pretended to suffer from the backlash and landed far away. He thought to himself, even a horse is so strong? Ancient shadowless kick. After Li Fei spun around, the shadow of his footsteps appeared, but in the end, he was sent flying by the crimson horse's rear leg. It could be said, in just a short period of time, many of the Sect of all times' core disciples had been knocked down. The situation was very unfavorable. You can't even do anything to my red hair. Black Shadow said coldly, what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Damn it, Su Xiaoma stood up, anger rising on his face. Everyone. Li Qingyang said, let's get serious. All right. Everyone looked at each other, and immediately crossed their hands in unison. Words appeared on the back of their hands, and all kinds of special effects filled the air. Ka. Xiao Ziji, who had turned into a mecha, raised his flowing light shield. As the main meat shield of the team, he would stand at the front of his teammates in any situation. Boom. Woody brought out the gate of life and death, and used his eyes to tell his companions to bring this horse in during the battle later. Li Qingyang and the others activated their words and exclusive weapons one after another. All the special effects were activated, and all the trump cards were used. It could be said that in ancient times, the three heroes in front of Hulao Pass fought Lu Bu, and today, the disciples in front of Hulao Pass fought Red Hair. When compared, why was it so bad? Black Shadow said disdainfully, trash will always be trash. However, since you all are so serious, I will naturally be serious too. The red hair under him raised its head and neighed. The demonic aura around the figure also gradually dissipated, revealing an incomparably cold face. His eyes shone with a sharp luster, looking very frightening. A ruthless person. Woody muttered in his heart. Whoosh whoosh. The demonic aura continued to dissipate, revealing a complete body. At that moment, the surrounding gloomy aura became even more intense, and there seemed to be earth-shaking shouts in his ears. However, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were dumbfounded, because that cold guy was actually naked, wearing only a pair of large underpants while riding on the horse, although his muscles looked very perfect. Woody's mouth twitched. The guy who revealed his true appearance seemed to be very strong. Why wasn't he wearing any clothes? Could it be that he was like Hall Master Z, who had to tear his clothes off as long as he fought? Flying General Lu Fengxian felt a chill and instinctively looked down. Seeing that he wasn't wearing anything, he said in astonishment, where are my beast-faced swallowing head chain armor and my Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe? Ha! Su Xiaoma couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach. Lu Fengxian said with a cold gaze, you dare to laugh at me, I will immediately let you die without a burial ground. After saying that, he raised his hand to summon his weapon, but nothing was summoned. Damn it! Why is the Sky Piercer also gone? Swish! Just as Lu Fengxian was furious, a figure appeared on the battlefield out of thin air, wearing a three-pronged purple-gold crown, wearing a beast-face swallowing head chain armor, wearing a Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe, holding a Sky Piercer. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were overjoyed. Junior Brother Yi. Chapter 1761. Just as Lu Fengxian was wondering why his equipment was gone, Yi Xingchen appeared on the battlefield. It was obvious that after defeating ancient Air Lai, he chose the same heroic soul for the sake of excitement. Not bad. Knight Emperor said, this person has a strong aura. Although he said so, he was despising Yi Xingchen in his heart. Why isn't he wearing any clothes? Does he have the same hobby as the Purple King? Yi Xingchen didn't like Z, and the reason might be because he drank too much in the past and went to Spirit Beast Peak. Seeing his equipment and weapons on Yi Xingqian, Lu Fengxian's eyes flashed with anger and said, "So it was you who stole them." SSS. The red hare raised its head and neighed as though it was cooperating with its owner. Lu Fengxian had to admit that with such a mount that exuded athlete's foot, even if he wasn't wearing any clothes, he still looked mighty and extraordinary. "Junior brother Yi," Li Qingyang said solemnly, "this person is extremely dangerous. Just now, a few of them were defeated by a single horse. Even if Yi Xingqian didn't have any equipment, he still gave them immense pressure." Borrowing the words of the readers, if it was a normal person without any equipment, they would be no different from a noob. But Lu Fengxian was different. His sharp eyes and powerful aura were extremely terrifying. He was worthy of being one of the strongest S-class heroic souls. Yi Xingqian could clearly feel it, and his eyes flashed with intense battle intent. "I need such an opponent." Swish! He waved his Fangtian halberd and jumped over. "Go!" Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. With Yi Xingqian as the leader, the core disciples of the sect of all times burst out with different powers and rushed towards Lu Fengxian in front of Hulao Pass. Due to the detailed and realistic 3D model, every shot was exquisite. It could be said that they used their heart to create the CG and feet to create the game. A bunch of mobs. Lu Fengxian's eyes were filled with disdain. The red hare under him suddenly accelerated and dragged a red light to meet them. Heaven-crossing palm print. Su Xiaoma was the first to launch an attack as multiple palm prints descended from the sky. The red hare horse evaded the attack with an extremely coquettish movement. Then, it leaped up and kicked at the opponent in the air, forming a U-shaped energy wave. F***CK. Su Xiaoma exclaimed. Was this a horse or a human? It could actually condense energy from afar. "Senior brother, be careful." Xiao Ziji rushed over in large strides and threw out the shield with all his might. It turned into a stream of light and collided with the horse hoof print. Immediately, there was an earth-shaking rumble. Swish! Su Xiaoma took the opportunity to dodge, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. If not for his junior brother's timely assistance, he would have been dead if he had been struck by the hoofprints. Deng deng deng. As for Xiao Ziji, his body continuously retreated. Only after he stabilized himself did he catch the flowing light shield that flew back. The blood in his body was boiling violently. Total annihilation. On the other side, Yi Xingqian leaped over, and an arc of light pierced through the battlefield. Pa! Lu Fengxian slapped the horse's back and flew up in his underpants. Demonic chi gathered between his palms as he shouted, "Nameless pawn, don't be impudent." Rumble. His hands were like reinforced steel as they directly broke the total annihilation that pressed down on him. Then, he rushed toward Yi Xingqian to engage in close combat, seemingly intending to snatch the Fangtian halberd. At the same time, Li Qingyang and He Wudi also rushed over. The two of them attacked from the left and right, assisting Yi Xingqian in attacking from the side. It was a complete replay of the battle between the three heroes at Hulao Pass. Ancient Shadowless Kick. Li Fei took advantage of the opportunity and came over with a kick shadow. Lu Fengxian sent Li Qingyang flying with his right palm. He turned around and stretched out his left hand, directly grabbing the other party's leg and smashing it down. Rumble! Li Fei suddenly landed on the ground, his body turning into nothingness. Junior brother Li. Seeing his fellow disciple killed in an instant, Su Xiaoma's eyes flashed as he roared. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly felt his vision darken. He saw the red hare in front of him, and its big hooves were about to kick his face. Boom! Another loud noise, accompanied by billowing dust, rang out. Su Xiaomo relied on his speed to dodge, but after stabilizing himself in the distance, his eyes were filled with deep fear. This horse was too strong. Once he was kicked by it, he would definitely be eliminated. Junior brother! Li Qingyang shouted, hold this horse back. Lu Fengxian did not have the upper hand in the fierce battle between him and Yi Xingchen. If the red hare rushed in again, there would definitely be a risk of being wiped out. Okay. Su Xiaoma immediately rushed toward the red hare. His goal was not to kill it, but to attract its firepower. Feudal struggle. Lu Fengxian sneered. Although he saw through their strategy, he did not summon the red hare. Instead, he let the other party lead him. He wore his underpants and fought against Yi Xingchen, Li Qingyang, He Wudi, and Xiao Ziji, who joined later. Apart from Lu Qianqian, the disciples of the sect of all times in Hulao Pass were all core members. Lu Fengxian, who did not have any equipment, could fight against many with ease. It was really a little terrifying. Speaking of which, if he wore equipment and held a weapon, wouldn't he be able to press Jun Changshao to the ground and rub it against him? Of course, if he used the Sky Piercer's blade to rub Goshing's face, it would probably be a little too difficult. Boom! In front of Hulao Pass, there was a huge explosion of energy. Hiss! Outside Hulao Pass, the red hare's cry resounded through the sky. Soon, the two sides fought fiercely for an hour. They fought back and forth brilliantly, and there was no clear winner. If Lu Bu was compared to a boss, he would definitely have 999 layers of HP. Although Li Qingyang and the others worked well together, they could not deal any effective damage. As of now, they had only used up 1 layer of HP. Junior brother He. Li Qingyang shouted, don't hide it anymore. He Wudi was speechless. As expected, after being high-profile last time, it was very difficult to keep a low profile. Ha! He shook his head, and his expression became incredibly stern. To pass this stage, to be like, boom! At that moment, Lu Fengxian threw a palm strike and hit He Wudi's face, who was about to act cool. It made him disappear from the spot. Before he left, he did not forget to cry out, ouch! Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji roared, can your acting be any more fake? Swoosh! After dealing with He Wudi, Lu Fengxian suddenly retracted his hand and jumped above Hulao Pass. Like a high and mighty king, he said, all of you will die. Buzz! The space shook and light flashed. A longbow with a dragon engraved on it gradually appeared. This was the dragon tongue bow. Legend had it that it was made from dragon tendons. Many people only knew that Lu Fengxian held the heavenly halberd and rode the red hare, but they did not know that he was also an outstanding archer. Otherwise, there would not be the story of shooting the halberd at the gate. When Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others saw this, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness. But Lu Bu grabbed the dragon tongue bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right. Several arrows that seemed to be covered in demonic energy appeared out of thin air and locked onto the sect of all time's disciples on the battlefield. Su Xiaoma's but tensed up. Arrows pierced the sun and moon. At that moment, Lu Bu released the bowstring, and several arrows flew out of the city gate. They dragged streams of light as if they had turned into roaring dragons. Boom! Xiao Ziji placed the lightstream shield in front of him and said, shield, open! Buzz, buzz. In an instant, a huge shield that was as smooth as a mirror appeared in front of everyone, exuding an unshakable aura. However, compared to the incoming arrows, it was still a little lacking. Yi Xingchen roared, remove the defense. He knew that the shield would not be able to withstand those forces, and the final result would be, as if also realizing that even though he could help his fellow disciples resolve this crisis, he would inevitably be eliminated. Xiao Ziji grinned and said, I'll leave the rest to you guys. Looking at his sturdy back, Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen felt as if they had returned to the time when they challenged the fire dragon together in Death Valley. I'm willing to use this broken body. I'll bear the brunt of lightning for you guys. Because of this sentence, Xiao Ziji embarked on the path of no return as a tank. He always stood at the forefront, protecting his fellow disciples from harm. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several arrows shot over, and the roars of the dragons shook everyone's eardrums. No! Yi Xingqian roared in rage when he saw that the arrows were about to hit the shields. This was supposed to be a experiential training in a secret realm. Even if they failed, they would not die. However, Yi Xingqian found this hard to accept. This showed just how close the two were as fellow disciples. Drip, drip, drip. Huh! Li Qingyang and Su Xiama looked up and saw rain falling from the sky. The temperature plummeted, and the raindrops turned into snowflakes. When they landed on the ground, they seemed to freeze the air. This is cold air. Could it be? The two looked in the direction of the aura and saw a graceful figure walking over from the distance. With every step, cold air spread out from under her feet, causing the battlefield in Hulao Pass to instantly turn from hot summer to cold winter. Chapter 1762. Lu Qianqian, who was dressed in white, appeared. The originally hot environment suddenly became bone-chillingly cold. Hiss! The red hair neighed, and the flame-like airwaves under its feet gradually weakened due to the ice on the ground. If this was not enough to describe how cold the surrounding environment was, then the several sharp arrows flying over had been greatly slowed down under the influence of the cold air. Otherwise, Li Qingyang and the others would not have had time to look back. Achoo! Lu Fengxian sneezed on the city tower. This extremely cold weather seemed to be a bit unfriendly for him, who was not wearing clothes. On the other hand, Li Qingyang and the others, after the appearance of the senior sister, nimbly put on luxurious mink coats, thick hats, ear-warmers, and scarves. Ka! Ka ka! The few sharp arrows flying slowly could not resist the interference of the cold air. Not only were they stopped in mid-air, but their bodies were also frozen. As for the red hair, except for its red body, there was no heat under its feet or in its eyes. It was even possible to slip on the icy ground. A field control mage was indeed awesome. Good chance. Su Xiama's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly put on his ice skates. Don't ask where this thing came from. If you ask, it was from Gosheng. Swish. Su Xiama swung his arms and rushed over. Because of the ice skates on the soles of his shoes, 2 small traces were left where he passed. He turned into a professional ice skater. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the help of the smooth icy ground, Su Xiama's speed was even faster. Hiss! The red hair raised its head and neighed. It was about to dodge, but as soon as its limbs exerted force, it fell to the ground. It could be seen that the icy ground had a great impact on it, and its movements were obviously restricted. Swish! Su Xiama seized the opportunity, circled around the opponent a few times, and then rose into the air. He poured the power of true spirit into the ice skates and made a difficult spinning movement in the air that only figure skaters could do. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sharp saber light shot out and struck the red hair with great precision. Without the advantage of speed, and even being greatly restricted, it was nothing more than a sandbag used to bombard. Shwa! Su Xiama landed gracefully on the ground and glided along the side of the field. The knife marks he left behind seemed messy, but they gradually formed the words, Sect of all times. 10 points. Jun Changshao raised his placard. The host is here to steal the limelight again. The system roared as it raised its sign and said, 10 points. Jianghu, who was sitting on the judging panel, raised his board and said, I give 9 points. Swish! Swish! After Su Xiama succeeded, he did not waste such a good opportunity. He continued to walk on the ice, occasionally seizing the opportunity to launch a fancy attack. Boom boom boom! The sharp blade slashed across the red hare's body. Although it did not break through its defenses in a short period of time, the stinging pain it brought became more and more obvious. Lu Fengxian didn't care about the mount. Instead, he locked onto Lu Qianqian and said, You look good. But he drew the bow again and gathered several arrows. Compared to Chang'er, you're far inferior. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, An arrow carrying a powerful demonic aura flew out from the tower. Judging from the aura and speed, it was obviously stronger than before. Go. Lu Qianqian said coldly. Ka ka ka. Xiao Ziji's flowing light shield was covered by layers of ice. He immediately understood what it meant and rushed over with large strides. Then, he placed the ice shield in front of him, forming an absolute defense. Li Qingyang and the others moved closer to the defensive area. Even Su Xiaoma, who was attacking the red hare, slid over. The arrows with demonic aura came with a tracking system. When the Sect of All Time's disciples huddled together, they turned from scattered to concentrated. They burst out in different directions. Boom. 1 arrow. Boom. Boom. 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Every time there was a boom, there would be a piece of broken ice. Ah! Xiao Ziji pressed his shoulder against the flowing light shield with a ferocious expression, but his feet were slowly retreating. It was obvious that even with the support of eldest senior sister's ice, it was still difficult to resist all the attacks. It could collapse at any time. Qian, Zhen, Kan, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li Dui. At this moment, Yi Xingqian formed a seal with both hands and blasted a palm into the void. The 8 characters flashed with a dazzling light, and an 8 trigrams pattern appeared in front of the shield. Whoosh, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the sharp arrow merged into the pattern and appeared above the red hare that was trying to get up. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the surrounding ice cracked rapidly. Everyone looked back and saw that the red hare was already paralyzed on the ground. Its body turned from red to charred black. White foam kept coming out of its mouth, and then it gradually collapsed into nothingness. It was dead. It was accidentally injured by master's skill. Li Qingyang and the others didn't feel happy that the red hare was killed. Instead, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. That horse was strong, but it was killed in an instant. If it weren't for big senior sister's defense and junior brother Ye's timely diversion, everyone would have been wiped out. Damn it! Lu Fengxian said angrily, "How dare you hurt my mount?" Swoosh! He jumped down from the tower and gathered monstrous demonic aura in his hands to form a mountain that smashed down on everyone. Lu Qianqian took a step back, crossed her hands, and activated the text effect. Her black hair turned silver-white, and she looked like an ice fairy that didn't eat the food of mortals. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The cold wind was chilly and snowflakes danced in the air. The mountain of demonic aura was covered in snow and ice, and its falling speed gradually slowed down. Even Lu Fengxian, who was suspended in mid-air, felt his body being obstructed. In particular, the bone-piercing cold air poured into his body, causing his exposed muscles to begin to tremble. One word, cold. Die. At this moment, Yi Xingqian flew around the mountain. All the true spirit in his body was poured into the sky halberd, and it blasted toward Lu Fengxian with a thunderous force. Boom! The light that pierced through the sky suddenly exploded, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Ta! Yi Xingqian landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had used Inverse the Universe to help Xiao Ziji resolve the last arrow. It was already very difficult, and now that he had used all his strength, it could be said to be one disaster after another. Lu Qianqian was also in a bad situation. Although she appeared to be very calm since she appeared, she was actually using a lot of true spirit to transform the battlefield into a cold winter. She also had to use the power of ice to control her speed. At this moment, she was already at the end of her tether. Boom! At this moment, Lu Fengxian, who was suspended in mid-air, landed on the ground. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes flashed with anger. If not for the stolen equipment, you would have died without a complete corpse. Crack! His body collapsed and turned into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating the demonized Lu Bu in the allotted time. Ding! As the challenger defeated a rank S demonized heroic soul and obtained a perfect evaluation, You will directly challenge a rank SS heroic soul in the next round. The area where Lu Fengxian disappeared gradually condensed into a box. Inside it was a puppet in the shape of Red Rabbit. We won. Su Xiaoma sat down, and a bright smile appeared on his weak face. Li Qingyang walked to the box and took out the Red Rabbit puppet. This should be the reward for clearing the stage. Eldest senior sister, how should we distribute it? For junior brother Yi. After Lu Qianqian said this, she gave up and disappeared from the battlefield. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang threw the puppet over. This battle had consumed too much energy and he was exhausted. Therefore, he chose to give up and be sent out of the Heavenly Might secret realm. Let's go, let's go. Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji left the dungeon. Only Yi Xingqian was left in Hulao Pass. He looked at the Red Rabbit puppet and said, "Thank you." Chapter 1763. After defeating Lu Fengxian, Li Qingyang and the others could have continued to challenge or even challenge a stronger heroic soul. However, they chose to leave the secret realm. It was not that they did not want to continue fighting, but their bodies and energy did not allow them to do so. Furthermore, an S-rank heroic soul was already so strong without any weapons. If they were to fight an SS-rank heroic soul, they would probably be obliterated. At this point, the Heavenly Might secret realm challenge ended. Although the battle was a bit difficult, they had obtained the red hair. Lu Fengxian was also depressed. Not only did he not get back his equipment, but he also lost his mount. Some people might feel wronged for the number one general of the three kingdoms. In fact, the Heavenly Might secret realm was created by defeating heroic souls to obtain equipment. Even if Li Qingyang and the others were wiped out, given their unyielding character, they would come back sooner or later and defeat them. Not only Lu Bu, Guan Yu, Huang Zhong, and the others could stand proudly in the secret realm in the following challenges, but they could not avoid losing equipment in the end. This was because their combat strength was fixed, and the disciples of the sect of all times could continue to improve. Of course, these heroic souls had their own consciousness. For example, Dian Wei of the Ancients might not be comparable to the demonized Lu Bu, but when he saw Yi Xingqian holding the heavenly halberd and other equipment, he chose to run away after the battle. It was really incredible. Defeating the demonized Lu Bu was because everyone worked together. However, the red hair was given to Yi Xingqian. This was enough to show that this was a big family with love. They did not care about gains and losses, but only cared about who was more suitable. 3 pieces of equipment. Heavenly halberd. Together with the red hair, they were fully equipped. Yi Xingqian was touched again. Why couldn't he use his life to defend such a sect and such a fellow disciple? Yi Xingqian recalled the scene in the main hall where he left the sect of all times for a woman. He said coldly, "This kind of thing will never happen. I, Yi Xingqian, am a disciple of the sect of all times. I will always be a disciple of the sect of all times." The core disciples' challenge of the Heavenly Might secret realm would come to an end temporarily. Just the demonized Lu Bu was so difficult to deal with. Before they recovered to their best state and had absolute confidence, they did not dare to challenge higher levels. Therefore, it all depended on whether the author was willing to give it a try or not. If he wasn't willing to give it a try, he would be able to get the weapon. Oh! In the study room, Jun Changshao removed his mask and asked in astonishment, "There's also Lu Bu?" "Patriarch," Su Xiaoma said with a serious expression, "that guy is really fierce. If it weren't for eldest senior sister's appearance to control the situation and junior brother Ye's outburst, we would have been overturned." Sure enough, whenever there was a situation, this big mouth would immediately say it. What did he give? Red Rabbit puppet. Who took it? Junior brother Yi. Jun Changshao hastily called Yi Xingqian over and said, "Is it a mule or a horse? Take it out for a walk." Yi Xingqian glanced at Su Xiaoma, who was standing to the side. He thought to himself, "Does this guy feel terrible if he doesn't gossip for a day? All right. Since the patriarch wants to see it, then summon it. In fact, Yi Xingchen was also quite curious. Was this puppet as fierce as the red rabbit horse that he had encountered in the secret realm? Outside the main hall, the disciples of the sect of all times were gathered together. Yi Xingchen was speechless. Wasn't it just summoning the red rabbit? Was there a need for so many people to watch? The disciples were deliberately called over by Jun Changshao. Their goal was to stimulate them to become stronger faster so that they could go to the Heaven's Might's secret realm to get equipment. Come, Gosheng said, let everyone open their eyes. Who? Yi Xingchen exhaled, then took out the puppet. This gadget was exceptionally exquisite, and it could be hung on the key of Maserati. Buzz. Spiritual sense spread out and fused with it. Bang! The puppet suddenly exploded, surging with waves of air, completely enveloping Yi Xingchen. What a strong demonic aura! Yao Menjing exclaimed. Hiss! Suddenly, a loud neigh was heard, dispersing the demonic aura that gathered around, and a red warhorse with flames on its 4 legs appeared. Because they were in the stage of breaking through, Li Qingyang and the others did not observe carefully. Now that they saw the red rabbit horse again, they could not help but marvel at the majesty of the mount. Swoosh! Yi Xingchen jumped on his horse and activated the text effect. His hand reached into the void and pulled out the Fangtian halberd. With all kinds of equipment, he suddenly had the aura of a general who had never failed on the battlefield. A perfect match, Jun Changshao said. Hiss! At this time, the red rabbit horse neighed, and flames erupted under its feet. It dragged Yi Xingchen and rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Damn! The disciples were shocked. It can fly! Jun Changshao was not surprised. After all, it almost killed a few core disciples. Demonized Lu Bu's mount must be very powerful. My blood is burning! Riding on the red rabbit horse, Yi Xingchen's eyes were burning with passion. At that moment, he felt as though he was one with his equipment, weapons, and mount. His combat strength was greatly enhanced. Come! Night Emperor stopped in the sky above Spirit Beast Peak and looked at the Purple King who was sowing and said, Fight! The equipment, weapons, and mount triggered the set attributes, making him a little arrogant. TSK. The Purple King placed the armor in the toolbox and skillfully took off his jacket and pants. He shook his head and said, A little arrogant. Swish! The purple light flew out from Spirit Beast Peak with a mighty momentum. Yi Xingchen raised the sky piercer and rushed over with the red rabbit horse. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have turned into a ball of flames. Jun Changshao sat in front of the grand hall and ate some sunflower seeds. He thought to himself, with Lu Bu's full set of equipment, Xingchen is probably not inferior to Z. Beep beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his ears. Jun Changshao immediately left the sect and returned to Eternal. He saw a light spot rapidly approaching the plane where the battleship was docked. Behind it were dozens of other light spots. Open the mirror image. Beep! A holographic image appeared on the map. It showed the vast universe, and the approaching light spot wasn't a meteorite but a martial artist shrouded in flowing light. To be able to fly in the upper universe, one's strength must be at the half-step vector realm. Zoom in. Jun Changshao said. Swish. The holographic image kept expanding, and the flowing light gradually became clearer. It was clear that the person flying over was a woman. Her face was slightly pale and seemed to be injured. The flowing light behind her was obviously hot on her heels. Boom! Boom! On Spirit Beast Peak, Yi Xingchen and the Purple King were fighting. Because the former had equipment, weapons, and a mount, he quickly gained the upper hand. Ryu Sinan. Gong Sun Ho! Quick, come to Eternal. Suddenly, Jun Changshao's voice resounded throughout the sect. Yi Xingchen and the Purple King immediately stopped, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. They could hear that although the patriarch's tone was calm, it was filled with intense anger and killing intent. Swish! Swish! In an instant, the upper echelons of the Sect of all times, led by Ryu Sinan, appeared on Eternal. As expected, they saw the holographic image on the map. Patriarch! Gongsun Ho exclaimed. That's right. The woman in the holographic image was none other than the previous patriarch of the stone statue race, Gongsun Ruoli. She was also the father of Gongsun Di Goxing, the captain of the Eternal Pirates. As for the group of martial artists chasing after her, Jun Changxiao's eyes turned cold. Subordinates of the Sky Demon Emperor? Chapter 1764. In the vast starry sky, Gongsun Ruoli was flying at top speed. Her face was getting paler and paler. It was obvious that the situation was not good. There was a group of experts chasing after her. If nothing went wrong, they would catch up to her in the desolate plain ahead. It was strange. There were 30 to 50 of them. Except for the 4 at the front, who were at the half-step Heavenly Secrets realm, the rest were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Logically speaking, only those who had touched the Heavenly Secrets could fly in the upper universe. How could these warriors who had not reached that level be safe and sound? Damn it! Realizing that the other party was getting closer and her speed was getting slower and slower, Gongsun Ruoli's eyes were filled with anger. After leaving the upper realm, she had been drifting in the universe for many years in order to find the man who had betrayed her. In the end, she provoked a group of unknown warriors and was chased for half a year. Forget it. Since she could not escape, she could only die together with them. Gongsun Ruoli's eyes were filled with determination. However, every time she thought of how she had just reunited with her son and had not seen her grandson, she was unwilling to die just like that. Die! At this moment, the group of ferocious-looking warriors behind her used their martial techniques, forming a dazzling light that blasted toward her. Although the heavily injured Gongsun Ruoli had dodged, her speed had decreased significantly, and the distance between them had shortened. She could not escape. The only thing she could do was to drag a few more down with her before she died. Gongsun Ruoli gritted her teeth and continued flying. A crazy idea arose in her mind. Enter the desolate plain ahead and detonate it by burning her soul. Perhaps she could perish together with them. Whoosh! The remaining power of the stone statue in her dantian surged out, and Gongsun Ruoli exploded with extreme speed at the last moment. 100 miles. 10 miles, the warriors chasing after her also sped up, constantly gathering power to blast toward her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The energy shot out from the starry sky like cannonballs. Gongsun Ruoli's heavily injured body did not allow her to dodge anymore. Seeing all kinds of energy rushing toward her from behind, she made up her mind and was about to burn her soul. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out from the desolate plain. It was as hot as the sun, and the murderous aura it carried seemed to be able to tear apart the starry sky. Gongsun Ruoli was stunned. Before she could react, she was enveloped by a force that was not weaker than her own. She flew out of control and successfully dodged all kinds of energy blasts. When the leader saw a stream of light take away the target he was chasing, he immediately shouted, "Go in!" Whoosh! 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 In an instant, dozens of streams of light flew into the desolate plain like meteors. However, after all of them came in, they all stopped in midair with dull expressions because there were 11 battleships docked inside. There were 100,000 martial artists wearing the same uniform lined up neatly. They were solemnly waiting, as if they were waiting for their arrival. He was certain. This was a desolate plain that no one cared about. With so many people suddenly gathering, any expert would be dumbfounded. Something's wrong. Why can't I sense any aura outside? The leader frowned. With his strength, he could use his powerful spiritual senses to capture the martial Tao aura in the distant starry sky, let alone a desolate plain. Even if it was a first-grade or second-grade plane with decent strength. Now, even though he could see so many martial artists with his naked eyes, he still could not sense their auras. It was as if they were a group of ordinary people without any cultivation. Strange. Ta. Jun Changshao landed on Eternal with his father with his true spirit force. With his back to those martial artists who were in a daze in midair, he said coldly, "Since you're here, don't go out." Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant the array barrier was activated, completely sealing off the entire desolate plain like a cage. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 100,000 disciples of the sect of all times gathered in midair no longer hid their cultivation and unleashed their full strength. The vast airwaves gathered between heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and the earth. The leader's face was solemn. These uniformed martial artists were at least at the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. Especially the people standing at the very front, any random one of them had the strength of a pinnacle level. It was common to encounter truth-seeking realm martial artists outside, but it was a bit unbelievable to encounter more than 100,000 in a desolate plain. Of course, more importantly, the young man standing on the battleship like the leader was not weaker than anyone present. "Kid," the leader said coldly, "who are you?" Jun Changshao did not answer. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced Gongsun Ruoli and said, "Father, were you injured by them?" The leader understood. So, the two were father and son. No wonder he ignored the demonic emperor's token hanging on his waist and dared to save someone in broad daylight. That's not right. Shouldn't a woman be called mother? Why did he call her father? My son. Gongsun Ruoli was stunned. She was about to perish together with her pursuers, but she did not expect her son to save her. This was something she could not even dream of. Wait. This aura, Gongsun Ruoli exclaimed, half-step fate realm? Before leaving the upper realm, she clearly remembered that Jun Changshao's cultivation was only at the truth-seeking realm. How did he become as strong as her in just a few years? He must have cheated. That's right. Gongsun Ruoli did not continue to dwell on why her son was here. She looked at the group of martial artists who were chasing her and said angrily, "They injured me. Sun Bukong. Here. Bring my father to the medicine hall." Yes. After making the arrangements, Jun Changshao took out the ultimate immortal sword and said coldly, "All of you must die." Arrogant. The leader shouted coldly. He immediately gathered a gloomy attribute similar to demonic chi and blasted it at Eternal. Whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the other three half-step fate realm cultivators also charged over. They were not afraid of Jun Changshao, nor were they afraid of the sect of all time's disciples. They were aiming to take Gongsun Ruoli's life, because this was a mission given to them by their superiors. 10,000 swords return. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword ray that caused heaven and earth to lose color pierced through the sky. Not only did it break the gloomy attribute of the leader, but it also directly tore apart half of the space. Ga. The other three half-step fate realm cultivators stopped. They turned around stiffly and saw the young man behind their leader. A drop of blood condensed on the 3-foot-long sword. Whose blood? Pucci. At this moment, a sword wound appeared on the leader's chest. Blood gushed out. Intense pain filled his mind. His mind was also gradually separated from his sea of consciousness. Before he died, he said with a ferocious expression, "Such fast sword, boom!" His body exploded on the spot. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The other three half-step fate realm cultivators were horrified. Their scalps were about to explode. Their leader was stronger than them, but he was killed in one strike. Whoosh! Jun Changshao turned around. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a petrified face. His eyes flickered with a scarlet light. How is this possible? The three half-step fate realm cultivators' eyes were about to pop out. They were not concerned about how terrifying Jun Changshao was. They were concerned about how a human could emit the aura of the heavenly demon clan. He might even have the bloodline of the heavenly demon. There was no time to think. Because, Pucci, 3 streaks of sword chi shot over, and 3 heads flew out. Clang! After finishing off the half-step Fate Realm cultivators, Jun Changshao landed on the Eternal Ship. He kept the ultimate immortal sword and said coldly, "Kill the rest." Chapter 1765. There was no need to waste time or talk nonsense. 4 half-step divination realm cultivators were killed by his sword. Therefore, Jun Changshao, who was filled with killing intent, was simply a demon. Several experts were dead, and there were dozens of truth-seeking realm subordinates. Ryu Sinan and the higher-ups of the sect of all times did not hesitate and directly started a cold massacre. They might not be able to defeat a half-step divination realm cultivator, but they could completely crush a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator. Spatial Cage. Desert Storm. Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho both used their trump cards. One was in charge of controlling the field, while the other was in charge of killing. They killed many people in a short time. Of course, they were not the only ones in the limelight. Also, ta-ta-ta. The sound of horse hooves came from the sky. Yi Xingqian, who was fully armed, was riding on a red hare horse. He raised his Fangtian halberd and charged toward the space cage. The aura that erupted from him was like that of an invincible flying general. "Remove the power of space," he shouted. Ryu Sinan was speechless. However, since this disciple wanted to show off, he would do as he wished. He waved his hand and completely removed the spatial spirit, freeing the remaining dozens of people. Die! At this moment, Yi Xingqian came over on his horse. The sky halberd in his hand tore through the void and drew an unparalleled stream of light, directly taking away 2 martial artists. Boom! Boom! The others would not sit still and wait for death. They all gathered their eerie attributes and started fighting. Yi Xingqian, who was in the middle of the crowd, waved his sky halberd wildly. Everywhere he passed, blood and limbs flew everywhere. He had the courage to fight against 10,000 enemies alone. Knight Emperor. He was not alone. He was fighting. The red hare he was riding also joined the battle. Hiss! When it raised its head and cried out, its 2 big hooves sent 2 martial artists flying with a bang sound. Their chests all caved in, forming a U shape. Su Xiaoma and the others' mouths twitched. When they were challenging the level, they had suffered in front of this horse. They knew very well what it felt like to be kicked. Boom! Boom! While Yi Xingqian was fighting, the Purple King, who was wearing red underpants, joined in as well. He gathered strength in his pink gloves and punched a monster one by one. He said, "The battle just now hasn't ended yet. Whoever kills the most wins." "TSK." Yi Xingqian snorted coldly. He immediately channeled his energy into his Fangtian halberd and urged his red hare to charge in. Boom boom boom. Poochie poochie. Because Knight Emperor and the Purple King had added a new playstyle at the last minute, they were not careless at all. In just a few moments, more than 20 warriors on the field were all wiped out. At the same level. Like weeds being harvested. This was enough to prove that the sect of all times had inherited the excellent tradition of the Patriarch. As long as they were in the same realm, they would be invincible. I won. Yi Xingqian sat on his horse with an indifferent expression. He had killed 13 while Demon King Violetmer had killed 10. Humph. Z expressed his dissatisfaction and said coldly, "Without this equipment and mount, you can't beat me at all." I won. "Take off your equipment and fight them if you dare." I won. F***CKU. Just as the two were bickering, Li Qingyang and the others had already started to skillfully loot the crates and found that there was something similar to a bronze mirror hanging on the bodies of these peak truth-seeking realm warriors. "Senior brother." Su Xiaoma played with it in his hand and said, "What is this?" "Pa." He accidentally triggered a button, and a stream of light visible to the naked eye instantly filled his body and then quickly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, it gave him the idea of flying higher. Whoosh! Su Xiaomao immediately jumped up. Not only did he fly into the sky, but he also flew out of the desolate plain and merged into the upper universe. Junior brother Su, Li Qingyang panicked. Without a half-step divination cultivation, flying out of the plane without permission would result in being ruthlessly squeezed and strangled. Senior brother, I'm fine. I can fly in the universe. Su Xiaomao's voice was laced with excitement. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the desolate plain, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were freely shuttling through the upper universe without any restrictions. All of this was because of the bronze mirror. As long as the wearer activated it, an energy layer would form in front of him, thereby isolating the negative attributes in the universe. Good stuff. Ryu Sinan was also flying around, his eyes gradually filled with joy. Any warrior would yearn to be able to fly freely in the upper universe. Now that he could do it without reaching the half-step divination realm, it was undoubtedly a very satisfying thing. Unfortunately, there were only a few dozen bronze mirrors, so they couldn't be popularized on a large scale. In the medical hall, Gongsun Ruoli was lying on the hospital bed. Because of the healing pills, her face had slightly recovered. Father. Jun Changshao sat beside her and said, "You offended the Sky Demonic Emperor?" Before inheriting the Xianyuan domain, he had seen Gu Xianyuan fight against the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates alone in the illusion, so he guessed that the warriors chasing after his father should be of the same kind. When he saw the Sky Demonic Emperor token on their waists, he firmly believed it. Even if Gongsun Ruoli was not being chased this time, Jun Changshao would think of a way to stop them and kill them all without hesitation. The reason was simple. After inheriting the Xianyuan domain, he had made a promise. For now, Jun Changshao's main goal was to destroy the Star Spirit domain. As for the Sky Demonic Emperor, if his strength allowed it, he would naturally wrestle with him. If not, he would just grow. Sky Demonic Emperor? Gongsun Ruoli said, "Who is that?" Obviously, she had heard of this person. Jun Changshao was a little confused. Since his father did not know this person, why would his subordinates chase after him? Could it be? The system said in shock, "Could the Sky Demonic Emperor be the host's mother?" Scram! Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. The system said, "The Sky Demonic Emperor accidentally passed by the upper world and fell in love with your father at first sight. Later, for the sake of the clan, she could only abandon her husband and son. But she was afraid that others would know, so she sent her subordinates to kill you." It was said that Go Xing had a big imagination, but in fact, it was not small. Jun Changshao was silent. He could not deny that it was possible. But since it was the poison milk system who said it, he hurriedly withdrew his conjecture and said firmly, "Now that you said so, I am completely relieved." "My son," Gongsun Ruoli said, "there should be a huge organization behind these people who chased after me. Now that you have killed them all, you must not stay here for long." "Okay." Jun Changshao said, "Let's set sail." He was not afraid of the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinate. After all, with the eternal world, he could take his disciples and wander around the universe at any time. But there was one question that he had to figure out. Why did they chase after his father? Was there a secret behind it? Although the system's specialty was reverse poison milk, it had guessed correctly before. If the Sky Demonic Emperor was really his father's wife and his mother, it would be a little troublesome. Alas, the system said, "If they are related, I am afraid that the host will perform a heroic act of killing family for the sake of the universe." "Not necessarily," Jun Changshao said. "Maybe my mother is a super expert whose strength is not inferior to the Sky Demonic Emperor, or even one of the 4 emperors of the upper world, the Heavenly Tao Emperor." Bah! The system wanted to spit in his face. "My mother accidentally passed by the upper world and fell in love with my father at first sight. Later, in order to save the universe and protect us from harm, she resolutely left and had a long struggle with the Sky Demonic Emperor. The system said, "The host's imagination is even bigger. I admire you." Later, the Sky Demonic Emperor learned of my father's existence. In order to give my mother a fatal blow, she sent her subordinates to kill her. Jun Changshao got up and said solemnly, "So, I am also in danger." Chapter 1766. Gongsun Ruoli was in a daze for a long time as she stood in the eternal world with boundless heaven and earth attribute. "That's right," Jun Changshao said, "this is my world. My son is indeed extraordinary." Gongsun Ruoli was shocked by his breakthrough to the half-step celestial realm, but she was even more shocked by his possession of a powerful plane. "I've arranged for my clansmen to live here, but I lack a leader." "I hope you can take over," Jun Changshao said. "You're the clan leader. I still have to manage the sect and the entire plane." Since becoming the clan leader of the Stone Statue clan, Jun Changshao had handed over all internal affairs to the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers. It was not that he was lazy, but there were too many things for him to handle. "All right," Gongsun Ruoli said, "my injuries will take some time to recover. I'll help you with the clan's internal affairs for now." Just like that, Goxing passed the responsibility of being the clan leader to her, lessening the burden on his shoulders. Gongsun Ruoli was previously the leader of the Stone Statue clan, so when she came to the ancestral land, she quickly summoned the civil and military officials to discuss the clan's future development. Speaking of development, the recent changes in the eternal world had to be mentioned. The various clans had built cities suitable for their lives, and the originally desolate land was gradually filled with vitality, especially the thousands of miles around the Sect of all times. Under the efforts of Elder Wei and the members of the medical hall, many herbs and plants had been cultivated, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. My plane. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking down at the land, Jun Changshao said proudly, "It'll get stronger and stronger." Page continued to cultivate the wasteland. Li Qingyang continued to study the various city buildings. The Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan continued to explore their ancestral land, so that they could live for a long time. The originally desolate Xianyuan realm was now thriving. Its future development depended not only on Jun Changshao, but also on the joint efforts of the various clans. No wonder it can fly. In the main hall, Jun Changshao played with the bronze mirror and said, "So it's because of this." Taishin Elder said, "There's a complex array inside this object. When activated, it can resist the erosion of the universe power." "Oh!" Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. "Can it be cracked? Can you copy it?" Although there were battleships like Eternal that could bring disciples to the upper universe, they couldn't go out alone. It was more or less inconvenient. If they could develop the copper mirror, the problem would be solved. The internal formation system is very similar to the astral spirit world. "There shouldn't be too much of a problem," Elder Taishin said. "It was a little difficult to get him to fight, so it was best to get him to research techniques. Similar to the star spirit world? Could it be that the Heavenly Devil Emperor is related to the star spirit world?" Jun Changshao frowned. If his guess was right, the situation was a little serious. Heaven's might secret realm. The core disciples led by Lu Qianshan stood in the main hall. After a few days of recuperation, they decided to challenge an SS rank heroic soul for no other reason than to obtain equipment. "Who should I choose?" "Choose him." Swish. After everyone had chosen their heroic souls, they were teleported to the place where the river surged. A man stood on the shore, looking up at the sky and sighing, "If the heavens want me dead, what can I do? Even if my father and brother were to take pity on me, how could I face them?" Li Qingyang and the others frowned. This should be the SS rank heroic soul that he had just chosen. Although his back was facing everyone, making it difficult to see his appearance, but he exuded an aura of strength and power. He seemed to be even stronger than Lu Bu. Swish. An air-piercing sound could be heard. Before anyone could raise their heads, they saw a heavy spear fall to the ground with a loud bang. "Pah!" The man with his back facing them grabbed his weapon with one hand and slowly turned around. A domineering face appeared and said, "Come, let's fight. Ta ta ta." At the same time, a black horse galloped over from nearby. Whoosh! The man raised his spear and landed on his horse in a mighty manner. Gathering energy at the tip of his spear, he thrust it towards the crowd and shouted, "I am the hegemon king of Western Chu." Boom! Xiao Zuiji held his shield horizontally in front of him, blocking the powerful spear, but he was also sent flying in an instant. Go! Swish! 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 Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingqian, and the others rushed over. A battle between a core disciple of the Sect of all times and the hegemon king of Western Chu had begun. Boom! Boom! An hour later, Xiang Yu, who was covered in wounds, stood in front of the Wu River with his hegemon spear. Plop! He Wudi sat down weakly and said to himself, "This guy is too strong." Beside him were Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingqian. Both of them had used up all their energy and looked like they were about to collapse. As for Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, they were lying on the ground and had lost their ability to fight. There were pits of various sizes on the ground, and the space was distorted. It could be seen that in the fast-forwarded half an hour, both sides had engaged in an extremely fierce battle. "Although I'm dead," Xiang Yu drew his sword and placed it on his neck. He said proudly, "I'm still the hegemon king of Western Chu." Splash! Blood splattered and fell into the river. However, even though he had lost his vitality, Xiang Yu did not fall. His body gradually turned into smoke, leaving behind the hegemon's spear that had accompanied him in his battles. This, Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. Although they had already crippled this SS-rank heroic soul, it was not to the extent of drawing his sword and cutting his own throat, right? They did not understand. This man would rather die under his own sword than die under someone else's sword. Second senior brother, Su Xiaoma, said weakly, "Take the spear." Li Qingyang walked over with difficulty and grabbed the hegemon's spear that was engraved with the words, "To perfection." He said, "Who wants it? I don't play with spears." "I don't play with spears either," Su Xiaoma and Li Fei said. From their intermittent conversation, it could be seen that although they had defeated the hegemon king of Western Chu, they were also exhausted. If the other party had a little bit more health, they would have been wiped out. Li Qingyang kept the hegemon's spear in his spatial ring and said, "Let the patriarch distribute it." Ding. Because the challenger has not defeated the hegemon king of Western Chu in the stipulated time, he will be forcefully teleported out. Whoosh! 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 Everyone was instantly sent out of the secret territory. Thump! Su Xiaoma fell heavily to the ground and howled, "Ouch, my waist! Hegemon spear?" In the hall, Jun Changshao took the weapon from Li Qingyang. When he saw the two words engraved on the spear, he jumped up and said with joy, "To perfection, Patriarch." Li Qingyang said, "That person called himself the hegemon king of Western Chu." When he saw that he was going to lose, he drew his sword and cut his own throat by the river. "This is a tragic hero," Jun Changshao said sympathetically. Unfortunately, he met an opponent who was better at playing. Swoosh! Jun Changshao held the spear and stood on the training ground. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to the scene when Xiang Yu was besieged in the Wu River. "I have the strength to pick up a mountain. My aura is unparalleled. When the time is unfavorable, I will not die. What can I do if I don't die? What can I do if I don't die?" Jun Changshao sang as he waved the hegemon spear. There was no doubt about it. The hegemon spear was not inferior to the divine sword. Good spear. Good weapon. After the test, Jun Changshao stood with the spear in his hand. The camera panned around and saw the upper echelons and disciples of the Sect of all times bleeding from their 7 orifices and foaming at the mouth. The reason was that they did not expect the patriarch to suddenly speak. Chapter 1767. Jun Changshao simply tested the ultimate conqueror's spear. He would only know its actual power in actual combat. Of course. He planned to keep this weapon for himself and give it to a disciple who was good with spears, such as Long Xiang. Sigh. The system said, "You worked so hard to get this equipment, but in the end you became a tool. No choice." Jun Changshao said helplessly, "Only they can enter the heavenly might's secret realm. If there were no damn restrictions, he would definitely grind dungeons and get equipment every day. When he fought with the enemy, he would take out 81 types of ultimate equipment and ask loudly, 'Are you afraid? Qingyang. Bring more people to challenge the heavenly might's secret realm.'" Yes. After Li Qingyang left the hall, he began to inform Xiao Zui and the others. He also set a rule that they would fight once every 7 days. No problem. Yi Xingchen agreed. He did not care about the equipment dropped in the secret realm. He only wanted to fight to his heart's content. After fighting Lu Bu and Xiang Yu, Night Emperor's understanding of martial arts was getting stronger and stronger. He could vaguely see a trace of the heavenly secrets. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also had a similar feeling. However, because it was only a trace, it could not provide any substantial help. The distance to entering the half-step heavenly secrets realm could only be described as unreachable. Boom. Boom. 7 days later, Li Qingyang and the others came to challenge again. They did not choose Xiang Yu. Instead, they chose Bai Qi, who was also an SS rank heroic soul. In the end, they were beaten to a pulp. No. This one is too strong. Let's change next time. After recuperating, they entered the heavenly might's secret realm again. First, they defeated Yagyu Jubiai, then the 5-tiger general Huang Zhong. Finally, they chose an SS rank hero, King Arthur. After a tough battle, they finally defeated him and obtained the ultimate weapon, the sword in the stone. This sword is not bad either. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I already have the sword of perfection, so..." He looked at Lu Qianqian and asked, "Do you want it? For second junior brother." "All right then." Jun Changshao tossed the sword in the stone to Li Qingyang and said, "This sword is yours." "Thank you, Patriarch." Li Qingyang took the sword and was reluctant to part with it. His personal weapon was also a sword, but at the moment its level was a little behind his realm, so using a sword of the highest quality was undoubtedly the best choice. "Junior brother Yi." Li Qingyang walked out of the main hall and said with a smile, "Do you want to spar?" "All right." On the training field, the 2 core disciples stood a few meters apart, each taking out the weapons and equipment they had obtained from the Sky Might's secret realm. "Third senior brother." Li Fei squatted outside the field and asked, "Who will win, second senior brother or junior brother Yi?" Su Xiaoma held his chin and analyzed. If he didn't have a weapon, junior brother Yi would have a higher chance of winning. But now, I'm afraid it's hard to say. Boom. Boom. At this time, Yi Xingchen and Li Qingyang began to fight. One rode the red hare and rushed around the field, the other held the sword in the stone and fought steadily. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jun Changshao put his hand on the pillar of the main hall and watched the 2 disciples fight. He said, "Although there are many star-grade equipment, they are all immortal grade. The sword in the stone is of the highest quality, it should be able to suppress him soon." As expected, after dozens of rounds, relying on the sword in the stone and his steady fighting style, Li Qingyang gradually gained the upper hand. Boom. After a while, Yi Xingchen withdrew his sky piercer and said, "Boring, I'm not fighting anymore." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's mouth twitched. This guy probably realized that he was suppressed by equipment and would lose if he continued to fight, so he took the initiative to find a way out. "Junior brother Yi." Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." He was not complacent because he deeply understood that it was just a spar between fellow disciples. If it was a life-and-death battle, even with the sword in the stone, he might not be a match for junior brother Yi. Tianwei's secret realm. Li Qingyang and the others challenged for the nth time. Due to the number of times they defeated Rank A and Rank S heroic souls, the secret realm gave them the right to challenge Rank SSS heroic souls. Su Xiaoma was speechless. It's already so difficult to fight Rank SS. If we fight Rank SS, we'll definitely be defeated. Only the weak. Yi Xingchen said, "That's why we'll retreat." Okay. Su Xiaoma made up his mind and said, "Then we'll challenge Rank SSS." Everyone stood in front of the activated wall and chose a heroic soul after careful consideration. Whoosh! The scene in front of them changed, and they were in a fairyland. Beside them was a floating pond full of lotus flowers. Aha! At this moment, a lazy voice sounded, "Who's disturbing my rest?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a 5 or 6-year-old child lying on a lotus flower in the pond. He was wearing a dudu. Who? Su Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Sure enough, he's no different from the portrait. He's just a little brat." In the beginning, they had planned to choose the three-eyed hero or the monkey with a stick, but they looked too mighty and scary, so they chose the shortest hero on the wall. "Brat! Are you talking about me?" Su Xiaoma lowered his head and found that the little guy was standing in front of him with a smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, the child punched him in the chin. "Junior brother Su!" Li Qingyang exclaimed. He Wudi, who had always kept a low profile, was shocked. Although a Rank SS heroic soul was very strong, it was almost impossible to catch Su Xiaoma off guard and kill him instantly. This Rank SSS heroic soul was actually... Aha! The child yawned and staggered back a few steps. He said, "You're too weak. You're not qualified to challenge me, so..." He sat cross-legged on the ground and held his chin with one hand. He said, "Get lost." Boom! Boom! In an instant, Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others shattered into nothingness and appeared outside the heavens' might secret realm in a sorry state. They looked at each other, and a storm rose in their hearts. "Oh my God!" Li Fei said in disbelief, "That's too strong. A heroic soul of this level is not something we can fight with our current cultivation. At the very least, we have to enter." He Wudi said seriously, "Divine's secret realm." Sigh. Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, "We'd better fight Rank S and Rank SS heroic souls obediently." They were very unhappy to be defeated by a single sentence, but they could only accept the truth. After all, their strength did not allow them to have any fantasies. After Jun Changshao learned that his disciple had challenged an Rank SSS heroic soul, he made a judgment based on Su Xiaoma's description. Sitting in a lotus? Could it be Neza? If that's the case, Rank SSS heroic souls should be classified as mythological series. According to the heroic souls he had encountered earlier, Go Xing roughly understood the classification of heroic souls in the heavens' might secret realm. "Oh right. Is there Brother Monkey?" Jun Changshao looked at Su Xiaoma, and the latter replied, "There is Monkey." Pa Go Xing walked down and patted him on the shoulder. "I need Brother Monkey's weapon, so I'm counting on you guys." Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. "That brat killed us all with a single sentence. Monkey is further behind the wall painting. I'm afraid he can kill us with a sneeze. Good luck." Jun Changshao gave them an encouraging look and said, "You guys can do it." Beep beep. At this time, Eternal sent an alert. Jun Changshao returned to the cockpit and saw dense light dots on the star map approaching. He quickly zoomed in and frowned. Another subordinate of the Sky Demon Emperor? How did they find me? Whoosh! Eternal's tail wing shot out a scorching light and immediately merged into the depths of the void. Jun Changshao did not plan to fight the Sky Demon Emperor head-on, so he could only choose to leave and rely on speed to completely shake him off. Chapter 1768. Eternal went into full speed mode and soon left the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates in the dust. Jun Changshao didn't plan to fight them head-on for now. He wanted to develop himself first. At least he would have some confidence when he reached the Divine Legacy realm. Before inheriting the Xianyuan realm, he saw the illusion and was sure that Gu Xianyuan was stronger than Gu Tianxing. Although the enemy was the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates, he couldn't fight against them now. Why hasn't the epic mission come yet? Jun Changshao hadn't triggered the epic mission since the start of the space era. He was stuck at the half-step Divine Legacy realm. The system gave him the ability to cheat, but there were also some restrictions, such as the common card level. Come, give me some milk. The system was silent. Although it had proven time and time again that it was a reverse toxic healer, it still firmly believed that it was just a coincidence. Patriarch. Elder Wei said telepathically, "There are no more herbs." The medical hall was responsible for the greening of the eternal world. They planted all kinds of herbs and were out of stock. I have to find a way to get some. Jun Changshao not only needed to improve the environment of the plane, but also find the materials to refine the 6-flavor Earth restoration pill. So he walked to the star map to see if there were any planes nearby. It was a pity. Because it was at the edge of the Tsang Ocean, there were no planes nearby. Huh! Jun Changshao said in surprise. We're almost out of the Tsang Ocean? He had been dealing with things in the sect recently. Eternal had been flying on its own and didn't notice the journey at all. There might be high-level planes in other galaxies. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, I can use martial arts resources to exchange for herbs. It's not that troublesome. The system said, you can solve the problem by using the store. Jun Changshao wanted to spit on its face, but considering that the cooldown had been restored this month, he hurriedly opened the store. The first half of the couplet, happy, happy. The second half of the couplet, sad and cold. The second half of the couplet, nothing. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, You're so unlucky. The eternal world. Under the boundless heaven and earth attribute nurturing, martial artists were breaking through almost every moment. In particular, the living beings of the original falling star continent had advanced from the meridian opening stage to the lowest martial king stage. It had only been a few years since they had entered. In the long run, it would not be a dream for them to become martial emperors. Furthermore, under the nourishment of the high-level plane, the newborns' aptitudes and talents were greatly improved. Almost every 100 newborns would have a divine-grade spirit root. In the past, divine-grade spiritual roots were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the falling star continent. Now, however, there were so many of them that they could be found everywhere. It could be said that Wu Xing was everywhere and martial emperors were as common as dogs. Of course, in the eternal world, aptitude was no longer important. What mattered was how to cultivate faster and improve the realm faster. Mother of my child. In a residential building in a certain city, a middle-aged man said longingly, In a few years, we must let our son participate in the Sect of all times' assessment. If he is fortunate enough to become a disciple, he will definitely become outstanding in the future. I don't think that's possible, the child's mother said. How is that not possible? The child's father said, Jun Patriarch said that as long as one is of age, regardless of gender and aptitude, one can participate in the Sect of all times' assessment. There are no requirements at all. Similar scenes appeared in various cities. In various large families, many people pinned their hopes on their children. This was because the Sect of all times had announced a few days ago that they would open the mountain gate to recruit disciples at a fixed time every year. Any youth who lived permanently in the eternal world could sign up for it. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a sensation. In the eyes of the world, Jun Changshao was a god, and the sect he led was the holy land of martial arts. If their children could enter the sect to cultivate, it would definitely be a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Father! In the courtyard, a 12-year-old child clenched his fist and said with a determined look, "When I become an adult, I will definitely participate in the Sect of All Times' assessment." His name was Qin Lin. His father was Qin Haoran. That's right. He was the leader of the Haoqi sect and the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance, who were enemies with Jun Changshao at the beginning. These identities were all from the past. Now, Qin Haoran had already dismissed his sect and lived in seclusion in Qingyang City, living a life of seclusion. Perhaps it was because of his mentality that he had a son more than 10 years ago. No. Qin Haoran flatly refused. Why? Qin Lin was stunned. His father had always loved him and supported him greatly in his martial arts cultivation. He even spent a lot of money to purchase resources. Now that he had set his great ambition, his father was against it. Son. Qin Haoran walked over and said, "Father made a mistake in the past." What mistake? A mistake. Qin Haoran was silent for a while. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the past and he said, "An unforgivable mistake." Qin Lin had never seen his father's expression so painful. Therefore, he was sensible and did not ask further. Little Lin. In the afternoon, a voice came from outside the wall. "When did you come out?" Whoosh. Qin Lin quietly walked out of the room and climbed over the wall. He lowered his voice and said, "Be quiet when you shout. My father is taking an afternoon nap." His companion scratched his head and said, I forgot. Let's go." Qin Lin said, "Let's go play in the wilderness today and see if we can meet any demon beasts." Okay. The two companions went straight out of Qingyang City. Note: all living beings of the falling star continent have moved here. Most of the names of the cities have been used in the past. Master. In the study, the butler reported, "Young Master slipped out again." Sigh. Qin Haoran sighed and said, "This kid is getting bolder and bolder." In this old servant's opinion. The butler said, "Young Master's talent is extraordinary. He should go out and explore more instead of staying at home all day." "I also hope that he can go out and explore," Qin Haoran said bitterly, "but after all, I have a grudge with Jun Patriarch." He did not allow his son to participate in the Sect of All Times examination not because he hated Jun Changshao, but because he had offended him before. He was too ashamed to go and was afraid that he would be rejected directly. The butler said, "Jun Patriarch should not be someone who holds grudges, right?" This sentence made the reader laugh. Indeed, Go Xing was not someone who held grudges because he would take revenge on the spot, unless the other party was strong and had a strong background. Not good. Not long after, a servant ran in from outside and said hurriedly, "Young Master is fighting with Young Master AI outside the city." What? Qin Haoran hurriedly got up and left the mansion. When he rushed out of the city, he saw his son being pressed to the ground by a few people of the same age as him. They were punching him and scolding him. "Your father is an old bastard, and you are a little bastard. Stop." At this time, a loud voice was heard. AI Shanka flew out of the city and landed in front of the few brats. He grabbed one in each hand and said angrily, "You two little bastards, how dare you beat people outside?" The two young masters were unconvinced and said, "Third Master, Qin Haoran bullied Jun Patriarch before. What's wrong with us bullying his son now?" AI Shanka said, "The matters of the elders are not for you juniors to worry about. Cram back home." Then, he looked at Qin Haoran and said, "Children's words carry no harm. Alliance Master Qin, please don't mind them. I am no longer an Alliance Master. I am not worthy of Elder AI calling me that." Qin Haoran said calmly, as if he did not mind being humiliated by the juniors. But the truth? It was as if his heart was being stabbed by needles. "Sorry for the offense. Goodbye." AI Shanka brought the two third-generation descendants back to the city and did not forget to reprimand them on the way. Little Lin. Qin Lin's friend ran over and was about to help him up when he was pushed away. He staggered to his feet and looked at his father with a complicated expression. Because I offended June Patriarch, I am not allowed to participate in the Sect of All Times assessment? Qin Haoran did not say anything. No wonder you didn't let me go out. It turns out that you didn't want me to know about the wrongdoings that I had done. Qin Lin couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. He cried and shouted, "Everyone knows about it except for me. Child, As soon as Qin Haoran opened his mouth, Qin Lin turned and ran. When he was bullied by the two young masters of the AI family, Qin Lin roughly understood the reason from them. He also knew that his father made things difficult for the Sect of All Times in the early stages of its development. Thinking back to his son's angry and resentful eyes, Qin Haoran covered his chest with one hand. The stabbing pain in his heart was hundreds of times more painful than being insulted by the juniors. Son, it is all my fault. If you hate me because of this, I will not blame you. Chapter 1769. Whoosh, Eternal flew at top speed, getting closer and closer to the edge of the sea system. During this time, Jun Changshao sat in the cockpit and did not manage the Sect, because he was not sure if there would be danger at the intersection of the two systems. At the current speed, it will take at least a year to reach the star spirit world. Jun Changshao estimated. With our current strength, we may not be able to compete with them. Rows of Flowers walked over and said. The system was speechless. You stole my line. Yes. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, we must find a way to become stronger on the way there. The level of the star spirit world, and how strong it were still unknown. However, from the warships that were casually sent out, it was at least first class, or even stronger. Especially, the array lines inside the bronze mirror were the same as this plane. Perhaps it was related to the celestial demonic emperor. If he did not enter the divine mystery realm, Jun Changshao was not very confident. If it was someone else who said, find a way to become stronger, Rows of Flowers would have doubted it. After all, it was not easy to become stronger just by saying it. Only she believed that her husband could do it. Because of their many years together, he really had a way to become stronger. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. I'm not hungry. Jun Changxiao's singing could kill, and Rows of Flowers' cooking could kill him. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang's voice came to his ears. Something's happening. What's happening? When Jun Changxiao responded, he had already entered the eternal world. He saw the disciples gathered in front of the mountain gate and discussing. Damn. Not cultivating anymore? Gathering together to chat. Jun Changxiao released his mind and saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Patriarch. Li Qingyang said, this little guy has been kneeling at the foot of the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. No one can persuade him to leave. Is he here to join the sect? He only said that he wanted to see the Patriarch. He didn't say anything about joining the sect. Oh. Jun Changxiao responded and appeared at the foot of the mountain out of thin air. I want to see Jun Patriarch. The youth lowered his head. Perhaps it was because he had been kneeling for too long and hadn't eaten or drunk anything, but his lips were chapped. I am, Jun Changxiao said. The young man's body trembled, and he hurriedly raised his head to confirm that the person in front of him was indeed the Patriarch of the Sect of All Times that he wanted to meet. He said in ecstasy, Jun Patriarch. Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers. Xiao Ziji, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, quickly put the chair back. He sat down elegantly, crossed his legs and said, Tell me, why do you want to see me? At this moment, some readers were definitely going to start cursing. A child had been kneeling on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Why didn't this dog help him up? He was simply too unsympathetic. His worldview was so crooked that it had reached Siberia. Thud. I'll show mercy first, I'll explain later. The youth straightened his posture and kowtowed to Jun Changshao, saying, "I'm here to apologize on behalf of my father." "Apologize?" Jun Changshao was a bit confused, asking, "Who is your father?" The youth said with difficulty, "Qin Haoren. You're the son of the 100 Sect Alliance's Alliance Master and Haoqi Sect's Sect Master?" Jun Changshao asked. The readers had completely forgotten about this person, but Go Xing actually remembered him. This was really unexpected. "That's right. Which concubine did you have?" 23rd. "I remember that your father only had 14 concubines back then. After all these years, he married another 10? Jun Changshao said. "That's not right. How did he know how many concubines Qin Haoren had in the past?" "It was like this. Back then, the two of them had a grudge, so Jun Changshao sent the Drizzle Hall to thoroughly investigate the other party's background. Not to mention the concubines, even the cows and sheep in the family were thoroughly investigated." "Shouldn't 23 minus 14 be 9? Qin Lin silently calculated in his heart. Jun Patriarch. He did not care about the calculation and kowtowed again. "Father, he offended you back then. I apologize on his behalf today. I hope that you will be magnanimous and not hold grudges against him." Go Xing laughed. In the past, he did not like Qin Haoren. After all, when he was still Iron Bone, he had maliciously suppressed him. Even if he went to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect and other forces, he would bring the Alliance members to laugh at him. However, as the sect's strength increased, he had already let go of it. To be exact, he didn't take this rookie seriously anymore. For example, the Shao family that had schemed against Shao Ziji back then, weren't they still living in Liang City? Not to mention now, even before Iron Bone was promoted to a sect, they could easily kill him. Jun Changshao was very vengeful, but the premise was that there must be a life and death feud. For example, the star spirit world that had caused the destruction of the falling star continent. As long as the strength allowed it, it would definitely be destroyed in the end. Qin Haoren was an early enemy. Although there had been conflicts, it was just a joke. He did not do anything too excessive, so naturally, he would not be calculative. Otherwise, when he had just succeeded as the sect leader, he would have been laughed at by the entire city. Would he have directly destroyed the city? This was Jun Changshao, a weirdo who walked on the two paths of good and bad people. Sometimes he was so crooked that he could make Little Du cry. Sometimes he was so crooked that even Little Du could not find fault with his actions. It was also because of this idiot, villain, serious, brainless, and straight patriarch that there was today's sect of all times and a group of disciples with different personalities who were as close as brothers. Jun Patriarch. Qin Lin kowtowed again and said, "Please, you are my father." When he learned that his father and Jun Patriarch had a grudge, he did not believe it at first. Then, it developed to hate his father because in his heart, the latter was a god and his belief. After being beaten up by two direct descendants of the AI family, the little guy ran to the wilderness and did not return home for a few days. He hid in a cave alone. He cried. He was angry. He hated. But since it had happened, what could he change? Moreover, it was his own father. Father made a mistake. As a son, I will make it up to him. With this thought, Qin Lin walked out of the cave and came to the sect of all times alone. He knelt on the ground, not to pay respects to the sect, but only to beg Jun Patriarch to forgive his father's mistake. Alliance Master Qin. Jun Changshao leaned on the chair and said, "This is your idea?" In the distance, Qin Haoren, who had been hiding in the dark, walked out and said with an ugly expression, "This is my son's idea." No wonder he remembered this person. It turned out that he had been hiding in the dark for a long time. "Let a child apologize," Jun Changshao said. "What kind of father are you?" Although Qin Lin was surprised that his father had come, he hurriedly explained, "Jun Patriarch, this is my idea. It has nothing to do with father." Swoosh. Jun Changshao waved his hand and helped him up. The power of vitality entered his body and quickly dispelled his hunger and fatigue. He said, "Although I don't understand the situation, there is one thing you must remember. The grudge between your father and I has long disappeared." "Jun Patriarch has forgiven my father?" Qin Lin asked happily. "Dong." Jun Changshao gently flicked his head and said with a smile, "I have no grudge with your father. Why do you ask if he forgives me?" "Father." Qin Lin turned around and said happily, "You have no grudge with Jun Patriarch." "Jun Patriarch." Qin Haoran bowed to Jun Changshao and said, "Thank you." In fact, he did not expect Jun Changshao to forgive him. However, he said these words in front of his son, which was undoubtedly to help him. "Alliance Master Qin." Jun Changshao said, "Your son's bones are exquisite and he is a 1 in a million martial arts genius. Are you interested in learning from me?" Qin Haoran was stunned. He was already surprised that he had no grudge with his son. Now he was going to take his son as a disciple. This was absolutely impossible. After a short pause, Qin Haoran hurriedly said, "If Jun Patriarch doesn't mind my son's stupidity, I have no objection. Lin, kneel down and worship the Patriarch." Qin Lin was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Then he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Disciple Qin Lin greets the Patriarch." "Qin Yang." Jun Changshao said loudly, "Pass my order to the eternal world. Qin Haoran's son is now a disciple of the Sect of all times." "Yes." Jun Patriarch Qin Haoran's body stiffened. His hands trembled slightly, and tears gradually gathered in his turbid eyes. Jun Changshao said telepathically, "The grudge between you and me should not involve the child." After that, he took Qin Lin up the stairs to the Sect of all times. At that moment, his back view was incomparably grand. If there was a like button, it would have been pressed by little Dodo. Plop! Qin Haoran knelt on the ground. The stone that had been in his heart for decades was finally lifted. He said with tears streaming down his face, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch." Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and blew him up. A voice sounded in his ear, "The Sect of all times needs such a genius. Since Alliance Master Qin is capable, why not give birth to a few more?" The system could not help but laugh and said, "Does this mean that the host is incapable?"